Kill them, kill those ingrates of the Phoenix dynasty. Kill them. We will fight side by side with the Empress. Kill those damn things. Kill those who offend our Empress, kill. When the people of the Dragon Phoenix Empire felt the powerful killing intent of Feng Luan, all the soldiers and officials stared at the Phoenix dynasty and roared loudly. Streams of cold killing intent locked onto everyone in the Phoenix dynasty. At this moment, the Sacred Flame Patriarch and the Emperor's Master's expressions changed drastically. They swept their gaze behind them and a trace of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. They were really afraid that Feng Luan would kill them right now. With their strength, they were completely unable to fight against the experts of the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire. Dragon Phoenix Empress, you invited our Phoenix dynasty to attend the ceremony. Could it be that you want to kill us? As the saying goes, if two countries fight, don't kill the envoys. As the #1 empress of all time, aren't you going too far? The Sacred Flame Ancestor said to Feng Luan with an embarrassed expression. That's right, attending the ceremony is attending the ceremony. If two countries fight, don't kill the envoys. As an empire, you have to do things openly. After this, the two empires can start a war at any time. At this moment, a faint voice came from the side. Everyone was slightly shocked and quickly looked over. The 10,000 Demon Empire was said by the 10,000 Demon Empire's Demon Emperor. It seems that the 10,000 Demon Empire is already very dissatisfied with the matter from the day before yesterday. That's why they directly spoke up to help the Phoenix Dynasty's people. Everyone looked at the 10,000 Demon Empire's Demon Emperor standing there arrogantly, and they were slightly shocked. I won't make a move today, and I don't need to. Very soon, I will lead my army to the Phoenix Dynasty and take back everything that belongs to me. Feng Luan's cold gaze swept past the Demon Emperor of the 10,000 Fey Empire and landed on Sacred Flame and Emperor's Master. Dragon Phoenix Empress. Don't be so confident. Patriarch Sacred Flame and Emperor's Master said indifferently with gloomy faces when they heard Feng Luan's words. Boom! 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 At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly came from behind. The aura that suddenly rushed over made everyone slightly shocked. A trace of shock flashed through the eyes of the forces that came to watch the ceremony. The Sacred Flame Ancestor and the Emperor's Master felt the aura that rushed over and their faces lit up with joy. Ha ha! Dragon Phoenix Empress? Don't be complacent too early. An empire that has just been established. What right does it have to oppose our Phoenix dynasty? In the past, there was no empress, and in the future, there will be no empress in this world. Ha ha! Dragon Phoenix Empire, prepare to be destroyed. The Sacred Flame Ancestor and the Emperor's Master looked at each other, then led all of their subordinates and directly flew towards the rear. They floated in the sky and stared at Feng Luan as they coldly roared. The terrifying aura behind them grew stronger and stronger as figures appeared in everyone's line of sight. Hiss! Everyone, all the factions, sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw a huge army suddenly appear behind them. That's the Phoenix Dynasty's army. They should have known that the Dragon Phoenix Empress was the Phoenix Dynasty's Empress long ago. Their army actually directly attacked. Oh my god, so the Phoenix Empire was already prepared. Are they going to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire when it's established? Look at the 16 figures in the lead. The one in the middle is the Phoenix Emperor, the current monarch of the Phoenix Empire. He's come personally. 18 longevity experts. All the experts of the Phoenix Empire have come. Based on our observations, the Dragon Phoenix Empire only has 15 or 16 at most. We're not even sure if the girls behind the Empress are longevity experts. I didn't expect that the Phoenix Empire would attack when the Dragon Phoenix Empire was established. Shocked voices came from the experts who came to observe the ceremony. The establishment of the Dragon Phoenix Empire today was simply too shocking. The first Empress of the Eternal Era had appeared. The army of the Phoenix Empire had attacked. Oh no! The army of the Phoenix Empire has actually attacked. Damn it, they were prepared. The people of the Dragon Phoenix Empire felt the terrifying aura and almost knelt on the ground. Their faces were all red and extremely embarrassed. After all, this was the most powerful force of the Phoenix dynasty. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. Are you guys so impatient? Feng Luan stared at the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in front of her with a cold look in her eyes. Her pair of phoenix eyes stared at the middle-aged man with a beard in the middle. Emperor Feng. Ha 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 ha, my good niece, I really didn't expect that you were still alive. I really didn't expect that you actually established the Dragon Phoenix Empire. I heard that 2 years ago an empire was established and was directly destroyed by you. It didn't even exist for a day. Now, this emperor will imitate you. Ha ha. A maniacal laughter came out of Emperor Feng's mouth. His voice was filled with strong confidence and a strong domineering air. The voice had a deafening feeling. Some of the weaker people hurriedly covered their ears with a pained expression on their faces. They looked at the expert who was like a god of fire as flames rose around him. Their faces were filled with fear. Feng Chaotian, back then, I single-handedly raised you to become the second most powerful expert of the Phoenix dynasty. I didn't expect you to betray me. I also didn't expect you to kill all my family members in the dark. How can an ungrateful person like you be qualified to be an emperor? Anger appeared in Feng Wan's eyes. Her body moved and she directly floated in the sky. She looked at the army of the Feng dynasty that was flying over 50 kilometers away. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Feng Luan, cut the crap. I could kill you 1,800 years ago, but I can still kill you today. Empress? Hee hee. There won't be an empress in this world. When Emperor Feng heard Feng Luan's words, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He directly roared. All civilians, move to the rear. All soldiers, get ready. Feng Yun's face was filled with solemnity when he saw the army of the Feng dynasty slowly approaching. He directly ordered all the civilians. Quickly move to the rear. I didn't expect the Feng dynasty to attack us. All soldiers, get ready to face the enemy. A loud shout came from below as the civilians quickly flew toward the direction of the imperial capital. All the soldiers lined up, their gazes fixed on the army that was flying towards them. Every soldier's eyes were filled with a solemn expression. Ha ha ha, Feng Luan, you have at most the strength of a Wanshou 4th rank. What do you have to fight with me? These soldiers of your Dragon Phoenix Empire are far, far inferior to the experts of our Phoenix dynasty. Ha ha, what do you have to fight with me? Emperor Feng looked at the people who were hiding and the Dragon Phoenix Empire's army. He swept his gaze across them and shouted disdainfully, What do you have to fight with me? A confident voice came out of Emperor Feng's mouth. The longevity experts of the Phoenix dynasty looked ahead with cold eyes. The citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire who had retreated to the imperial capital had an embarrassed look on their faces when they heard Emperor Feng's words. The core experts of the 17 founding families of the Phoenix dynasty have all come. This is almost 70% of the power of the entire Phoenix dynasty. Hiss, I really didn't expect that Emperor Feng and the others would actually hide not far away. It seems that the signal flare just now was an order to attack. The Empress might be in big trouble this time. With the current Dragon Phoenix Empire, it's still not a match for the Phoenix dynasty. The large factions that came to watch the ceremony immediately brought their disciples to the rear. They looked at the Phoenix dynasty that was pressing down on them and analyzed truthfully. Feng Chaotian, you are still as arrogant as before. Feng Wan stared at Emperor Feng and said coldly, Haha, arrogant? It's because I, Emperor Feng, have the strength. Today, your Dragon Phoenix Empire will definitely be destroyed. Emperor Feng laughed loudly and his body shook. An incomparably terrifying fire phoenix instantly condensed in the sky. The fire phoenix was also tens of kilometers in size and faced the fire phoenix in the sky above Feng Luan. However, the fire phoenix condensed by Emperor Feng was much more powerful than Feng Luan's. Damn it, Feng Chaotian. You actually extracted my bloodline, my blood. Emperor Feng's expression changed slightly when he saw the fire phoenix in the sky, and he shouted sternly, Ha ha! I want to thank your bloodline for making me so powerful. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Emperor Feng laughed out loud. The fire phoenix in the sky let out a wild cry as its icy cold eyes stared straight ahead. If you want to deal with the great Empress, you have to step over my body. Step over the body of our fire cloud personal guard. Feng Yun looked at the arrogant Emperor Feng and shouted out sternly, "Kill!" The eyes of every member of the Fire Cloud personal guard were filled with violent killing intent as they shouted out loudly, "Kill!" Beside them, all the soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire similarly roared out in a stern voice. An incomparably terrifying killing intent charged forward 10 kilometers. Haha, Feng Yun doesn't need Emperor Phoenix to make a move. I will be able to kill you today. Sacred Flame Ancestor's sinister eyes stared at Feng Yun as he roared loudly, "Let the Dragon Phoenix Empire experience our strength. Kill!" The Emperor Master waved his arm and a war flag appeared in his hand as he roared with killing intent. "Kill, kill, kill!" The disciples of the 17 founding families of the Phoenix Empire stared coldly ahead as their auras exploded out. An invisible aura charged towards all the soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. In an instant, the Dragon Phoenix Empire was at a disadvantage in terms of aura. Kiki, the Phoenix Empire has more than 30,000 insightful Void Realm experts, while the Dragon Phoenix Empire only has about 15,000. The gap is huge. They are no match for the Phoenix Empire at all. Perhaps it really is as the Phoenix Empire said. There is no empress in the world. Not in the past, and not in the future. Hehe. At this moment, the voice of a demon emperor rang out from the 10,000 Fey Empire. His face was filled with mockery as he spoke without any hesitation. Everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Empire heard his words clearly. This caused the expressions of everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Empire to change drastically. They gulped as they looked towards the Phoenix dynasty, their eyes filled with worry. The other party had more than 30,000 longevity experts, more than double their number. The difference was simply too great. Haha, what sixth great empire of the continent? Prepare to be destroyed. Chirp, 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 chirp. Emperor Phoenix laughed loudly, and the tyrannical voice of the Fire Phoenix in the sky rang out once more. It's over. Our Dragon Phoenix Empire won't really. No, it's impossible. Our Dragon Phoenix Empire has just been established, and our Empress is the #1 Empress of the continent. How can we possibly fail? Some of the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire revealed panicked expressions when they saw the scene. The panic quickly spread to the surroundings. Feng Yuan looked at all the power of the Phoenix Empire ahead and took a deep breath. The power of the Phoenix Empire was indeed much stronger than the current Dragon Phoenix Empire. At the very least, he is an Emperor Lord of one of the 5 great empires on the continent. Today, he has really broadened my horizons. If you want to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire, ask me, Mo Sha, if I agree. All of a sudden, a voice filled with ridicule and contempt sounded out, causing all the factions and people from the Dragon Phoenix Empire who came to watch the ceremony to be slightly startled. Boom, boom. The moment the voice sounded out, waves of terrifying auras directly charged over Mo Sha and all the experts of the 9-God Empire who had been standing at the side all this while moved. They directly floated in the sky and stood beside Feng Yuan. Monstrous demonic chi instantly condensed in the sky. What? The Emperor of the 9-God Empire? Why did he directly help the Dragon Phoenix Empire? Hiss, my god, what's the situation? Why did the 9-God Empire help the Dragon Phoenix Empire? Seeing the 9-God Empire participate in the battle, everyone was shocked. Apart from the Phoenix and Fire Cloud Sparrow, everyone else was shocked. The Emperor of the 9-God Empire led all the experts to help the Dragon Phoenix Empire. This actually caused another empire to intervene. The 9-God Empire intervened. This was unexpected. Half of the 6 empires on the continent were at war. Keek, your Phoenix Empire doesn't have the strength to kill the Great Empress. I originally thought that I would exterminate all of you after a period of time. Since I'm here, it saves me a lot of trouble. Mo Sha floated in the sky and stared proudly at everyone from the Phoenix Empire as he laughed loudly. This is such a familiar voice. The 9-God Empire actually helped us. Haha, that's great. A great empire on the continent is directly helping our great Empress and our Dragon Phoenix Empire. This time, it's not them destroying us, but us destroying them. Haha, I didn't expect our great Empress to have such a great trump card. Kill the Phoenix Empire. Kill them. Kill them. Everyone from the Dragon Phoenix Empire was excited. They didn't expect the Nine Gods Empire to be their helper. Lord of the Nine Gods, this is the grudge between our Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Are you all going to interfere? When Emperor Phoenix saw the Nine God Empire suddenly interfere and heard Emosha's words, his expression instantly turned ugly as he roared with a malevolent expression. Kiki, I don't like people like you. What can you do to me if you interfere? Kiki Kiki. Emosha's arrogant laughter continued to ring out. Patriarch Sacred Flame and the Emperor Master of the Phoenix Dynasty revealed a trace of fear on their faces. They had never expected that the Nine God Empire would help the Empress. What the two of them didn't notice was that there was no worry in the eyes of the surrounding experts of the Phoenix Dynasty. There was no fear in the somewhat crazed eyes of the Phoenix Emperor. He stared at the void in front of him and revealed a ferocious smile. Today, no matter who helps you, they will not be able to stop the destruction of your Dragon Phoenix Empire. Whoever dares to help Feng Yuan, this emperor will destroy them. His voice that was still filled with arrogance and confidence resounded throughout the entire sky. Whoever dares to help Feng Yuan, I will destroy them. His confident and domineering tone resounded throughout the sky. Looking at Emperor Feng's ferocious expression and the flames in his eyes, everyone around was shocked. They did not understand why Emperor Feng was so confident and domineering. With the strength of the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Nine God Empire, even if this was not the full strength of the Nine God Empire, it was enough to resist or even destroy the Feng dynasty. Feng Yuan and Emosha frowned slightly when they saw Emperor Feng, who was still so confident and overbearing. They realized that the Phoenix Empire didn't feel any fear when they saw the Nine God Empire attack. Prepare to die. Emperor Feng's voice sounded again. Roar! Roar! Chirp! Suddenly, a violent voice sounded from behind Feng Yuan and the others. All kinds of shaking and roars sounded. The entire world seemed to shake. Hearing this voice, Emperor Feng smiled. He had been waiting for this voice. Otherwise, with his character, he wouldn't have talked to Feng Yuan for so long. What's the situation? Oh my God! Look behind us. 10,000 beasts are galloping. Hundreds of thousands of demon beasts are galloping. Hiss, what's the situation? Which faction are those demon beasts? Oh my God, they are? They are members of the 10,000 Fey Empire. A series of shocked voices came from the members of the factions that came to watch the ceremony, as well as the generals and ministers of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. They stared at the various demonic beasts and beasts that were rushing over in shock. There were hundreds of demonic beasts that were hundreds of meters in size and thousands of meters in size. At the very front, there was a demonic beast that had flaming wings and green wings. Its body was hundreds of meters long, and red and green light was flowing all over its body. It was a heaven and earth mutated beast, a heaven and earth mutated beast from the transcendent continent. It had two attributes: the demon emperor of the 10,000 Fey Empire, the 9 heavens demonic bird emperor lord. Chirp chirp, Emperor Phoenix, you guys came fast. A proud voice came from the 9 heavens demonic bird emperor lord's mouth. His face was relaxed as if he was greeting an old friend. It's the 9 heavens demonic bird monarch. You guys are too slow. The Phoenix monarch smiled when he saw hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts charging over. The 10,000 Fey Empire was much stronger than the Phoenix dynasty. There were more than 40,000 void interpretation level experts. There were a terrifying 26 longevity level experts. In addition to the 9 heavens demonic bird monarch's invincible strength, they had 100% confidence in destroying the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Hiss, the 10,000 Fey Empire is actually the 10,000 Fey Empire. The entire 10,000 Fey Empire's Fey Thearchs and Fey Emperors are here. How can they be finished? The Dragon Phoenix Empire is going to be finished. Completely finished. Oh my God. The 4 great empires on the continent have joined in. The Phoenix Empire and the 10,000 Fey Empire have obviously sent out all their experts. The 9 God Empire's strength is much weaker. How terrifying. It's really a bumpy ride. A series of shocked voices sounded. Everyone looked stiffly at the experts of the 10,000 Fey Empire who were surrounding them from behind and took a deep breath. The establishment of an empire had triggered a war between the four empires. Why did I vaguely hear someone say that they wanted to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire? I wanted to ask if he agreed. Now I want to ask if the 10,000 Fey Empire wants to destroy the Great Empress. Who doesn't agree? 900,000 demon beasts charged over as though they were destroying the world, causing the entire sky to lose its color. Demonic chi filled the sky for 100,000 li. The voice of the nine heavens' demonic bird monarch slowly sounded. They stopped 10,000 meters in the sky and looked down. The nine heavens' demonic bird scanned all the powers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire and stared coldly at Mo-Sha. Oh no! Damn it! Damn it! Why is the 10,000 Fey Empire here too? Mo-Sha's expression changed slightly when he saw the nine heavens Fey bird monarch staring at him as he growled in a low voice. Feng Luan scanned all the experts of the 10,000 Fey Empire as her expression changed drastically. The Phoenix Empire probably did not expect the Nine God Empire to help them. She also did not expect the 10,000 Fey Empire to actually use their entire empire's strength to attack them. However, when she saw the familiar aura coming from the nine heavens Fey bird monarch's flaming wings, her expression changed instantly as a flame of anger jumped in her eyes. The 26 longevity experts of the 10,000 Fey Empire have all arrived. The 18 longevity experts of the Phoenix Empire have all arrived as well. There are actually 44 longevity experts. On the other hand, the Dragon Phoenix Empire only has about 20 at most. It would be extremely difficult to deal with even one of the 10,000 Fey Empire. The Dragon Phoenix Empire is completely finished. The nine heavens demonic bird sovereign of the 10,000 Fey Empire has the bearing of a dragon and is an invincible existence at the level of level 6 longevity. A shocked voice came from the mouths of the spectators. If your Aoshan Empire did not participate, the Dragon Phoenix Empire would be finished. When the longevity expert from the Dragon Man Empire saw this scene, he raised his brows and said to the longevity expert from the Aoshan Empire, "We did not participate." The longevity expert from the Aoshan Empire shook his head. After hearing the words of the Dragon Man Empire's expert, he knew that the Dragon Man Empire didn't get involved. This time, the Dragon Phoenix Empire was going to be destroyed. Nearby, the Dragon Phoenix Empire's soldiers, courtiers, and citizens had a look of despair on their faces. Nine God Empire, I'll give you 5 seconds to consider. If you still want to help the Empress within 5 seconds, then I'll destroy you. Nine Heaven Demonic Bird Emperor Lord Mo Rant's eyes stared at Mo-Sha as he continued to speak indifferently. Whoever interferes today will be destroyed. This time, no one in the entire transcendent continent will be able to save you. Feng Luan, I want to see if you can still survive. Emperor Feng glanced at Mo-Sha and smiled sinisterly. His gaze landed on Feng Luan as the flames in his eyes continued to throb. Roar! How dare you kill a member of our 10,000 Fey Empire? Dragon Phoenix Empire. I said that I will let you witness the roars of 10,000 beasts that wreak havoc in the world. I will make your Dragon Phoenix Empire become the paradise of the 10,000 Fey Empire. In the spectating forces, the two demon emperors saw that their nine heavens demon bird emperor lord had arrived and began to laugh blubbily. So, Emperor Phoenix's greatest trump card is the 10,000 Fey Empire. No wonder he is so confident. Patriarch Sacred Flame and the Emperor's master heaved a sigh of relief. Clang! 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 Ah! However, at that moment, an extremely sharp sword beam rang out. It was accompanied by a series of screams. What? The Phoenix Dynasty, the 10,000 Fey Empire, and everyone around them quickly looked over. They were shocked to see a swordsman wielding a golden sword piercing through the two demon emperors who had spoken earlier with 10,000 sharp sword beams. Even thousands of demon beast experts died under his attack. He instantly killed two demon emperors of the first rank of the longevity realm. How dare you be so arrogant and stupid in our Dragon Phoenix Empire? Ao Jian said expressionlessly. Roar, roar, roar. You're courting death. Kill all the living beings in the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Seeing that its demon emperor was killed, the nine heavens demon bird felt provoked. It roared and gave the order to slaughter the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Instantly, all the demon beasts in the 10,000 demon empire started to move. The Phoenix Dynasty's Phoenix Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and a staff appeared in his hand. War broke out. Roar, roar, roar. But at this moment, 9 terrifying dragon roars and draconic aura came from afar. I am the Dragon King, the master of the Dragon Palace. Today, when the Dragon Phoenix Empire is established, the Dragon Palace has 2 announcements. Firstly, the Dragon Palace has announced its birth. Secondly, kill the enemy. A calm voice sounded on the battlefield that was about to erupt. A calm voice resounded across the sky. The entire voice was calm, as if it was just a small matter. Roar. After the voice ended, another dragon roar appeared. 9 dragon roars and 9 roars. The voice was filled with nobility and tyranny as if it was a divine beast that had descended. Dragon Palace announced birth. Dragon Palace announced kill the enemy. Dragon Palace? What force? Hiss. What a terrifying pressure. The owner of these 9 voices is definitely an expert at the longevity level. What force is Dragon Palace? This aura is so terrifying. The voice suddenly sounded, causing the war that was about to erupt to pause slightly. Everyone from the 10,000 Demon Empire and the Phoenix Dynasty who were about to attack looked to the right with solemn expressions. The aura coming from there made their hearts palpitate. It's Lord Wang's voice. Lord Wang is here. Haha. That's right. It's Lord Wang. Lord Wang has always had his own faction called the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace is very powerful. The Dragon Phoenix Empire was able to be established so quickly because of Lord Wang and the experts from the Dragon Palace. What a powerful aura. We've seen Lord Wang's subordinates before, but we've never seen all the power of the Dragon Palace. Now, Lord Wang has announced the birth of the Dragon Palace. Lord Wang has appeared again. At the critical moment, Lord Wang was able to turn the tide. This time, he will definitely be able to do the same. Hearing the voice, all the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire showed excitement on their faces, which were filled with fear and despair. Every time there was a disaster in the Dragon Phoenix Empire, and every crisis, Lord Wang would be able to resolve it in a timely manner. In fact, when some of the soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire heard this voice, their hearts slightly relaxed. This was especially so for the group of people who had followed the Empress 8 years ago. They understood this in their hearts. Lord Wang had contributed 70% to the establishment of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Another one to die? The 9 heavens demonic bird stared at the desolate sea with its cold, 2-colored eyes, which were shining with red and green light. I don't believe that the newcomer can match the strength of the empire. Emperor Feng looked a bit embarrassed. The 9-god empire and the unfamiliar Dragon Palace made him very irritated. Everyone looked toward the desolate sea. Hiss, those 9 creatures? 10 seconds later, a huge team appeared in everyone's sight. The leader was 9 creatures that were 1,000 meters in size. They had slender bodies and green dragon scales covered their entire bodies. Their ferocious heads carried a trace of dignity as they swayed their huge bodies in the air. However, this was not what shocked everyone the most. What was shocking was that these 9 terrifying creatures that looked like they were above the longevity experts were actually pulling a throne. On the throne sat a young man. The young man wore a 7-colored dragon robe and a 7-colored crown on his head. On the left and right of the young man stood 2 creatures. One of them was a strange turtle man with a turtle shell on his back. The other held a fan in his hand. He looked like a maid. He had a pair of sky blue wings that were filled with patterns. Behind the young man were combat divisions that held weapons. There was a demon monkey that was over 10 meters tall and held a metal rod in his hand. There was a thunder shrimp that was 4 to 5 meters long and held a thunder spear in one hand and a thunder hammer in the other. There was a yaksha that held a trident and looked extremely majestic as water flowed around its body. There was also a vertical-eyed archer who held a bow and arrow in his hand. Each and every one of these extraordinary creatures exuded a powerful strength. There were nearly 20,000 experts. This was especially so for the leaders of each combat division. The aura on their bodies was like an abyss. The entire powerful team was like an emperor patrolling. 17 to 8,000 creatures. All of them are at least at the profound void realm. Moreover, they are not ordinary profound void realm experts. 9 longevity level existences pulling the throne. This, even if the Dragon Emperor of the Draconid Empire goes out, it's only 2 longevity level first level experts pulling the throne. What a terrifying force, Dragon Palace. When did the extraordinary continent have such a powerful aura? More than 200,000 longevity level experts. This team actually has more than 20 longevity level experts. The forces that came to watch the ceremony were shocked when they saw the Dragon Palace. The 9 longevity experts pulled the thrones and the teams with longevity experts. More than 20 longevity experts. Such terrifying strength was comparable to the Empire, and they were among the top few in the Empire. In particular, these 20,000 creatures were all existences above the profound void realm. Each of them exuded an extraordinary aura. Isn't this too domineering? Lord Wang is simply too cool. Is this the true strength of the Dragon Palace? It's simply too terrifying. Oh my god, our Lord Wang's power is even stronger than our Dragon Phoenix Empire. Shocked voices came from the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire as well as the generals and ministers. Even the upper echelons of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire could not imagine that Lord Wang, who had always helped the Empress, actually possessed such terrifying strength. They knew that the group of golden swordsmen, Ao Jian, who had killed 2 demon emperors in one move, also belonged to Lord Wang. This time, they were only here to help the Dragon and Phoenix Empire hold the fort. With the addition of the group of golden swordsmen, Lord Wang had more than 20,000 void interpretation experts under him. Feng Luan smiled when she saw all the forces of the Dragon Palace coming over. No wonder little Xian didn't come over just now. It turns out that he had already discovered the people of the Phoenix Dynasty and the 10,000 Fei Empire. Behind them, Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingwei, and a few other girls were discussing in a low voice. Looking at Wang Xian, who was sitting on the throne, their faces revealed a proud expression. This was their man. Hello, everyone from all the major forces in the Transcendence continent. I am Prime Minister Gui of the Dragon Palace. During the establishment of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, I would like to announce that our Dragon Palace has officially stepped onto the central stage of the continent. The team from the Dragon Palace arrived at a spot 10 kilometers away. Prime Minister Gui cupped his hands at everyone around him and said calmly, initially my Dragon Palace didn't want to come out. However, the day before yesterday, I saw you guys sneakily entering the vast region and trying to destroy the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Then I have no choice but to wait for you. After Prime Minister Gui finished speaking, Wang Xian spoke indifferently and swept his gaze across everyone from the 10,000 Demon Empire and the Phoenix Empire. At this moment, the 10,000 Demon Empire and the Phoenix Empire, who saw the strength of the Dragon Palace, had a solemn expression on their faces. This was especially so for the Emperor of the 9 Heavens demonic bird. He never expected that this person, who had suddenly appeared in a faction, would actually possess a strength that was comparable to the 10,000 Demon Empire. This caused his eyes to be filled with solemnity. TSK. Boss, you're finally here. These guys are a little arrogant. They even said that no one would be able to protect the Empress and the Dragon Phoenix Empire today. Boss, let's take care of them. TSK. When Mo Sha saw Wang Xian's arrival and swept his gaze across the factions of the Dragon Palace, his pupils constricted slightly as he cried out strangely. Mo Sha's voice resounded in the sky. His unique voice was full of arrogance. When he saw all the power of the Dragon Palace, his eyes were full of shock. This was the first time he saw the power of the Dragon Palace. The 9-God Empire was much weaker than the Dragon Palace. Boss? The 9-God Emperor actually called the Dragon King boss. I remember that the Dragon King is the young man who appeared in the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan more than 3 years ago. Back then, Mo Sha directly knelt down and called him boss. It is said that he is Mo Sha's savior. The sudden appearance of the Dragon Palace, together with the strength of the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the 9-God Empire, is not weaker than the 10,000 Fey Empire and the Phoenix Dynasty at all. To be able to pull the throne with 9 longevity-level creatures, his strength is very likely not weaker than the 9 Heaven Fey Bird Emperor. I wonder if this war will still be able to start. The people from the various factions who came to watch the ceremony said with astonishment. I remember now. This familiar voice is the old man who used to follow Lord Wang with monstrous demonic flames. At that time, he called Lord Wang Boss Devil. I didn't expect him to actually become the 9 God Empire's Emperor Lord. So it's him. This Emperor Lord's strength has increased so quickly. In just a few years, he has become so terrifying. However, our Lord Wang seems to have become even stronger. The citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire also recalled the identity of the 9 Gods Overlord. All of them were filled with shock. Almost all the elite powerhouses of the 2 empires have arrived. They are really giving face to Feng Luan. However, I want to see if you guys have the strength to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire today. Wang Xian smiled faintly when he heard Emosha's words. He looked at the 9 Heavens demonic bird overlord and a terrifying aura charged directly at him. The powerful dragon's aura actually solidified and turned into a 7-colored divine dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Crash! Sensing the dragon's aura charging at him, the expression of the Emperor of the 9 Heavens demonic bird changed slightly. His wings trembled. The aura of a red-green demonic bird soared into the sky and intertwined with the 7-colored divine dragon in the air. The terrifying collision of auras actually caused the sky to change. Level 6 Longevity. The instant of the collision caused the 9 Heavens demonic bird Emperor Lord's face to reveal a serious expression as he spoke with a heavy face. Level 6 Longevity. As expected, that Dragon King can match the 9 Heavens demonic bird Emperor Lord. The experts who came to watch the ceremony narrowed their eyes as they spoke with a face full of shock. In this world, another top-tier expert had appeared. Level 6 Longevity. Level 6 Longevity. Emperor Phoenix held his arm tightly when he saw the scene. His expression was extremely ugly. His current strength was only level 5 Longevity. All the longevity experts in the entire Phoenix dynasty looked extremely ugly. They were even a little frightened. This Dragon King, this is the grudge between our Phoenix dynasty and the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Tell me, what will it take for you to agree not to take action? Emperor Feng's expression changed drastically. If he could not destroy the Empress today, he would not be able to sleep and eat in peace in the future. With the Empress's terror, it would not be long before he would face crazy revenge. However, facing the terrifying Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, he could only think that he should not interfere. Ha! Phoenix Dynasty. Why don't you take a look at our relationship with Sister Feng Luan and the Dragon Phoenix Empire? As soon as Emperor Feng finished his words, Guan Shuqing and the other girls behind Feng Luan revealed mocking expressions. How could they stop the Dragon Palace from making a move? Hee. The beautiful elders of the Dragon Phoenix Empire are Lord Wang's younger sister and wife. If the Dragon King doesn't make a move, Emperor Feng really dares to think about it. Yeah, they are afraid of Lord Wang's power. Now, they are not as arrogant and domineering as before. They say that no one can stop them. It's a slap in the face. All the officials and soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire revealed mocking smiles when they heard the words of Emperor Feng and Guan Shuqing. Feng Luan also smiled faintly at the side. In this world, other than the Fire Lark clan, the only people she trusted the most were Wang Xian and the rest. To them, Emperor Feng's words were extremely laughable. When Emperor Feng and everyone from the Phoenix Empire heard the mocking voices, their expressions changed drastically. Do you really think that we are afraid of you? We are stronger than you in terms of longevity level strength. Emperor Phoenix roared with a slightly malevolent expression. He looked at the 9 Heavens demonic bird Emperor Lord. His eyes filled with violent killing intent. The eyes of the 9 Heavens demonic bird Emperor Lord flickered. He flapped his wings slightly and looked at all the experts from the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Phoenix Empire, and the 9 God Empire. The difference in strength between the two sides wasn't very big, especially since the other side had a strong expert at the same realm as him. If they really fought, even if they could destroy the other side, they wouldn't be able to survive more than 30%. This was a method of killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800. This made him hesitate. We probably won't be able to fight. How are we going to fight? We are evenly matched. If we really fight, even if one side can win, we will suffer heavy casualties. We will lose more than half of our strength. Emperor Jutian is hesitating. He doesn't dare to make a move. The losses are too great. Some of the powerhouses who came to watch the ceremony analyzed. They couldn't afford to fight in such a situation. I really didn't expect that there would be so many powerhouses in such a small and vast area. Hee. Today, I congratulate you on the establishment of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. The Nine Heavens demonic bird monarch raised his head slightly and looked at Feng Luan and Wang Xian as he said indifferently, "The 10,000 Demon Empire will not disturb your empire's founding ceremony. Let's go." The Nine Heavens demonic bird monarch's cold voice continued to ring out as he ordered all the demonic beasts and ferocious beasts of the 10,000 Demon Empire. When Emperor Feng saw this scene, his expression kept changing. Who? When he saw the 10,000 Fey Empire preparing to leave, he took a deep breath and scanned all of them vigilantly. Go! Emperor Feng ordered with a gloomy face. Next, he had to consider how to resist Feng Luan's revenge. If they were to attack, the 10,000 Fey Empire would not use all of their strength to help them. Do you think you can just come and go as you wish? However, just when everyone thought that this war could not be fought, Wang Xian's voice suddenly rang out. His words caused the Nine Heavens Demon Bird Emperor, Phoenix Emperor, and the rest to be slightly stunned. Killing intent shot out from their eyes. Disciples of the Dragon Palace, get ready. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue shouted loudly. His aura instantly soared into the sky. Roar! Roar! The group of demon monkeys and phoenix mounts let out roars one after another. The members of the Dragon Palace dispersed slowly. Powerful battle intent was emitted from their bodies. They held their weapons tightly and locked onto the Phoenix Empire and the Empire of 10,000 Demons. Since you are here, let's fight. Since our Dragon Palace has appeared, we must kill the enemy today. Wang Xian stood up slowly and locked his aura onto the Nine Heavens Demon Bird and Emperor Phoenix. When they saw the aura of the Dragon Palace, everyone's expression changed drastically. This was a request for a fight. Hiss, what are the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace doing? Are they not going to let the people of the Phoenix Dynasty and the 10,000 Fey Empire leave? Is this a war? If they were to fight, the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Phoenix Empire, and the Nine God Empire wouldn't gain any benefits, right? From the current situation, the strength of the Phoenix Dynasty and the 10,000 Fey Empire is obviously higher than the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Everyone was shocked when they saw the members of the Dragon Palace lock onto the two empires with a strong aura. In such a situation, it would definitely be a fierce battle if they were to fight. It was hard to say whether the Dragon Palace could win or not. Fighting was not a wise choice for either side. After that, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace did not let the other party leave. Dragon King, don't be too arrogant. Do you believe that if you dare to make a move, I have the confidence to behead you here? The Emperor of the Nine Heavens demonic bird swept his gaze across all the members of the Dragon Palace. His cold dual-colored eyes stared at Wang Xian and his tone was filled with anger. Do you really think that we left because we were afraid of you? Emperor Phoenix also roared at Wang Xian with a ferocious expression. Demon bird of the Nine Heavens, a mutated species of heaven and earth. I would like to experience it. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He swept his gaze across the demon bird of the Nine Heavens and did not place Emperor Phoenix in his eyes at all. In the entire empire of 10,000 demons and the Dragon Phoenix Empire, there was only one demon bird of the Nine Heavens with a longevity of level 6, while Emperor Phoenix was the only one with a longevity of level 5. As for level 4 of longevity, there were two of them. Wang Xian did not place such strength in his eyes, even if the Nine Heavens demonic bird possessed combat strength comparable to that of the dragon race. If it was two dragons of the same level, he might be a little apprehensive. If it was just one of them, he could kill them. As Wang Xian spoke, he waved his arm gently and the 5 elements millstone, which had been upgraded to a semi-divine weapon, appeared directly in the sky. All the soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, get ready. If you dare to destroy us, you must be prepared to be destroyed. At the Dragon Phoenix Empire, Feng Yuan shouted coldly. Kill! Anyone who offends our Dragon Phoenix Empire must be killed. Kill! So what if we have two empires? Haha! Excited voices came out from the mouths of the soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. They raised the weapons in their hands and roared at the two empires with murderous intent. Disciples of the Nine-God Empire, get ready, Kiki. When Mo Sha saw Wang Xian getting ready for battle, his face revealed a sinister expression. The demonic aura on his body began to churn as he roared loudly. Dragon King, you are courting death. Palipala. When the Nine Heavens demonic bird saw that they were about to make a move, a special sound rang out from his body. A terrifying killing intent shot out from his eyes. If the 10,000 Demons Empire is really afraid of you, all the disciples of the 10,000 Demons Empire will be slaughtered today. The Nine Heavens demonic bird emperor roared loudly as he flapped his wings violently. The energy of wood and fire attributes made the shadows that gathered in the sky more corporeal. I, the Nine Heavens demonic bird, am a mutated species of the heaven and earth. Today, I will kill a reckless human like you. He stared at Wang Xian and flapped his wings. He charged directly at Wang Xian. Haha, kill him for me. I will not rest until one of you is dead. Feng Yuan, I Feng Chaodian, will destroy you again today. A ferocious look appeared on Emperor Feng's face as he stared at Feng Yuan with his blood-red eyes. Haha, that's more like it. Since we are here, we must determine the victor and determine the life and death. When Wang Xian saw the demonic bird of the Nine Heavens attacking him, his body trembled and a seven-colored dragon domain expanded in the surroundings. 7 divine dragon silhouettes were encircling the gigantic dragon domain. The dragon domain covered a terrifying area of 1,200 kilometers and covered half of the imperial capital. Demonic bird of the Nine Heavens, Emperor Phoenix, and the two of you, come in. Wang Xian was floating in the middle of the dragon field. 7 divine dragons surrounded him as he waved his arm. The divine dragons swayed their huge bodies and headed straight for Emperor Phoenix and the other 2 level 4 longevity experts of the 10,000 Demons Empire. Ha ha ha, you arrogant thing. You actually dare to divert your attention to deal with the rest when you are fighting me. When the demon bird of the Nine Heavens saw that Wang Xian wanted to tie down Emperor Phoenix and the rest, it laughed maniacally as a look of disdain appeared in its eyes. He flapped his pair of huge wings. One was wooden while the other was fiery red. Boom! Nine Heavens demonic domain. A domain that covered an area of about 1,000 kilometers appeared. The huge domain was like a pair of wings. When this domain appeared, it immediately collided violently with the dragon domain. Chatter, haha! The Nine Heavens demonic bird king let out a maniacal laugh. Wood made fire and the domain instantly lit up. Terrifying flames filled an area of over 1,000 kilometers. Wang! Within the Dragon Phoenix imperial capital, an array rose up, covering all the people and those who came to watch the ceremony. As an expert who was once close to God, the array he set up was completely capable of withstanding the attacks of a level 6 Wancho expert. That Dragon King was a little careless. The Nine Heavens demonic bird monarch is a heaven and earth species, an existence comparable to the dragon race. The Dragon King actually thought of stopping the other experts. Among those of the same level, it is already considered pretty good that he could deal with the Emperor of the Nine Heavens demonic bird. In the formation of the imperial capital, everyone took a deep breath when they saw the complete outbreak of the war. They were discussing in shock. He wants to break through the 7-colored dragon territory? Wang Xian's face revealed a hint of coldness. The energy of the yin and yang 5 elements in the dragon territory began to circulate. The terrifying defense of the yin-yang tai chi and the destructive power of the 5 elements caused the flames in the Nine Heavens demon territory to dissipate slowly. What? Sensing that its territory was completely suppressed, the Nine Heavens demon bird trembled slightly. An incredulous expression appeared on its face. Roar! However, Wang Xian did not bother with the shocked Nine Heavens demon bird at this moment. The 5 elements millstone spun and attacked Emperor Phoenix and the 2 level 4 longevity experts. The 3 of them, who had yet to make a move, saw the 5 elements millstone, which was filled with a destructive aura, attacking them. Their faces revealed an extremely embarrassed expression. How is this possible? When we were fighting against the Emperor of the Nine Heavens demonic bird, he was still able to pin us down. Emperor Phoenix roared in horror. Pin us down? He is trying to kill all of you. When Wang Xian heard Emperor Phoenix's words, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The 5 elements millstone and the 5 divine dragons began to roar. They pulled the 5 elements grindstone, which covered an area of more than 100 kilometers, and launched their attacks one after another. The entire grindstone was like the invincible spaceship of aliens in sci-fi movies. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I am the Nine Heavens demonic bird. Among those of the same level, no one is my match. A rapid and fierce cry came out from the mouth of the Nine Heavens demonic bird emperor. He raised his head and the aura on his body rose rapidly. His entire body size rose rapidly, reaching several thousand meters in size. Chirp, chirp, chirp. His body was 2,000 to 3,000 meters long. The wood and fire on his body were superimposed together, emitting a strange flame. The wrath of the Demon King. Dragon King, welcome my wrath. The Demon Bird King of the Nine Heavens stared at Wang Xian coldly. The feathers on his body were trembling. Numerous wooden feathers that looked like they had been ignited covered an area of dozens of kilometers. They attacked Wang Xian directly. How arrogant! Roar! Wang Xian stared at the terrifying flaming feathers in front of him. His entire body transformed into the body of a divine dragon. A dragon body of 2,000 meters appeared in the sky. Roar! He raised his dragon head and roared once again. A grayish destructive power of the 5 elements swept towards the green and red flaming feathers. Buzz! The destructive power of the 5 elements was like a long river of history. The green and red flaming feathers were completely wiped out. Furthermore, this destructive power was directed towards the Nine Heavens demonic bird. Damn it! When the Nine Heavens demonic bird emperor saw that his attack was blocked, he widened his eyes and roared furiously. He flapped his wings and the wings formed from the 2 attributes collided with the destructive power to block Wang Xian's attack. Dragon Kingdom in the palm. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying dragon claw was heading towards him. The dragon claw was like a kingdom, tens of thousands of meters in size. The Emperor of the Nine Heavens demonic bird who was below the dragon claw was like an ant. What? The expression of the Nine Heavens demonic bird changed slightly when he saw the gigantic dragon claw. He flapped his gigantic wings and flew towards the side. Thorns stabbed at the dragon's claws. Hiss! Watching the Dragon King and the Nine Heavens demonic bird emperor fight in the sky, everyone was shocked. This Dragon King is too terrifying. He completely suppressed the Nine Heavens demonic bird. Moreover, his terrifying weapon restrained the Phoenix Emperor and the 10,000 Demon Empire's 2 level 4 Demon Emperors. What a terrifying Dragon King. The Nine Heavens demonic bird is comparable to the dragon race in terms of strength. Its gigantic claws seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Shocked voices came from everyone's mouths. Everyone raised their heads and watched the battle between the Nine Heavens demonic bird and the Dragon King. Kill, kill, kill. He, boss is mighty. With boss holding off 4 top-tier experts, the rest are all trash. He. At this moment, Mo Sha led the experts from the Nine God Empire and charged towards the direction of the 10,000 Monster Empire at a height of 50,000 meters. Upon seeing Wang Xian's terrifying strength, Mo Sha's face was filled with excitement. Now all the experts from the 10,000 Monster Empire who were of the same level as him and stronger than him were blocked by Wang Xian. As for the rest, he could slaughter them without restraint. Mo Sha waved his arm and his entire arm turned into a dark dragon head. He charged towards the direction of the 10,000 Fey Empire with all his might. The black dragon's head rapidly enlarged, reaching a radius of dozens of kilometers. Roar, roar, dodge, dodge. All the demonic beasts and fierce beasts of the 10,000 Fey Empire saw this attack and shouted in panic. None of the demonic beasts and fierce beasts could withstand the full force attack of a Wansho 4th rank expert. However, the range of Mo Sha's attack was too large. In a range of dozens of kilometers, 20 to 30,000 demonic beasts were instantly struck by the dark dragon's head. The violent and corrosive dark energy immediately caused them to perish. Kiki. I can lead the 9-god empire to wipe out all the beasts of the 10,000 Fey Empire. When Mo Sha saw this scene, he revealed an excited expression as he roared loudly. Chirp, chirp. All disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Destroy the Phoenix Dynasty. Kill. In the Dragon Phoenix Empire, Feng Luan let out a phoenix cry as her entire body directly transformed into a phoenix that was burning with blazing flames. She raised her arrogant head and her gaze was filled with ice-cold as she stared at everyone from the Phoenix Dynasty. Ice-cold killing intent enveloped everyone from the Phoenix Dynasty from her body. Hee hee. It's finally time for us to show our skills. Guan Shuqing and the other girls smiled, their eyes full of fighting spirit. The 9 girls jumped and a terrifying aura that was not weaker than the first rank of the longevity realm burst out from their bodies. Little Blue. Lan Qingwei called out softly and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. A creature that was 20,000 meters long came out from the hole like a giant beast of destruction. Disciples of the Dragon Palace kill? At the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gui roared and gave the order. Roar! 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 The 9 flood dragons roared. The demon monkeys and thunder shrimps who were engaged in close combat rode on the fire phoenix dragon seed and charged at the demon beasts of the 10,000 demon empire. Then the Yuxia clan, the Starwood dragon seed, and the Fire Hammer clan of the Dragon Guard division followed. The Heavenly Eye Arrow division and the dolphins were at the rear. The sound of arrows piercing through the air rang out, and a rhythm enveloped the sky. The entire sky trembled under the battle. The Dragon Palace didn't include Shaolan. They had a total of 23 rank 1 Longevity Realm members who could fight against rank 2 Longevity Realm. The 7 members of the Phoenix and Dragon Empire, along with the 9 girls and Shaolan, had 17 Longevity Realm experts. The 9-god Empire, Mo Sha, and his 6 subordinates had 7 longevity level and above combat strength. That was a total of 47. On the other hand, the 26 people from the 10,000 Fey Empire, along with the 18 people from the Phoenix Dynasty, made a total of 44. Most importantly, the Dragon King single-handedly held back the Phoenix Emperor and the 2 top-notch experts from the 10,000 Fey Empire, both of whom were at the 4th level of longevity and the 9 Heavens demonic bird. Below Wang Xian and the rest, Feng Wan and Mo Sha were invincible in the battlefield. Oh no, our Empress Feng is actually being held back by the Dragon King. The Empress has the strength of a rank 4 longevity expert. Without the presence of Empress Feng, we are no match for her at all. At the Phoenix Empire, the expressions of the 17 longevity Phoenix Empire's longevity experts changed drastically when they saw Feng Luan attacking them. I once brought all of you to stand at the peak of the Transcendence continent. Today, I will personally knock all of you down to the mortal world. Feng Luan's phoenix eyes were filled with flames of anger as she stared at the 17 longevity experts of the Phoenix Dynasty. Emperor Feng, save us. Sacred Flame Ancestor's brows jumped when he saw the Empress flying over filled with killing intent. They understood the Empress's personality very well. They would definitely not let a traitor off. With their strength, there was no way they could fight against the Empress. Get lost! Fire Phoenix domain. At this moment, Emperor Phoenix was extremely furious. He was a dignified level 5 longevity expert, the Emperor Phoenix of the Phoenix Dynasty, but he was actually restrained by a weapon. The enormous 5 elements millstone attacked one after another, causing him to be flustered. Hearing the cries for help from below, Emperor Phoenix let out a furious roar. He activated his domain and countless fire phoenixes flew towards the 5 elements millstone. Roar, roar. The fire divine dragon let out a roar as it opened its huge mouth and swallowed the fire phoenixes. No, how is this possible? When he saw that the fire phoenix domain was completely ineffective, he widened his blood-red eyes and roared in disbelief. He was actually completely suppressed by a weapon. Roar. Crackle. So. Buzz. Kill. The battle of the longevity experts had already erupted. At the bottom of the continent, the members of the Dragon Palace, the experts of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, and the experts of the 9-god Empire had also clashed with the armies of the 10,000 Fey Empire and the Phoenix Dynasty. In just a split second, a terrifying sea of blood was raised. Not good. That strange sound came from the direction of the Dragon Palace. I feel that my strength has been suppressed. Oh no, the soldiers below the void interpretation realm can't even use 10% of their strength in this battle. Quick! Stop that dolphin creature and stop that woman. The blood that collided with the sea of blood instantly came from the 10,000 Fey Empire and the Phoenix Dynasty. The terrifying sound waves were the most terrifying part of the battle. The Dolphin clan had a total of 1,000 warriors. The lowest level among them had reached the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation Realm, and there were quite a number of them at the 9th level and 8th level of the Void Interpretation Realm. When they gathered together to emit a special auxiliary sound wave, a terrifying scene appeared. 600,000 to 700,000 soldiers from the 10,000 Fey Empire and the Phoenix Dynasty had come this time. Apart from 80,000 or so insightful Emptiness Realm experts, the rest were all below the insightful Emptiness Realm and in the Extraordinaire Realm. Under the sound waves of 1,000 dolphin warriors, the strength of the Extraordinaire experts had been completely suppressed to a terrifying level. In fact, they were only able to display 1/10 of their strength. In the entire battlefield, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Whoosh! 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 Other than the terrifying sound waves, there were also sharp arrows. The 1,500 demon beasts with slender arms could shoot up to 40,000 to 50,000 arrows per second. To the horror of the 10,000 Fey Empire and the Phoenix Dynasty, a round of arrows directly killed over 10,000 of them. This was secondary. What scared them the most was that the arrows were poisonous and the poison could instantly kill a longevity expert. Long-range attack. Destroy them. Destroy them. Shadow Demon Emperor. Lead your shadow demons and charge. Phoenix Empire's archers. Attack the rear and kill them. The Phoenix Empire's soldiers and the 10,000 Fey Empire's demon kings roared crazily when they saw how terrifying the Dragon Palace's long-range attacks were. They want to attack us. Ba Chi's face revealed a trace of coldness when he saw the overwhelming terrifying energy and the attacks of the 3 longevity experts. I'll lock down the Shadow Monster Emperor. Leave the archers of the Phoenix Dynasty to me. Mu Zixin and Ba Chi stood there arrogantly and said, Whoosh! 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 Dragon Snake Encirclement. Arrows shot towards the Shadow Demon Emperor, while Ba Chi's domain enveloped the Sky Eye Arrow Division, the Dolphin Clan, and the poison-making warriors. In Ba Chi's domain, dragons and snakes surged, while dragons and snakes encircled. The tens of thousands of energy attacks landed on the domain, but they were blocked outside. Hiss! It's too brutal. This is too brutal. Almost 100,000 people died in the collision in less than a minute. The members of the Dragon Palace are so terrifying. The Phoenix Dynasty and the 10,000 Monster Empire suffered great losses in the collision just now. The archers of the Dragon Palace are too powerful. The weird sound waves seem to have caused a great disturbance to the soldiers of the 10,000 Monster Empire and the Phoenix Dynasty. The war has only just begun. The 10,000 Fey Empire and the Phoenix Empire have already made their response. They will be able to restrain the long-range attackers from the Dragon Palace. It's hard to say who will be the victor, but the Dragon King's strength is simply suffocating. He single-handedly restrained all the top-tier experts on the other side. Inside the array formation of the imperial capital, everyone's faces were filled with shock when they saw the devastating scene. This was a true war. Even if the sky and earth changed color, it would be very difficult for an insightful Emptiness Realm expert to keep his life here. The various powers that were watching the ceremony spoke in shock. As for the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, there was even less to be said. A battle that affected over 1,000 kilometers? This was something that none of them dared to even think about before. However, when they saw that they had the upper hand, their nervous hearts let out a slight sigh of relief. Strange Demon Clan, kill those annoying long-range attackers. Powerful attacks came one after another, and Ba Chi revealed an unhappy expression. The long-range attacks of the Sky Eye Arrow Division were very terrifying. One round of attacks could cause a terrifying destructive force. Once they were restricted, it would make the following battles very troublesome. The Phoenix Dynasty also had a powerful archer troop, and they also had powerful strength. They had killed many members of the Dragon Palace in the attack just now. The 10,000 Fey Empire had poison stinger demon beasts, and they could shoot out deadly toxins. They were also a terrifying race of the 10,000 Fey Empire. Ah, not good. There are killers, there are killers. Roar. There are killers entering the poison stinger demon beasts. Not long after Baqi's words were spoken, the Phoenix Dynasty and the 10,000 Fey Empire heard terrified voices. Following that, continuous screams sounded out. In the entire Dragon Palace, the Dragon Spike Division was the most powerful. There were 1,500 soldiers, and among them, there were 500 strange demons who had the combat strength of a level 6 void interpretation. Back in Fengtian City, 500 strange demons could assassinate millions of people in one night. On this battlefield, they were still like fish in water. 1,500 strange demons were harvesting the long-range attackers of the two empires at a terrifying speed. The archers of the Phoenix Dynasty, in particular, had weak defenses. Under the sickle of the strange demon's death, all of them widened their eyes. Aspect. Space of light. Just as some of the archers and stinger demon beasts reacted, a cold voice resounded in everyone's mind. Following that, more than 20,000 archers from the Phoenix Dynasty and more than 30,000 stinger demon beasts from the 10,000 Fey Empire were completely enveloped by the strange demon's Dharma idol. Awe! In an instant, the sounds of screams were incessant. Wang! The screams did not last for 20 seconds before the entire bright space completely dissipated. When the space was restored, only the corpses remained. Some of the strange demons' corpses were mixed in. Hiss! However, when the Phoenix Dynasty and the rest of the soldiers of the 10,000 Fey Empire saw this scene, they took a deep breath, their faces filled with fear. There were at most 100 to 200 enemies' corpses, but their archers and the stinger demon beasts had all been assassinated. When they thought of the terrifying killers hiding around them who could launch fatal attacks at them at any time, their faces were filled with fear. Pooh, no. At this moment, a miserable scream was heard from more than 100,000 meters in the sky. Following that, a body that was several hundred meters in size fell to the ground. It's the Unicorn Demon Emperor. Oh my god, the Unicorn Demon Emperor who has reached the 4th level of longevity has actually fallen. It's the Dragon King who killed him. The Dragon King is so terrifying. Hiss. What a powerful Dragon King. Just with that big mill, he was able to kill the single rhinoceros demon emperor of the Wanshou 4th rank. A Wanshou expert has fallen. And it's a top-tier Wanshou 4th rank expert. When the single rhinoceros demon emperor's corpse fell from a height of 100,000 meters, everyone had shocked expressions on their faces. All the experts and soldiers of the 10,000 Fey Empire and the Phoenix Dynasty were shocked when they saw the corpse. They raised their heads and looked into the sky. Over 100,000 meters in the sky, the Dragon King, who was so powerful that it was suffocating, was fighting with the 9 Heavens Demon Bird Emperor Lord. The 5 Elements Millstone, which was dozens of kilometers in size, was sealing off the Phoenix Emperor and the other Longevity 4th rank Demon Emperor, the Myriad Flower Bone Demon. Under such circumstances, the Dragon King was still completely suppressing the 9 Heavens Demon Bird. The world-destroying energy was like the end of the world. Even if they were fighting at a height of 100,000 meters, the terrifying power still made the experts dare not fly into the sky. Diwen, you are the Emperor's teacher of the Phoenix Dynasty. I single-handedly raised your strength to rank 3 longevity. You are above the tens of thousands of people in the Imperial Court. Today, I will betray you and die. Sacred Flame, you are the founding general of the Phoenix Dynasty. You almost died many times during the battles. Later, you were saved by the personal guards of Huiyun. You are an ungrateful person. I will betray you and die. Just as one of the demon emperors of the 10,000 Fey Empire fell, a clear and cold voice resounded in the sky. Sentence after sentence came out of Feng Luan's mouth. She transformed into a fire phoenix, and Feng Yun, Lan Qingwei, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls, as well as Feng Lingtian and the other 4 longevity experts, followed behind her. Her body was filled with endless anger and dignity. After losing her body for more than 1,800 years, she could finally take revenge today. You traitors, accept my punishment. Chirp, chirp. With the cry of a fire phoenix, Feng Luan flapped her wings and charged forward with terrifying flames of judgment. HMPH, go to hell. The group of girls followed behind and charged forward. An ancient zither floated in front of Tang Inxian, and a powerful melody charged towards the longevity experts of the Phoenix dynasty. What should we do? The longevity experts of the Phoenix dynasty saw Feng Luan charging over, and their eyes were filled with panic. With the Empress's strength, they were completely no match for her. Phoenix Nirvana Fire, Domain, Open. Without waiting for them to react, a powerful domain directly enveloped them. D1, I'll kill you first. The Phoenix wings flapped, and numerous fire phoenixes directly condensed and attacked the Emperor Master from all directions. No, Empress, I was wrong. D1, admit my guilt. Seeing the Empress taking the lead to attack him, fear appeared on the Emperor Master's face. Feeling the powerful power, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to teleport away, but the terrifying power sealed the surrounding space. A level 3 Wanshou against a level 4 Wanshou was on a completely different level. Don't even think about escaping. Little Blue. The expressions of the other 10 or so experts of the Phoenix dynasty changed drastically. A few of them even wanted to retreat, but at this moment Little Blue, who was like a space beast, blocked their path of retreat. Empress, don't kill me, don't kill me. The terrified screams suddenly attracted the attention of all the experts of the Phoenix dynasty. When they looked over, the fire phoenixes kept hitting the Emperor's master's corpse. His domain had already collapsed. What awaited him next was death. It was the Empress's anger and the Empress's judgment. Empress Feng, save me. The 10 or so longevity experts of the Phoenix dynasty shouted in fear. Ever since the great Empress died, the Phoenix dynasty's strength had decreased instead of increasing. Their strength had not increased at all during the past 2 years. In the entire Phoenix dynasty, there was only one Emperor's Master at the 3rd rank of longevity. The rest were at the 2nd and 1st rank of longevity. Once the Emperor's Master died, they were no match for him. It was only a matter of time before he died. This caused the more than 10 longevity experts of the Phoenix dynasty to be filled with fear as they cried out to Emperor Feng in the sky for help. Emperor Lord, save us! We are not a match for the 9-god Emperor Lord. The cries of the longevity experts of the Phoenix Empire sounded out. Suddenly, the cries of the demon emperors came from the 10,000 Fey Empire as well. I'll save you all. You bunch of beasts, die! That long-haired beast in the sky will also be killed by our boss. Mo Sha roared with excitement. He wreaked havoc in the center of hundreds of thousands of demon beasts in the 10,000 Demon Empire, killing thousands of demon beasts with each strike. Moreover, 4 Wanshou experts had already died at Mo Sha's hands. Roar, roar, roar. Eat my rod. Thunder hammer, quake. Heaven-forging hammer, strike the sky. Ao Cheetyen, who was holding the ocean-pacifying divine needle, was in the surroundings. Ao Qi, who was covered in lightning, and Duan Jinming, who was holding the flaming hammer. Their terrifying strength was fighting with the demon emperor of the 10,000 Fey Empire, who was at the 2nd level of longevity. Below them, the violent demon monkeys, thunder prawns, and fire hammers were riding on the fire phoenix dragon seed and fighting with the demon beasts and fierce beasts of the 10,000 Fey Empire. With their powerful strength and the help of the dolphins, they were extremely brave. One by one, the demon beasts and fierce beasts fell to the ground. At this time, the strange demon had killed the main force of the long-range attacks of the 2 empires, and the life-reaping arrows once again entered the battlefield. The arrows with poison were reaping lives at a terrifying speed. The corpses below had already covered the ground. Dragon King, today, I will fight you to the death. Phoenix Nirvana Fire. Burn. Over 100,000 meters in the sky, Emperor Phoenix's gaze swept across the area below. He saw that half of the experts and soldiers of the Phoenix dynasty had been lost, and his eyes were blood-red. His body was burning with blood-red flames. Burning the Nirvana fire in his body, he exploded with even more powerful strength. His body began to transform, slowly turning into a fire phoenix with a ferocious human face. His body was 100 meters wide, and his wings were 200 meters wide. He flapped his wings of fire and directly crashed into the great mill of 5 elements. Boom! A powerful collision force caused the great mill of 5 elements to fly backward. Kill him. Chirp chirp, wood fire burns, and life goes on endlessly. The karmic fire cannot be stopped. Burn, bone fire forest. The master of the demonic bird of the 9 heavens looked at Emperor Phoenix, who was charging towards him. He looked at his wings that were covered in blood, and his eyes revealed a brutal and ruthless look. He raised his head and roared loudly. A huge forest that was emitting flames appeared in the sky. The forest blocked the sky for a few hundred kilometers. Endless fire trees were hurled towards Wuxia. Are they all erupting? Good. Roar. 10,000-mile-long dragon body. Dragon head under the heavens. Divine dragon swishing its tail. Yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl. 7-colored dragon territories blessing. When Wuxia saw the demon bird emperor of the 9 heavens erupting completely and the phoenix emperor who was burning with the phoenix nirvana fire, he let out a loud roar. His eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. All the Dharma images were cast directly. The power of the 7-colored dragon territory was all blessed on his body. 100-mile dragon body, covering the sky and the sun, appeared in the sky. Roar. A dragon's roar. A dragon's roar of a divine dragon. When Wuxia unleashed all his strength. When all his Dharma forms and powers were unleashed. Wuxia's entire body had reached a terrifying 100 miles. It was an entire 100 miles in size. When his 100-mile-long body was suspended in the sky, the 9 heavens demonic bird and Emperor Phoenix were instantly stunned. What was the concept of a 100-mile-long dragon body? A 50,000-meter-long body was comparable to half the size of some cities. In front of him, a person was like a tiny ant. Even the 9 heavens demonic bird and Emperor Phoenix, which were thousands of meters and hundreds of meters long, were like ants in front of a 100-mile-long dragon body. Wuxia's ice-cold dragon eyes stared at the 9 heavens demonic bird emperor and Emperor Phoenix. His face was filled with indifference. Buzz. He raised his dragon claw and attacked the 9 heavens demonic bird directly. Hiss. The 9 heavens demonic bird emperor inhaled a breath of cold air. He flapped his wings and flew directly to the side. Boom. 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 At this moment, Wuxia's dragon tail swept toward the ancient fire forest that was condensed by the 9 heavens demonic bird emperor. The ancient fire forest that was hundreds of kilometers long was like a larger flame in front of Wuxia. As the dragon tail swept past, a quarter of it disappeared immediately. Roar! Wuxia opened his gigantic dragon mouth. A long river filled with destructive energy swept toward the 9 heavens demonic bird. This roar spread across more than half of the vast area. The dragon's roar resounded through the sky and the earth. What kind of creature are you? How can you have such a huge body? How is this possible? The 9 heavens demonic bird monarch looked at this terrifying creature that blotted out the sky and the sun. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Although being huge did not mean that he was powerful, his body was at least 100 miles long. It was already difficult for him to be injured by ordinary attacks. As a heaven and earth mutated demonic beast from the extraordinary mainland, this was the first time the king of the 9 heavens demonic bird had encountered such a terrifying opponent of the same level. One had to know that he was not afraid of even dragons of the same level. Now that he was facing Wuxia, he was actually being suppressed in all directions. Myriad would shuttle. Looking at the long river of annihilation, the king of the 9 heavens demonic bird flapped his huge wings. The green wings flew out of the dense thorns and headed towards the long river of annihilation. Not good. However, when the long river of annihilation landed on the thorns, countless thorns withered immediately. The long river of annihilation continued to sweep towards him. The 9 heavens demonic bird emperor lord didn't doubt that if he was hit, he would definitely be heavily injured. He flapped his wings and hurriedly fled to the side. Pong! At this moment, a terrifying dragon claw attacked him. The enormous claw was even larger than his body. When the 9 heavens demonic bird emperor lord saw the dragon claw that suddenly attacked him, his expression changed. Pong! However, the huge force landed on his body, causing his body to fall down at a terrifying speed. Ah! A painful sound came from his mouth. He spat out blood and his body collapsed. His face was filled with shock. At the side, Emperor Feng was stunned when he saw the terrifying attack and his huge body. He was burning the Phoenix Nirvana fire, but he was only able to unleash the strength of the peak of level 5 longevity. He was far weaker than the Emperor of the Nine Heavens demonic bird. Now, even the Emperor of the Nine Heavens demonic bird was sent flying backward. How was he supposed to fight back? A hint of fear appeared in Emperor Phoenix's eyes. Boom! Boom! However, at this moment he felt the sky turn dark. That gigantic dragon claw was heading towards him. Oh no, the Phoenix Nirvana fire has exploded. He roared loudly. With a flap of his phoenix wings, countless flames covered Wang Xian. Boom! 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 Explosions that sounded like nuclear bombs rang out continuously. The entire sky was instantly covered by incomparably terrifying flames. Boom! However, at this moment a scene that terrified Emperor Feng appeared. In the sky that was completely covered by flames, an incomparably gigantic dragon claw extended out. The dragon claw flickered with 7-colored divine light. The Yin-Yang 5 elements Om's bowl completely blocked the attack of the flames. Pung! The dragon claw landed on Emperor Phoenix's body. He was like a fly as he fell downwards. Oh my god, a body at least 100 miles long. Is this the Dragon King? How can he be so terrifying? Hiss, 100 miles long dragon body blotted out the sky. The Nine Heavens demonic bird and Emperor Phoenix have been hit and are falling downwards. Emperor Nine Heavens demonic bird has been severely injured. Emperor Phoenix will probably lose half of his life under this attack. At this moment, in the array formation of the imperial capital, everyone looked at the enormous body in the sky in shock. It was the first time they had seen such a huge creature. How is this possible? On the battlefield, the 10,000 Fey Empire and the Phoenix Dynasty looked at Emperor Nine Heavens demonic bird and Emperor Phoenix who were falling to the ground. Their faces were filled with fear and despair. When the longevity experts were screaming for help, the soldiers of the two empires were on the verge of collapse. Now, looking at the rapidly falling Emperor Lord and the terrifying creature with a dragon's head sticking out from the flames in the sky, everyone's hearts were filled with trepidation and reverence. Was this a god? Boom! Boom! The Nine Heavens demonic bird Emperor Lord's body landed heavily on the ground, leaving a deep pit that was hundreds of meters deep. Soon after, Emperor Phoenix's body also landed on the ground. If it was not enough, he would be in a worse situation. After landing on the ground, one of his wings was actually broken into 2 pieces. One could imagine how terrifying this power was. The 2 Emperor Lords were directly hit to the ground and everyone in the world was stunned. In the sky that was 100,000 meters high, the 10,000 flower-bone demon emperor floated in the sky with a dazed expression. He looked at the Dragon King who was slowly stretching out his gigantic body and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Buzz. At this moment, the 5 elements millstone revolved and attacked the demon emperor of the myriad flower bone with all its might. No! The demon emperor of the myriad flower bone was overwhelmed with shock. He hurriedly turned around and fled into the distance. However, under the control of Wang Xian, the 5 elements millstone and the gigantic semi-divine weapon revolved and collided directly into his body. The destructive force wiped out his body and life force, causing his 2,000-meter-long body to tremble violently. In less than 2 seconds, all his life force disappeared and he fell downwards. Bang! Another loud sound was heard as though it had crashed into the hearts of everyone from the 10,000 Fey Empire and the Phoenix Empire. Apart from the sounds of battle, the entire battlefield was silent. Roar! The Empire of 10,000 Demons and the Phoenix Empire. From today onwards, all of you will be retiring from the stage of the Transcendence Continent. Wang Xian's gigantic body slowly extended downwards. Looking at this gigantic dragon body, the battle stopped. Everyone from the Phoenix Empire and the Empire of 10,000 Demons gathered together in fear. They stared at Wang Xian in the sky vigilantly. Cough, 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 cough. 2 coughs came from the deep pit on the ground. The Emperor of the Nine Heavens demonic bird swayed his body and stood up miserably. He stared at the gigantic dragon head in the sky. How can you be so strong? How? How are you so strong? At the bottom of the battlefield, there was a deep pit that was a few hundred meters deep and within a range of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. The Emperor of the Nine Heavens demonic bird spread his huge wings and his face was filled with blood. One of his wings was completely deformed and his body was slightly dented. Some of his feathers had already fallen to the ground. The king of demonic birds of the Nine Heavens, who was in an extremely sorry state, raised his head. His voice was filled with unwillingness and disbelief as he stared at Wang Xian. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the terrifying dragon head. Just a single dragon head was already 4,000 to 5,000 meters in size. He looked down like a mythical beast, looking down at the entire land. You are too weak. Wang Xian's cold dragon eyes stared at the Emperor of the Nine Heavens demonic bird. His gaze swept across all the soldiers and demonic beasts of the Phoenix Empire and the 10,000 Demon Empire. Today, all of you shall be buried here. Boom! Boom! Following that, Wang Xian stretched out his dragon claws and clawed at the Nine Heavens demonic bird. His incomparably huge dragon claws seemed to be able to crush a planet. I am a mutated species of heaven and earth. How can I die at the hands of someone of the same level? In the extraordinary mainland, I, the Nine Heavens demonic bird, am not afraid even if it is a powerhouse of the dragon race. Upon seeing the dragon claw that was coming at him, the Nine Heavens demonic bird emperor let out a roar. It was incomparably huge. Around him, terrifying thorns covered the surroundings. In just a short instant, a radius of a few hundred miles was completely covered by thorns. All the soldiers and demonic beasts in the surroundings hurriedly hid into the distance. The branches from the Nine Heavens are burning the Phoenix Nirvana fire of the Nine Heavens. Burn the heavens for me. The Emperor of the Nine Heavens demonic bird stared at Wang Xian in the sky with blood-red eyes. The thorns within a radius of 100 kilometers were burning with flames as they soared into the sky. Every single vine was like a gigantic fire snake. Hiss! Upon seeing this scene and seeing this move, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces revealed a look of shock. As expected of the Emperor of the Nine Heavens demonic bird. The Nine Heavens demonic bird that is going all out is simply too terrifying. After all, he's the Emperor Lord of the 10,000 Fey Empire, a top-notch existence in our transcendent continent. Everyone in the surroundings watched this scene with faces full of shock. Even Feng Luan stared at the Nine Heavens demonic bird with incomparable solemnity. Even when she was at her peak, she wasn't as strong as the current Nine Heavens demonic bird Emperor Lord. Especially after he used some method to obtain the Fire Phoenix bloodline. Kill him. Otherwise, we are finished. Everyone from the Empire of 10,000 Demons and the Phoenix Empire stared at the final attack of the Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Their faces were filled with cold sweat. In just a short 10 minutes of battle, more than half of the soldiers from the Phoenix Empire and the Empire of 10,000 Demons had already perished. If the battle continued, they would all be left here. A dying struggle. Wang Xian looked at the sky full of thorns attacking him with flames. He waved his dragon claw gently. Buzz. In the sky, the 5 elements grinding mill flew directly below him. Yin-yang Tai Chi. 5 elements grinding mill. He shouted softly. A yin-yang Tai Chi pattern appeared below the 5 elements grinding mill. The yin-yang Tai Chi was activated. Countless fire thorns landed on it, and more than half of their strength was absorbed by it. When it landed on the 5 elements grinding mill, it was easily blocked. Today, I announce that the Nine Heavens demonic bird has suffered a loss. Wang Xian's cold dragon eyes stared at the Nine Heavens demonic bird emperor. His dragon claws contained the powerful yin-yang and 5 elements powers as well as the physical strength of his body. He continued to probe downwards. Chirp, 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 chirp. I am not reconciled. The Nine Heavens demonic bird emperor's blood-red eyes stared at the dragon claws that were attacking him. Fresh blood flowed out from his eyes. He was filled with anger and unwillingness. Boom! However, 5 huge dragon claws clawed at the Nine Heavens demonic bird Emperor Lord, causing the earth to shake. This Nine Heavens demonic bird Emperor Lord, is he going to die? Heavens, just a single dragon claw is already several thousand meters wide. It can't be. An Emperor Lord is really going to die here. A shocked voice sounded and everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the center. The members of the forces who came to watch the ceremony never expected that such a shocking event would happen today. Buzz! Wang Xian's dragon eyes of yin-yang and 5 elements stared at the center. A faint smile appeared on his face. His body moved and transformed into a human form. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure was fleeing into the distance at a rapid speed. Wang Xian looked over and saw that extremely pathetic figure. He laughed. In the beginning, this figure was extremely arrogant and arrogant. Bang! Emperor Feng. When you guys came, you didn't expect such an ending, right? The gigantic 5 elements millstone descended from the sky and landed heavily in front of Emperor Feng, who was fleeing. Feng Chao Tian, when you killed me, you didn't expect me to be resurrected, right? Feng Luan quickly looked at the disheveled figure and slowly walked towards Wang Xian. She stared at Emperor Feng and asked coldly, I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Emperor Feng turned his head around in a disheveled state. His crown was slanted and his dragon robe was torn. He clenched his fists and stared at Wang Xian with an unwilling expression. If it weren't for you, even if Feng Wan was resurrected, I would be able to kill her again. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. He glared at Wang Xian with a ferocious and maniacal expression as he shouted out involuntarily. Go to the ground and accompany the 9 heavens demon bird. 2 overlord lords would be a good companion. Wang Xian spoke to Emperor Feng indifferently. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements grindstone was pulled by the 5 divine dragons. A destructive force was directed towards Emperor Feng. I won't die, I won't die. I'm the overlord of the Phoenix Empire, one of the peak of the continent. Emperor Phoenix roared ferociously as he fled frantically into the distance. However, with his strength, it was impossible for him to escape from Wang Xian's attack. Bang! The gigantic 5 elements millstone crashed onto Emperor Phoenix's body, causing him to fall to the ground once again. This time, his life force had completely disappeared. The smoke that rose from the 9 heavens demonic bird Emperor Lord had already disappeared, and there were corpses lying quietly inside. The Emperor of the 10,000 Fei Empire, the Emperor of the Phoenix Dynasty. 2 Emperor Lords were lying quietly on the ground, and they had fallen just like that. Gulp. Regardless of whether it was the forces that had come to watch the ceremony or everyone from the Dragon Phoenix Empire, they all swallowed a mouthful of saliva. These 2 were the emperors of the previous 5 empires on the continent. One of the 5 most powerful people had actually fallen at the hands of a new faction, the Dragon King. Such a scene was shocking. The Emperor of the Phoenix Dynasty and the Emperor of the 10,000 Demons Empire are dead. There's no need for the 2 empires to exist anymore. Just nice. The Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace will replace the 2 major factions. Hee. At this moment, Wang Xian's chuckle rang out. He raised his arm slowly and said, kill everyone from the 2 empires for this grand ceremony. This order caused despair to appear in the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the 10,000 Demons Empire and the Phoenix Empire. They looked at the figure in the middle with fear and shock. Beheading the overlord, ascending to the peak. Kill! Kill! Haha! They still came here to destroy us. Now let's die here. Brothers. Kill them and destroy the 2 empires. When Wang Xian gave the order, the disciples of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, the 9 God Empire, and the Dragon Palace took action instantly. They did not hesitate at all. Emperor Phoenix and the 9 heavens demonic bird Emperor Lord had already fallen. Their most powerful experts had already died. At this moment, what else could they use to fight against the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace? It was a situation of certain death. It was a situation of certain death. Run, 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 run. We surrender. We admit defeat. Terrified voices came from the mouths of the members of the Phoenix Empire and the 10,000 Fei Empire. When they saw the experts who were charging over, their faces were filled with fear. Since the overlord was dead, they only had 3 options: escape, die, and surrender. However, could they escape? The people from the 2 empires were in chaos. Some of them turned around and fled while others knelt in the air and shouted loudly for their surrender. Buzz. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the fleeing experts. There was no trace of mercy on his face. He waved his arm and a river of destruction shot towards the fleeing powerhouses. With his strength of level 6 of longevity, no one could escape from his sight. Ah! Screams of agony rang out continuously. The once lofty longevity powerhouses who were at the peak of the void interpretation stage were now like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Kill! Feng Yuan and Mo Sha did not stop either. There were 600,000 to 700,000 experts from the two empires. Even though they had killed 300,000 to 400,000 of them in the battle just now, there was still a large number of them left. When Feng Yuan, Mo Sha, and the rest had also charged through the battlefield, and when Wang Xian killed the Wanshou experts one by one, the two empires could be said to have completely collapsed. Every second, more than 1,000 members of the two empires died. Blood flowed like a river, and the corpses piled up like a mountain. The bones of 100-meter-long Demon King and Demon Emperor were buried in this land. The 17 peak families of the Phoenix dynasty and the personal guards of Emperor Feng died one after another. The experts who had once served the Empress were all killed by Feng Yuan with her own hands. Those who had been ungrateful, those who had betrayed the Great Empress, and those who had betrayed the Great Empress were all killed by Feng Yuan. Screams could be heard everywhere. Hiss! I didn't expect that the founding ceremony of the Dragon Phoenix Empire would be the day of the destruction of the Phoenix dynasty and the 10,000 Fei Empire. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is so powerful. He killed more than half of the longevity experts by himself. This is too heaven-defying. After today, the entire Transcendence continent will probably be shocked. There's no longer the Phoenix dynasty and the 10,000 Fei Empire in the world. There's only the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace. Next, the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace will probably occupy the territories of the two empires. With the Nine God Empire joining forces, even our Dragon Man Empire will be afraid. Inside the array formation of the imperial capital, the factions that came to watch the ceremony sucked in a breath of cold air. In this battle, more than 40 longevity experts had fallen, around 80,000 insightful void experts had been killed, and 600,000 to 700,000 of the most elite disciples of the two empires had been annihilated. The destruction of the two empires. The battle was earth-shattering. They could imagine that after today, the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace would replace the two empires and stand at the top of the extraordinary continent. Haha! They're too powerful. Our Dragon Phoenix Empire and Lord Wang are too powerful. We've killed all the elites of the two empires. We'll rise up after today. Haha! Long live the Empress. Long live the Dragon King. The people of the Dragon Phoenix Empire were extremely excited. They looked at the soldiers and members of the Dragon Palace who were slaughtering everyone with admiration. The slaughter lasted for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, none of the enemies survived. The ground was covered with corpses. The members of the Dragon Palace started to put the corpses into their interspatial rings while Prime Minister Gue collected the fallen disciples of the Dragon Palace with the soul-returning wood and resurrected them. Reporting to the Empress, 12,000 soldiers and 175 insightful emptiness realm experts of the Dragon Phoenix Empire have died in this battle. All the enemies were annihilated. The soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire began to report the results of the battle. Bury these 12,000 disciples and soldiers as heroes of the Empire. Our Empire will compensate their families the most. Feng Yuan frowned slightly and said straightforwardly, in a war, even if one won, there would be death. However, compared to the death of 600,000 to 700,000 enemies, the loss of only 10,000 was already very, very small. Dragon King. 123 disciples of the Dragon Palace have died. Prime Minister Gue also came over to report. Wang Xian nodded slowly. With the ancestral tree and the soul-returning wood, the disciples of the Dragon Palace could be revived. The loss of more than 100 people was completely acceptable. Compared to the enemies and gains that he had killed, it was completely negligible. Feng Yuan, we will head to the Phoenix Dynasty and the 10,000 Fei Empire immediately and take over the two empires. Wang Xian said to Feng Yuan, who was beside him. All right. Feng Luan nodded her head and her eyes were filled with excitement. The 10,000 Fey Empire and the Phoenix Empire could be said to be in the bag to destroy the elite powerhouses of the two empires this time. After subduing the two factions, the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace would be able to obtain a terrifying amount of resources. Furthermore, after nearly 2 years, she could finally rule the Central Continent as the Empress and the entire Transcendence Continent once again. Prime Minister Gue, get the civil officials of the Dragon Palace and the Fire Hammer clan of the Dragon Guardian tribe to send all the corpses to the Dragon Palace. The rest of the members, follow me to the Central Continent. Wuxia immediately ordered. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue immediately replied. Fire Cloud Guards, follow me to the Phoenix Empire. The rest of you guard the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Feng Wan also gave the order to everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Empire. It's the Empress. The soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire immediately replied. Let's go! Let's go! Roar! 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 9 dragon roars and 9 flood dragons pulled the throne and roared. Wang Xian moved his body and sat on it. Sister Feng Luan, let's get on Shaolan. Lan Qingwei said to Feng Luan. All right. Feng Luan smiled and nodded. She wasn't as flashy as Wang Xian. 9 creatures with the combat strength of the 2nd level of longevity pulled on the throne. In the entire Transcendence Continent, there were only a few who had such strength. Let's go. Wang Xian sat on the throne. More than 10,000 experts from the Dragon Palace, more than 5,000 experts from the Dragon Phoenix Empire, and more than 10,000 experts from the 9 God Empire flew toward the Central Continent. The Transcendence Continent is about to change. Some of the factions that came to observe the ceremony whispered, let's go back as well. We must report this matter to the Emperor and the rest. The powerhouses from the Ao Shan Empire and the Dragonman Empire looked at each other and immediately led their disciples back to the Central Continent. The vast land was vast and vast, with green mountains rising and falling. The waves of the Transcendental Sea were several hundred meters wide, and the waves were magnificent. Roar, roar, roar! At this moment, dragon roars resounded through the heaven and earth, and a powerful team stepped into the central area of the Transcendental Continent. 9,000-meter-long flood dragons pulled a throne, and magical warriors followed behind them. A 20,000-meter-long creature was accompanying them. A goddess-like beauty was standing on top of the giant beast, overlooking the land. We're back again. Feng Luan looked at this familiar land and muttered. Feng Luan, you guys go to the Phoenix Empire. I'll go to the 10,000 Fey Empire. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and said directly to her. All right, let Mo Sha bring you to the 10,000 Fey Empire. I'll handle the Phoenix Empire. Feng Luan nodded. Yes, Ao Jian, Mu Zessen. Bring your clansmen and follow Feng Luan. Wang Xian nodded and instructed the Dragon Guards and the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division behind him. It's the Dragon King. Ao Jian and Mu Zessen nodded and came to Shaolan. Let's go. The Phoenix Dynasty was located in the north of the Central Continent while the Dragon Phoenix Empire was located in the south of the Central Continent. The two empires were very far apart. The Flood Dragon flew at a height of tens of thousands of meters and flew rapidly towards the direction of the 10,000 Demons Empire. Meanwhile, Shaolan led Feng Luan and the rest to fly towards the Phoenix Dynasty. Although Shaolan was carrying a group of people, their speed was much faster than Wang Xian's. What kind of giant beast is that? Oh my god! It's so huge! Hiss, what is this? What a huge body! When Shaolan flew over some cities, she caught the attention of some people. When they saw the terrifying giant beast that was 20 kilometers in size, all of them were shocked. 5 hours later, the territory of the Phoenix Dynasty appeared in their line of sight. A city appeared in front of them. Empress, the Phoenix Dynasty is now completely under the control of the 17 great families. Every city has the remnants of the 17 great families. Feng Yun looked at the city below and said with a frown, after all, the Phoenix Dynasty was the territory that the Empress had conquered. However, ever since the fall of the Empress 1,800 years ago, the entire Phoenix Dynasty had been controlled by the 17 great families. Their disciples were planted in every city. They were arrogant and tyrannical, bullying men and women, and lived like kings. The people of the entire Phoenix dynasty were living in misery. Not a single disciple from the 17 families is left alive. Feng Luan's eyes were filled with coldness as she said. Feng Yun slowly nodded. At this time, he would rather kill 100 people than let one go. This was the sin committed by the 17 families. Now was the time for them to pay for it. Let's go to the imperial capital, Feng Luan said indifferently. Xiaolan flew quickly. The land of the Phoenix dynasty was vast. It took them more than 10 hours to arrive at the imperial capital of the Phoenix dynasty. The imperial capital with a population of 40 million was extremely prosperous. What is that? What a huge creature. They are flying towards our imperial capital. What is that huge beast doing here? Oh my god! When Xiaolan approached the imperial capital of the Phoenix dynasty, the experts in the imperial capital immediately discovered it. All the city guards and experts in the imperial capital immediately flew into the sky. 1. A formation completely blocked the entire imperial capital. Who are you? Why did you barge into our Phoenix dynasty? One by one, the city guards and soldiers at the profound void tier flew into the sky and stared at Xiaolan in the sky with palpitations on their faces. Within the city, all the citizens of the Phoenix dynasty also looked at the gigantic beast in the sky with shock on their faces. Their expressions changed slightly. It's been more than 1,800 years. Has the entire city guard changed? Feng Wan's footsteps were light as she walked down from Xiaolan's body. Feng Yun followed beside her. She strolled in the air above the center of the Phoenix dynasty's imperial capital. Her phoenix robe fluttered even though there was no wind. This figure. This is. The city guards of the imperial capital were slightly stunned. They looked at the familiar figure with a stunned expression. It's the Empress, it's the Empress. That familiar voice, that familiar figure. Oh my god. It's the Empress. Didn't the Empress die? At this moment, a shocked and unbelievable voice sounded from within the city. An old man shouted excitedly. What? The Empress? How is this possible? Empress, our Empress isn't. It's the Empress, it's the Empress. Look at that face. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Some people's faces were filled with shock, some widened their eyes, and some had ugly expressions. The entire imperial capital was instantly thrown into chaos. More than 2,000 years ago, Feng Luan established the Phoenix dynasty. 1,800 years ago, I was harmed by the crafty Feng Chaotian, and 17 founding ministers became the lackeys of the Phoenix dynasty. 1 day ago, I established the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Feng Chaotian led all the experts of the Feng dynasty to besiege them. Now, they have all been killed. Today, Feng Luan have returned. I sentence those who were close to the Feng dynasty to be exterminated. Those from the 17 great families exterminated. Feng Luan stood in the sky and announced the verdict indifferently. Her voice spread throughout the city, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. The disciples of the 17 great families instantly broke out in cold sweat and became extremely pale. Remove the array formation. Feng Luan looked at the array formation that enveloped the imperial city and said indifferently. No, impossible, the Empress is already dead. You are not the Empress, you are not. A city guard expert shouted in disbelief. He was a disciple of the 17 great families, and when he heard Feng Luan's words, his face was filled with disbelief. Wang! Feng Luan waved her arm and a staff, phoenix staff, appeared in her hand. She looked down and lightly waved it. A gigantic fire phoenix appeared in the sky and attacked the array formation below. Feng Luan's attack directly passed through the array formation and landed on the city guard. The city guard widened his eyes, and before he could even react, he was turned into ashes. The array formation in the imperial city was built by me, Feng Luan said indifferently. How could the array formation she built stop her? It's the Empress. It's 100% the Empress. Haha. Empress, the Empress is finally back. Kill the people of the 17 great families. That's right. Over the past 1,000 years, the 17 great families have been arrogant and despotic. We dare not voice our anger. We welcome the Empress. We welcome the Empress's return. Within the city, Seeing Feng Luan's attack, all the people of the Feng dynasty were almost certain that their empress had returned. Most of the people had incomparably excited expressions on their faces. They directly knelt on the ground and shouted loudly with faces full of excitement. No, no, how could this be? Our Emperor Feng, our ancestor, was actually killed by the Empress. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. It has nothing to do with us. Everything has nothing to do with us. However, those trusted aides of Emperor Feng, the disciples of the 17 great families, all had panicked expressions on their faces. Fire Cloud Guards. Eliminate Feng Chaotian and all the disciples of the 17 great families. Feng Luan ordered in a cold voice. On this day, blood flowed like a river in the imperial capital of the Feng dynasty. All the trusted aides of the 17 families and Feng Chaotian were killed. In an instant, 1/3 of the people in the entire imperial capital were killed. What the killing brought was not pain, but the cheers of the people in the imperial capital. Some of the Fire Cloud Guards did not even make a move, but the angry citizens killed them. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement, especially those who had followed the establishment of the Phoenix dynasty for more than 3,000 years. They knew that the Phoenix dynasty was no longer the Phoenix dynasty of the past. At that time, the Phoenix dynasty was full of fairness, positivity, and peace. Ever since the Phoenix dynasty was controlled by the Phoenix Emperor, the 17 great clans were powerful, and they squeezed the ordinary citizens. There was no hope for them to stand out, and many of them even fled to other empires. However, most of them still endured the exploitation and humiliation of the empire and the 17 great families. Now that the Empress had returned, hope was ignited in their hearts. They knew that the Empress was the #1 wise ruler of all time. Gather a group of experts in the imperial capital and clean up the members of the 17 great families in the other cities of the Phoenix dynasty. In the evening, an order was given from the Phoenix Palace. In just a short hour, tens of thousands of experts, at least at the 8th or 9th rank of the extraordinary realm, had signed up. From then on, they rode on Little Blue and began to sweep through the entire Phoenix dynasty. Instantly, the Phoenix dynasty fell into a bloody storm. However, at the same time, cheers resounded throughout the entire Phoenix dynasty. The disciples of the 17 great families who had been acting arrogantly were dealt a devastating blow. As the saying goes, the one who gains the hearts of the people wins the world. The 17 great families did not gain the slightest bit of the hearts of the people. When they encountered a disaster, what they received was the cheers of the entire Phoenix dynasty. None of the members of the 17 great families were spared from the disaster. Just as the entire Phoenix dynasty was in the midst of an exciting massacre, in the southern part of Central Continent, the incomparably huge empire of 10,000 demons was also met with a bloody massacre. All the demonic beasts and ferocious beasts that resisted were executed. Wang Xian didn't exterminate all the surrendered demonic beasts. What surprised him was that in the empire of 10,000 demons, he met a demonic beast tribe with a decent bloodline. The Saturn Turtle tribe was a group of land turtle demonic beasts that possessed the bloodline of half-step longevity. All the demonic beasts of the Saturn Turtle tribe were very gentle. They were enslaved by a longevity beast tribe and used as mounts. The attack power of the Saturn Turtles was much weaker than those of the same level. However, their defense was extremely perverse. In fact, it was impossible for demon beasts of the same level to kill them. Their use of the Earth attribute was extremely terrifying. Wang Xian discovered that their bloodline was extraordinary and immediately accepted them as members of the Dragon Palace. This made the Saturn Turtles extremely excited, while the rest of the demon beast races were filled with envy. To be valued and accepted as a member by a faction that could destroy their 10,000 Fey empire was a great opportunity for the Saturn Turtle race. As for the rest of the Central Continent, the 5 empires and 2 empires had been destroyed, drifting through the storms. When the members of the faction that came to watch the ceremony returned and reported what had happened in the vast region, it immediately caused a huge commotion. The destruction of the 2 empires and the killing of the 2 emperor lords was like a huge earthquake to the entire transcendental continent. The 5 empires were deeply rooted in the transcendental continent. The most recent destruction of the empires had happened 50,000 to 60,000 years ago. However, now the 2 empires had been destroyed at the same time. Furthermore, they had been destroyed by a newly established Dragon Phoenix Empire and a power called the Dragon Palace. This caused the Ao Shan Empire and the Draconid Empire to be incomparably shocked. The monarchs of the two empires immediately gathered all the experts to discuss. Now, the mainland forces, the Nine-God Empire, the Dragon Phoenix Empire, and the Dragon Palace were clearly completely allied. The other party's alliance would definitely cause them to feel some fear. Even the Draconid Empire, which was backed by the Dragon race, would seriously discuss how to deal with the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Phoenix Empire, which had suddenly risen from the ashes. Of course, the Draconid Empire and the Aoshan Empire weren't too afraid. The Aoshan Empire stood in the center of the continent. The Aoshan Empire was known as the strongest empire of mankind, with the #1 human expert of the extraordinary continent, Ao Baiming, presiding over it. As for the Draconid Empire, their strength could be said to be even stronger than the Aoshan Empire because they had the backing of the Dragon race. This was also the reason why the Draconid Empire was the strongest empire on the continent. After a series of discussions between the two empires, they each made a few decisions. However, while the two empires were not afraid, the other factions were different. Some factions with longevity experts had already made preparations. They prepared gifts and went to the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace to congratulate them. 10 days later, Wuxia led the members of the Dragon Palace to sweep through the entire myriad Demon Mountain Forest. As the third-ranked empire in the Transcendence continent, their wealth far exceeded Wuxia's imagination. In his opinion, the resources in the ruins of the Kingdom of God were already extremely terrifying. However, there was still a huge gap when compared to the myriad Demon Empire. After all, this was one of the 5 largest empires in the continent. The resources were 4 to 5 times more than the ruins of the Kingdom of God. This time, my strength will be able to increase by at least 2 levels. Other than that, the members of the Dragon Palace will also be able to receive a crazy improvement. Wuxia sat on the dragon throne. A hint of excitement flashed across his face. There were 600,000 to 700,000 corpses of the army. There were about 80,000 insightful void martial artists. There were more than 40 of them in the realm of longevity. With so many corpses of experts, the strength of the Dragon Palace would receive a qualitative improvement. After this battle, the Dragon Palace would have at least 100 more members with the combat strength of longevity realm. Let's head to the Phoenix Dynasty, Wuxia said to Mo Sha and ordered him to lead the way. Yes, boss. Mo Sha nodded immediately. With Mo Sha leading the way, the group of members flew rapidly towards the Phoenix Dynasty. The Empire of 10,000 Demons was located in the forest of the Mountain of 10,000 Demons. It was not suitable for humans to live in, so Wuxia did not intend to occupy it. My young friend Dragon King, sorry to disturb you. Just as Wuxia and the rest were flying rapidly towards the Phoenix Empire, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the entire group to be slightly stunned. The sudden voice caused even Wuxia to reveal a look of astonishment. A hint of doubt flashed across his eyes as he immediately stood up and looked to the left. Who's playing tricks? Mo Sha's expression changed slightly when he heard the voice. He immediately turned his head to look. An old man with white hair was holding a treasure that looked like a small mountain in his hand. He was floating quietly in the air and looking at them. Ha! When Wuxia saw the old man, his pupils constricted slightly. He was extremely shocked. He stared at the old man and the small mountain in his hand vigilantly. Young friend, there's no need to be afraid. Can you sit down and have a chat? The old man said to Wuxia indifferently. You are. Suddenly, Mo Sha widened his eyes and stared at the old man in shock. Sure. Wuxia took a look at Mo Sha's reaction and was astonished. He nodded at the old man. My 2 young friends, please take a seat. In the sky, below the team of the Dragon Palace and the Nine-God Empire. Beside a small mountain, a stone bench appeared in front of Wuxia and Mo Sha. The old man smiled as he gestured at them. My old senior, how are you still alive? Mo Sha stared at the old man in front of him with his eyes wide open. He looked at him in disbelief as he spoke with a trembling mouth. Wuxia was extremely shocked when he saw his expression. Mo Sha had always been extremely arrogant. He did not put anyone in his eyes. Even when faced with the Emperor of the Nine Heavens demonic bird who was much stronger than him, his expression remained unchanged. Why was he so fearful when facing an old man now? The old man was dressed in green clothes and had a kind expression on his face. He was like a huge mountain that had stood for tens of thousands of years. Although Wang Xian could feel a fatal threat from the old man, he was not as fearful as Mo Sha. Mo Sha, who is this senior? Wang Xian asked in puzzlement. Boss, this is the Emperor of Aoshan, the legendary Emperor of Aoshan. Mo Sha exclaimed in shock. Oh, the Emperor of Aoshan Empire. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. No, the current emperor is Ao Baiming, who is known as the strongest human. This is the legendary great emperor of Aoshan who fought against the dragon ancestor for 3 days and 3 nights. Oh my god! Aren't you already dead? How could it be? Mo Sha widened his eyes and said in shock. What? Wang Xian was slightly shocked and looked at the old man in astonishment. He had read the name of Emperor Ao Shan in a book before, a terrifying powerhouse from more than 10,000 years ago, the strongest powerhouse among humans. The most shocking thing about Emperor Ao Shan's life was that he once fought with an old dragon for 3 days and 3 nights. According to legend, the entire battle affected 1/3 of the extraordinary ocean. The sun and moon lost their light, and the sky and earth changed color. After the final battle, Emperor Ao Shan's name resounded throughout the entire extraordinary continent. However, the lifespan of a longevity expert was only 10,000 years. Emperor Ao Shan should have died 8 to 9,000 years ago. In fact, 8 to 9,000 years later, there was no more news of Emperor Ao Shan. However, the legend of the great Emperor of Ao Shan had spread throughout the entire supernatural continent. After all, he was the only human who could fight against the dragon race. Hee. It's me, an old man who has lived for more than 17,000 years. When the old man heard Mo Sha's words, he smiled and did not hide it at all. Wang Xian's pupils constricted slightly as he sized up the old man in astonishment. Senior, have you already become? Mo Sha gulped and stared at him in shock. Before he could finish his sentence, the great emperor of Ao Shan shook his head slowly and said plainly, There's no hope of becoming a god. Even if you're a half-step god, there's no hope at all. Then how? How did you live for so long? Mo Sha asked with his eyes still wide open. After all, the person in front of him was a legendary existence. It's just relying on external objects. I can live twice as long. The king of Ao Shan looked at the mountain peak in front of him and said slowly. Wang Xian looked at the ordinary-looking mountain peak and was a little shocked. This was a divine weapon with intelligence. May I know why Senior is looking for me? Wang Xian looked at Emperor Ao Shan and asked with a twinkle in his eyes. The person in front of him was probably at level 9 of longevity. With the help of the divine weapon in his hand, he was practically invincible in the transcendental continent. The only person who could fight against him might be the strongest person in the dragon race. It's nothing. I'm just here out of curiosity. Let's take a look. A few days ago, I received some news about you from Baiming. I'm curious about how a young man in his 30s managed to reach level 6 of longevity and was able to kill a demonic bird of the 9 heavens. Such talent is not even comparable to the one from the dragon race. Hence, I came to see if you are a human or have other bloodlines. Emperor Ao Shan did not hide anything and spoke directly. I am a human, but I have obtained a huge opportunity. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling as he spoke. We are indeed of the same species. Emperor Ao Shan smiled. Looking at the history of the Transcendence continent over 1,000,000 years ago, your talent is the best even in the ancient times. As he spoke, he slowly took out a teapot and 3 teacups. When Mo Sha saw that, he immediately filled the teapots one by one. Then, may I know why Senior is looking for me? Wang Xian asked Emperor Ao Shan respectfully. The person in front of him was an old monster who had lived for 17,000 years. He had no choice but to respect him. There's nothing else. I just hope that you won't seek refuge with the Dragon Clan in the future. Emperor Ao Shan said directly. Seek refuge with the Dragon Clan? Of course, I won't seek refuge with the Dragon Clan. Wuxia said directly. You don't have to promise me anything. The reason why I'm here today is to tell you something about humans. Emperor Aoshan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said slowly, I'm all ears. Wang Xian nodded. I wonder if you know about the powers of the dragon race. As the overlords of the Transcendence continent, their abilities far exceed everyone's imagination. Emperor Aoshan said plainly. Wang Xian nodded at the side and did not speak. He listened quietly. For hundreds of thousands of years, the path to godhood of the Transcendence continent has been severed. It has been a long, long time since a god appeared. Ever since the path to godhood was severed, the dragon race has relied on their bloodline to dominate the Transcendence continent. This rule lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. For hundreds of thousands of years, countless overlords of the Dragon Clan tried to become a god, but none of them succeeded. However, more than 10,000 years ago, a member of the Dragon Clan with terrifying talent appeared. He used more than 30 years to reach the longevity realm. In 1,000 years, he reached the half-step god realm. It could be said that he shocked the entire Dragon Clan. His appearance was known as the god of the dragon race. However, in the next 10,000 years, he didn't become a god. Because of the bloodline, the dragon race had a long lifespan, twice that of humans. After 10,000 years, the god of the dragon race didn't even reach the god realm. Later, he found a possibility to become a god and believed in becoming a god. In order to become a god, he wanted all the living beings on the continent to worship him. He wanted to enslave all living beings, including humans. It was also that time. I fought with the god of the dragon race for 3 days and 3 nights. If I didn't rely on the towering mountain, I would have been killed by him long ago. Therefore, I stopped the ambition of the god of the dragon race. Later, he took a step back and expanded the Draconid Empire to develop his belief. The facts proved that belief couldn't become a god. At this point, Emperor Aoshan smiled and revealed a proud expression. The god of the dragon race is brutal. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the fact that I, an old man, am still around and the towering mountain is still around, the humans might have already been exterminated by the dragon race. What? Wang Xian was slightly shocked when he heard his words. Wang Xian did not expect that there would be such a secret in the supernatural continent. The powerful and heaven-defying god of the dragon race, the Emperor of Aoshan who controlled the divine weapon. The path of becoming the god of the dragon race. Believing in god ascension, each and every incident shocked him. Wang Xian looked at the Emperor of Aoshan who was sitting in front of him. He looked at the arrogant look on his face. Could this fellow be showing off to me? Senior, you're telling me all this, right? Wang Xian pondered for a moment and asked Emperor Aoshan. There's nothing much. I'm just here to tell you that the dragon race is the enemy of us humans. You have the strength to influence the 2 empires and involve almost half of the population of the extraordinary mainland. Don't submit to the dragon race unless you have no other choice. That's because I can't guarantee that the god of the dragon race will not do anything drastic. After all, he has already reached the half-step god realm at the age of 1,000 years. Now, he only has a lifespan of over 2,000 years. If he doesn't make a breakthrough soon, he will die. The dragon race is such a magnificent existence. They won't be so satisfied. Emperor Aoshan reminded Wang Xian. Also, I would like to see the heaven's favorites in our human race who are comparable to the god of the dragon race. If you can become a god in your lifetime, our human race can be considered to be prosperous. Emperor Aoshan continued. Don't worry, senior. If I have the power of a god one day, I will rule the entire ocean. I will also support the Empress to unify the mainland. Wang Xian smiled and said directly, Haha, you are ambitious. Young friend, if you can reach the godly state, you will be able to unify the entire Transcendence continent. By then, it will be a great merit. Emperor Aoshan laughed out loud. All right, I will not disturb you anymore. We will meet again when we have the chance. As he said that, Emperor Aoshan's figure disappeared. Wang Xian looked at a direction in the sky and raised his eyebrows slightly. This Emperor Aoshan is pretty good, he commented faintly. Emperor Aoshan is the most brilliant powerhouse in the past 100,000 years. Mo Shah, who was beside him, said with a sigh. This person was a peerless powerhouse in history. He did not expect to meet him in person. The Aoshan Empire occupies the center of the supernatural continent and has the broadest land. They have existed for the longest time. Their heritage is really strong. They even have a divine weapon. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. That was a divine weapon. It is rumored that the Nine-God Empire and the Aoshan Empire are empires left behind by gods. Our Nine-God Empire is obviously much weaker. However, I am puzzled. Is it so difficult to become a god? Even the god of the dragon race failed to become a god after more than 10,000 years? The dragon race controls most of the resources in the extraordinary mainland, Mo Shah said in surprise. Maybe it's because of the dragon race's bloodline. Wang Xian guessed. The dragon race in this world couldn't even be compared to the dragon race in the Dragon Palace. It was similar to the Fire Hammer race in the past. Due to the limitations of their bloodline, it was difficult for them to break through to the godly state. Let's go, Wang Xian said to Mo Shah before returning to the dragon throne and continuing to sail towards the Phoenix dynasty. Although the arrival of the legendary figure of the extraordinary mainland, the great Emperor Aoshan, was beyond his expectations, he did not take it to heart. Regardless of whether it was the great Emperor Aoshan or the god of the dragons, as long as he was given a few more years, they would not be a match for him. After I return this time, my level will be greatly improved. Furthermore, the Dragon Palace has already reached level 5. Even if the god of the Dragon Clan attacks me personally, the Dragon Palace's defense will be able to withstand it. Wang Xian revealed a look of confidence. The team from the Dragon Palace flew and soon arrived at the Phoenix Dynasty. When the citizens of the Phoenix Dynasty saw the huge team from the Dragon Palace, they weren't too surprised. In the past 10 days, they had clearly learned about the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Dragon Palace. The citizens of the Phoenix Dynasty were filled with gratitude towards a Dragon Palace that had helped their empress to get to where she was today. Little Xian, have you dealt with the 10,000 Demons Empire? Lan Qingyue, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls asked him. Yes, I've dealt with all of them. What about the Phoenix Empire? Wang Xian nodded with a smile and looked at Feng Luan. I've dealt with them. Feng Luan nodded as well. Are you planning to place the imperial capital of the Dragon Phoenix Empire in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, or the Phoenix Empire? Wang Xian's gaze swept across the imperial capital of the Phoenix Empire. In terms of prosperity, it was much better than the current imperial capital. However, in terms of defense, the ruins of the Divine Kingdom was better. I'm also considering it. The vast area is a little far from the Phoenix Dynasty, but I can't give up on any of them. Feng Luan frowned slightly and hesitated. The vast area had the benefits of the vast area. It was difficult to make a decision here. Why don't we go back first and think about it? Wang Xian said to her. I plan to bring the disciples of the Dragon Palace back. The resources that I bring back this time will allow the Dragon Palace to receive a huge upgrade. Alright, you guys can go back first. I have to settle some matters here in the Phoenix Empire. Feng Luan said to him. Alright, if you have any problems, you can ask Mo Shah for help directly. Wang Xian didn't stay in the Phoenix Dynasty any longer. He brought the group of girls and the members of the Dragon Palace and flew towards the vast area. With Xiaolan carrying them, Wang Xian and the rest returned to the Dragon Palace 3 days later. Next, we will increase the strength of all the members of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian floated in the sky above the Dragon Palace and said to all the disciples of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui and all the members of the Dragon Palace revealed an excited expression. This time, the resources that the Dragon Palace had obtained were too huge. Prime Minister Gui, lead all the members of the Dragon Palace into the Dragon Pool. Wang Xian said with a smile. Yes. Prime Minister Gui nodded. Wang Xian moved his body and flew directly into the Dragon King's palace. Next, he had to start improving his strength. The interspatial rings of the 600,000 to 700,000 experts from the Empire of 10,000 Demons and the Phoenix Dynasty. The elixirs in them were extremely terrifying. Other than those elixirs, There were also the spiritual herbs and various treasures that he had obtained when he went to the Empire of 10,000 Demons. These treasures were sufficient to give him a huge improvement in his strength. Taking out the elixirs one by one, Wang Xian transformed into the body of a divine dragon and swallowed the elixirs and spiritual herbs in large mouthfuls. It was almost equivalent to the treasures of 2 empires. This was especially so for the Empire of 10,000 Demons. It had a history of more than 300,000 years. The treasures that they stored were so great that even Wang Xian was shocked. One pill after another turned into dense dragon qi. Wang Xian's strength began to increase rapidly. Half an hour later, his level had directly increased by 1 level. However, he did not stop. The pills in his interspatial ring were enough for him to increase another level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 3rd level of longevity. When he had consumed 70% of his resources, the system's voice sounded. Only then did he stop. Name Wang Xian. Race: Yin Yang 5 elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level: Longevity Level 3, 4th Change of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Divine Crystal 111/25 000. Supernatural Ability: Rule the Water Tribe. Rule the Water Tribe below their level. Devour living things to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation Method: Divine Dragon Transformation. Abhijna, soul-absorbing, spirit-attaching, yin-yang 5 elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect: 5 elements Great Mill, Dragon Kingdom in the palm, Dragon Head under the heavens, Dragon Body of 10,000 miles, yin-yang poles, yin-yang 5 elements Om's bowl, Divine Dragon Tail. Domain: Rainbow Dragon Domain. Dragon Palace. Level 5. Members of Dragon Palace 23,333. In the Dragon King's Hall at the Dragon Palace, a 3,000-meter-long Wang Xian was swaying his body. His entire body was flashing with 7-colored radiance. Waves of powerful dragon might were surging towards the surroundings. A majestic dragon head, a huge body, and 2 huge dragon horns. Every part of his body seemed to have been carved by divine work. It was completely flawless. Although I didn't comprehend any skills during this upgrade, the immense power has given me the terrifying strength to kill a level 8 Wanshou master. Wang Xian felt the strength of his body and a majestic glow shot out from his eyes. The area of the 7-colored dragon field had reached a radius of 1,600 kilometers. Within this 1,600 kilometers, he could teleport to any place. Now, I should be able to kill 2 level 8 longevity dragon emperors. As for humans, I should be able to kill 4 level 8 longevity experts. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. The improvement this time was too great. The great emperor of Aoshan has the strength of level 9 of longevity. The strongest person in the Aoshan Empire, Ao Baiming, has the strength of level 7 of longevity. The Dragon Emperor of the Draconid Empire seems to have the strength of level 7 of longevity as well. Speaking of which, he is the 2nd strongest person among the humans. However, there should be more than a dozen people from the Dragon Clan who are at level 8, level 9, and half-step divine realm. He thought to himself. In the entire supernatural continent, he was already close to the strongest. Roar! Wang Xian let out a soft roar. Sensing the powerful force, he transformed into his human form and arrived at the Dragon Transformation Pool. At this moment, all the members of the Dragon Palace were entrenched in the Dragon Transformation Pool. The 9 divine dragons that were entrenched on the Dragon Pearl spat out resplendent dragon blood. The dragon blood was poured directly on the members of the Dragon Palace. I wonder how strong the members of the Dragon Palace will be in half a month's time. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. The birth of the Dragon Palace had shocked the entire supernatural continent. The return of the Empress had similarly shocked the entire supernatural continent. The destruction of the 10,000 Fei Empire and the Phoenix Dynasty shocked everyone on the continent. From then on, the Transcendence continent no longer had the 10,000 Fei Empire and the Phoenix Dynasty, only the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix Dynasty. Time slowly passed, and the Phoenix Dynasty changed its name to the Dragon Phoenix Empire, becoming the territory of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. After the Phoenix wiped out the 17 great families, huge amounts of resources flowed into the Dragon Phoenix Empire, creating numerous experts. The entire extraordinary continent temporarily entered a stable state. Half a month later, all the members of the Dragon Palace used up the resources they obtained this time, causing the strength of the entire Dragon Palace to receive a huge increase. The number of members in the Dragon Palace who had the combat strength of a rank 1 Wanshou reached over 100. All the leaders had reached rank 2 Wanshou. As for the other members, the weakest had reached level 5 of the Profound Void Realm and could fight against level 6 of the Profound Void Realm. More than 2,000 Saturn turtles had been subdued and they had become the Royal Sky Division of the Dragon Palace. After absorbing dragon blood and breaking through the bloodline limit, their defense had reached a terrifying level. None of the members of the Dragon Palace at the same level could break through their defense. Their powerful and invincible defense meant that their attack power was very weak. In the entire Dragon Palace, their attack power was the weakest. Even so, they were still a very powerful race in the entire extraordinary continent. Even Prime Minister Gue was preparing to advance toward the Saturn Turtle clan. Half a month later, Feng Luan returned to the Dragon Palace. The final decision was to place the imperial capital of the Dragon Phoenix Empire in the former imperial capital of the Phoenix Dynasty. The Central Continent region was the center of the entire continent. The quality of the ordinary citizens there was one level higher than the vast region. The prodigies of the vast region might only be considered ordinary geniuses in the Central Continent region. After Feng Luan returned, she took out a huge amount of resources and began to raise her strength. The resources of the Phoenix Dynasty were not requested by the King Immortal. With the resources accumulated by the 17 families and the Phoenix Emperor, it was enough for Feng Luan to receive a huge increase in her strength. Little Xian, are we going to move the Dragon Palace to the Sea of Extraordinariness next? In the Dragon Palace, a group of girls and Wang Xian were lying in the Dragon King's bedroom. Lan Qingwei asked directly. Yes. If the Dragon Palace wants to continue developing, it must go to the Sea of Extraordinariness. Wang Xian nodded. At present, the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Phoenix Empire had stabilized. With the resources obtained from forging weapons by the Firehammer clan, the maximum number of 5 Dragon Palace disciples who were at level 5 of the See-Through Realm could be upgraded to level 6 of the See-Through Realm in a day. At this speed, it would take more than 10 years for all the 23,000 disciples of the Dragon Palace to reach the Longevity Realm. This period of time was too long, so the Dragon Palace had to enter the Extraordinary Sea. The Extraordinary Sea is the territory of the Dragon Clan. All the sea beasts are under the control of the Dragon Clan. If the Dragon Clan finds out that we've entered, we'll be in big trouble. Lan Qingyue frowned at the side. The Dragon Clan is indeed a problem. However, with our current level 5 Dragon Palace's defensive capabilities, the Dragon Clan will not be able to break through our defenses. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. In the Sea of Extraordinariness, he once found a relatively remote place where the Dragon Palace could quietly develop. However, it will be a little difficult to increase my strength in the future. Wang Xian frowned slowly. 2 consecutive huge improvements. One was to obtain the resources in the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, and the other was to destroy the 2 empires. The only way to obtain another huge improvement was to destroy the empires. However, putting aside the fact that he had no enmity with the 2 empires, even if he didn't have the strength to destroy them. Qingyu Shuqing, I hope I'm not disturbing you. If you're not disturbing me, I'll go in. At this moment, Feng Luan's voice came from outside. Her words caused the girls' faces to turn slightly red. Come in, Sister Feng Luan. What are you, the Empress, thinking about? Guan Shuqing spat and said directly. Didn't I say hello in advance in order to prevent disturbing your elegant mood and to prevent I harm? Feng Luan walked in with a smile on her face. In the past, she had entered the bedroom without paying attention once. As a result, she had seen a shameful picture of a living palace. From then on, she would inform them in advance every time she came in. Sometimes, she wouldn't come in suddenly even if she called them in advance. Feng Luan, your strength has increased to level 6 of longevity. Seeing Feng Luan come in, Wang Xian said in surprise. Before the great battle, Feng Luan's strength was only at the 3rd level of longevity. Now, she had directly risen to the 3rd level and had the strength to fight against the 7th level of longevity. Even at her peak, she didn't have such formidable strength. Well, it's all thanks to the dragon pool. Otherwise, I would need at least 1,000 years to surpass myself at my peak, Feng Luan said with a smile. When do you plan to transfer the Dragon Palace to the Sea of Extraordinariness? Feng Luan continued to speak. Soon. I have found a good location for the Sea of Extraordinariness. I will transfer the Dragon Palace there today. Wang Xian said directly. Be careful of the Dragon Clan. The Sea of Extraordinariness is under the control of the Dragon Clan. If the Dragon Palace were to enter suddenly, I'm afraid they would be attacked by the Dragon Palace. Feng Luan reminded. With the defense and concealment of the Dragon Palace, unless a longevity-level Dragon Clan expert comes to the sky above the Dragon Palace, it would be very difficult to discover it. Wang Xian smiled and didn't pay too much attention to it. The area of the Sea of Extraordinariness was too big. It was slightly bigger than the central continent. The Dragon Sea of the Dragon Clan only occupied 1/4 of the area of the Sea of Extraordinariness. The area he was in was very remote and difficult to discover. That's good. The Dragon Palace's teleportation to the Extraordinary Sea will be much closer to the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Feng Luan nodded. Since that's the case, let's start the teleportation. Wang Xian did not stop. He stood up immediately and began the teleportation of the Dragon Palace. After the Dragon Palace was upgraded to level 5, the teleportation range reached more than 3,000 kilometers. Could be teleported once every 10 seconds. In a few hours, the vast Dragon Palace directly entered the Sea of Transcendence. In a relatively remote coastal area, the Dragon Palace stood there. It occupied an area of 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers was not a small area, but the Dragon Palace had a concealment array. As long as the longevity experts were not very close, they would not be discovered. When the Dragon Palace moved, it was located in the center of the Extraordinary Sea. Hundreds of thousands of mountains rose from the bottom of the sea and shot into the clouds. There were tens of thousands of densely packed mountains. Roars came from the entire sea from time to time. Dragons with huge wings swam in the sea and soared in the sky. This was the overlord of the extraordinary continent, the land of the dragon race, the Dragon Sea. The Dragon Sea was the sea of the dragon race, the habitat of hundreds of thousands of dragons. In the middle of the Dragon Sea was a huge flaming mountain. This flaming mountain was extremely huge, hundreds of times the size of the surrounding mountains. However, this mountain was a little strange. It only revealed about 100 meters of water. It occupied a large area, but its height was very low. Moreover, the entire mountain peak was completely sunken in, like a valley. The valley within the flaming mountain peak occupied an area of about 50 kilometers. This was the Dragon God Valley. Dragon Deep Valley, the resting place of the god of the dragon race. At this moment, the center of the Dragon God Valley was enveloped by mysterious rays of light. Walala! An old man with dragon horns sat on a high throne. He was holding an ancient book in his hand, and his eyes were shining with divine light. The sound of flowing water came from the front of the throne. However, it was not flowing water, but fresh blood without any impurities. The fresh blood gathered in the huge pond in front of them. The blood did not even occupy 1% of the space. On the left and right sides of the blood pond, there were 2 huge bookshelves. The bookshelves were filled with ancient books. In the center of the blood pond, there were more than a dozen figures kneeling. There were 13 old men with dragon horns and a middle-aged man with dragon horns and a dragon tail. If it were not for the existence of the blood pond, the whole picture would have looked like the dean of the academy teaching his students. Haha! The bloodline has become a god. For hundreds of thousands of years, the reason why no god was born in the dragon clan is because of the bloodline. Success depends on the bloodline, and failure depends on the bloodline. On the throne, the gentle and kind-looking old man spoke indifferently. The madness in his eyes had destroyed some of his temperament. The human race is a lowly race. They have a lowly bloodline. But it's also because of this bloodline that their advancement will not be restricted by the bloodline. It's been more than 10,000 years. I've finally found a way to become a god. Ha ha! The gentle and kind old man continued. At the end of his words, his face revealed a savage and willful expression. The peak of the dragon, the world is proud. Only with me, the dragon god, can there be a heaven. Scarlet claw, undying body, exterminating all the powerful enemies of the 9 heavens. Carrying blood on my back, holding the Dragon Valley in my hand. I want to become a god. The gentle and kind old man continued. His body began to tremble with excitement. The dragon god will definitely step into the god realm and become the only true god in the transcendental continent. Below, more than 10 figures lowered their heads and shouted respectfully, "Son of the dragon!" The gentle and kind old man withdrew the wanton expression on his face and recovered once again. He looked down. "Your subordinate is here," the middle-aged man with dragon horns and a dragon tail hurriedly replied. "I need the blood of a human expert, a large amount of blood." The gentle and kind old man was naturally the strongest expert of the dragon race, the god of the dragon race. "Leave it to your subordinate," the son of the dragon replied respectfully. "I need the blood of the Aoshan Empire. I want to use the blood of the Aoshan Emperor, that undying old man, to sacrifice my divine seat," the god of the dragon race said with a smile. His words made the son of the dragon race slightly moved. "It's the dragon god," the son of the dragon replied again. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Lord Dragon God, a powerful force has appeared on the extraordinary continent. It's called the Dragon Palace. According to the information we have, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has the strength of a level 6 longevity warrior. However, he is only in his 30s. For him to be able to transform into a powerful creature, he must have obtained some kind of opportunity and obtained a powerful bloodline." "Oh!" The god of the dragon clan was slightly stunned, and his eyes were shining. "He has the power of the 6th level of longevity in his 30s? What kind of bloodline is this? If he doesn't become a god, he will become an ant." In the entire Transcendence continent, the dragon clan has the strongest bloodline, but to be able to reach the 6th level of longevity in his 30s is extraordinary. Find out what kind of bloodline he has. Everything is based on fresh blood. Within a year, I need enough fresh blood. Next, I need to complete the transformation of my bloodline and make preparations to ignite the divine fire. You can come back a year later. After the god of dragon race finished speaking, he sat on the chair and flipped open the book in his hand. With a gentle wave of his arm, more than 10 figures directly appeared outside the Dragon Valley. "Take care of Lord Dragon God's matters. If you need anything, come find us." Outside the Dragon Valley, an elder of the Dragon clan said to the son of Dragon, "It's the dragon ancestor. I will fulfill Lord Dragon God's orders." The son of Dragon nodded heavily. "Then go. By the way, let me know when you understand the Dragon King's bloodline of the Dragon Palace." The dragon ancestor continued to instruct. "Yes," the son of dragon replied. In the entire Transcendence continent, the only one who could be called the son of dragon was the dragon emperor of the Dragon Empire. Lord Dragon God is becoming more and more terrifying. Soon, the entire Transcendental continent will be under Lord Dragon God's feet. The dragon emperor of the Dragonman Empire muttered in shock when he saw the group of dragon race higher-ups leave. More than 10,000 years ago, there was still someone who could contend against the dragon god in the entire Transcendental continent. Now that more than 10,000 years had passed, that person was probably no match for the dragon god. In his opinion, the dragon god was even more terrifying than a real god. The former god of the dragon race was almost like a crazy demon in order to become a god. He even wanted to make all the living beings in the entire continent worship him. However, because of the appearance of Emperor Aoshan, he held a divine artifact in his hand and stopped this action. Later, the entire Draconid Empire worshipped the dragon god. In the end, the dragon god realized that it was completely impossible to worship and ascend to godhood, so he stopped. Later on, in order to break through to godhood, the dragon god collected all kinds of ancient books and materials from the entire continent. He spent 6,000 to 7,000 years studying all kinds of books, experiments, and practices. 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, he went into seclusion for 6 to 7,000 years. This was an extremely terrifying thing for any human or even living creature. Loneliness and loneliness. The god of the dragon race endured it all until he found the path to godhood again not long ago. Bloodline. With his powerful and terrifying wisdom, he decided to transform his bloodline into a human's bloodline. Then, with his understanding of the mirror of God, after nearly 20,000 years of accumulation, he ignited the divine fire, established the divine kingdom, and became a god. In the Dragon Emperor's view, the god of the dragon race was very likely the only god born in the last few 100,000 years. I need to make some preparations. Although the god of the dragon clan doesn't need much blood, it needs at least the blood of tens of millions of powerhouses. The Dragon Emperor murmured and flew directly toward the Draconid Empire. It had been 3 days since the Dragon Palace had moved to the Extraordinary Sea. During these 3 days, the appearance of the Dragon Palace didn't attract the attention of the creatures of the Extraordinary Sea. During these 3 days, the disciples of the Dragon Palace had a radius of more than 10,000 kilometers and had completely stabilized. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire had also stabilized and everything was flourishing. It was rare for Wang Xian to relax again. He brought a group of girls around the Phoenix dynasty and clapped happily for love in the Dragon Palace. In short, they were playing happily for half a month. Dragon King, Dragon Queen. When Wang Xian was playing with a group of girls at a famous scenic spot in the Phoenix dynasty, a small team of Firecloud guards suddenly rushed over. Huh? What's the matter? When Wang Xian saw them, he knew that Feng Yuan was looking for him. Dragon King, the Empress asked us to look for you. Something has happened between the Draconid Empire and the Aoshan Empire, the Firecloud guard said directly. The Aoshan Empire and the Draconid Empire? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. The image of the great emperor of Aoshan appeared in his mind. Xiao Yu, my wives, let's go. Wang Xian shouted at Guan Shuqing and the other girls. With a wave of his arm, he teleported directly towards the imperial capital of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. Feng Yuan, what happened between the Aoshan Empire and the Draconid Empire? When Wang Xian arrived at the Phoenix Palace, he sensed her location and teleported over immediately. The news came this morning. The Draconid Empire sent troops to attack the cities of the Aoshan Empire. There seems to be a fight because of a small matter. It must be premeditated. Feng Yuan saw Wang Xian and handed him a document of the Phoenix Empire. Oh? The Draconid Empire dares to attack the Aoshan Empire? Could it be an order from the dragon race? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. Looking at the information on it, he was slightly surprised. Even if the Draconid Empire does not rely on the dragon race, it is not weaker than the Aoshan Empire. It should have nothing to do with the dragon race. If the dragon race were to attack, the Aoshan Empire would have been destroyed long ago. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Feng Yuan said directly, how is that possible? The great emperor of Aoshan is still alive. The dragon race would not dare to attack the Aoshan Empire so easily. Wang Xian shook his head and said, what? The great emperor of Aoshan? This great emperor should have fallen. How is he still alive? Feng Yuan asked with a stunned expression. I have met the great emperor of Aoshan. Wang Xian told her about the last time the great emperor of Aoshan came to look for him. I really didn't expect that such a person is still alive. Furthermore, he has a powerful divine weapon. Feng Yuan muttered in shock. In that case, the dragon race and the Dragonman Empire should know that this person is still alive. Why would they still dare to do so? Feng Yuan frowned slightly. She couldn't understand it. Empress. There are experts from the Dragonman Empire coming to pay their respects. At this moment, Feng Yun walked in and reported to Feng Yuan. The Draconid Empire. Feng Yuan was slightly shocked. She took a glance at Wang Xian. Let them in, Feng Yuan said directly. Greetings, Empress. Soon, 3 powerhouses with dragon horns on their heads walked in and paid their respects to Feng Yuan. May I know why the 3 of you from the Draconid Empire are here in the Draconid Empire? Feng Yuan asked directly. This should be the Dragon King. The 3 powerhouses from the Draconid Empire looked at Wang Xian and said, We are here to look for the Dragon King. Since we don't know the location of the Dragon Palace, we came to the Phoenix Empire. It's just that we didn't expect the Dragon King to be here. That's even better. Oh? Looking for me? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at the three middle-aged men. They were draconids who possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. They had a pair of dragon horns on their heads. The three of them were all at the first level of the longevity realm. Their strength was extraordinary. Our Dragon King has heard of the name of the Dragon King and wishes to get to know him. We would like to invite you to the Dragon City of the Draconid Empire. The middle-aged man in the middle said to Wang Xian. Invite me to the Dragon City? Wang Xian was a little puzzled. That's right. Our Dragon Emperor and some dragon experts want to witness the rise of the Dragon King from the extraordinary mainland. Don't worry, Dragon King. Our Dragon Empire and the Dragon race have no other intentions. With our strength, there's no need for us to play any tricks, the middle-aged man said with a smile. There was a hint of arrogance on his face. In 5 days, I will pay a visit to Dragon City. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and said directly, All right. When the time comes, our Draconid Empire would like to welcome the Dragon King. The three draconids cupped their hands and took out an invitation letter. They cupped their hands at Feng Luan and left immediately. Wang Xian took the invitation letter and watched the three draconids leave. His eyes were sparkling. Why did the Draconid Empire and the Dragon race invite you, little Xian? Feng Luan frowned slightly. Wang Xian shook his head and guessed. Could it be related to the Aoshan Empire? It shouldn't be. Could it be that I'm just curious? No matter what, it's better to be careful. The Draconid Empire and the Dragon race are very overbearing. The group of girls reminded him. Don't worry. My current strength is sufficient to kill a level 8 dragon of longevity. If I want to escape, even a level 9 dragon of longevity wouldn't be able to stop me, Wang Xian said faintly. He was also curious about the invitation from the Draconid Empire. Dragon City, the imperial capital of the Draconid Empire. 3 gigantic dragon arches were located in 4 directions: north, south, east, and west. In the north, there was a gigantic mountain peak. The mountain peak was as high as 5,000 meters, reaching straight into the clouds. Above the mountain peak, there was a dragon that was more than 2,000 meters in size. This was the god of the dragon clan. Huge wings and a huge head lay on the top of the mountain peak, overlooking the entire dragon city. This dragon mountain in the north was transported here directly from another place over 10,000 years ago by the powerhouses of the dragon race. This was to announce the god of the dragon race and the belief of the dragon race. Dragon City was the only city in the entire continent where the dragon race could be seen frequently. From time to time, there would be dragons circling in the sky. This is Dragon City? Wang Xian was floating 30 kilometers in front of Dragon City. Looking at the dragon pool in front of him, his eyes were filled with curiosity. The hierarchy of the Draconid Empire was clear. Humans were considered inferior while the Draconids were considered aristocrats. The dragon race was the supreme existence in the Draconid Empire. They would receive the highest treatment wherever they went in the Draconid Empire. Let's go and take a look. Wang Xian didn't go to the Dragon Palace immediately. Instead, he went straight to the city gate and entered the Dragon City. He told the Draconid Empire that he would arrive in 5 days. Today was only the 4th day. After entering the dragon pool, one could see dragon-shaped buildings and statues of the god of the dragon race everywhere. There were also some places for worshipping and offering sacrifices. On the streets of the entire Dragon City, the Draconids with dragon horns were obviously of a higher status. Ordinary people had to make way for the Draconids. Those Draconids with dragon horns were generally stronger. Walala. At this moment, voices were suddenly heard. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback as he realized that the person in front of him was kneeling on the ground. Ha! He was slightly taken aback as he saw more than a dozen humanoid dragons with dragon horns and dragon tails walking over. Those with dragon horns and dragon tails were powerhouses above the level of the Dragon Emperor. The citizens of the Draconid Empire and even the Draconids had to kneel and pay their respects when they saw them. Everyone around was kneeling on the ground. Wang Xian, who was standing by the side of the street, appeared very abrupt. "My lords, if you are passing by, you must kneel even if you are an outsider." A strong voice sounded beside him. Wang Xian looked over and realized that it was a draconid with dragon horns staring at him angrily. Around him, some citizens of Dragon City were looking at him. Wang Xian frowned slightly and ignored them. He walked straight ahead. "Ha!" The dozen draconids who were walking in the middle of the road were slightly stunned when they saw Wang Xian, who was still standing. "Third Prince? This human?" A middle-aged man on the left at the front was sizing up Wang Xian. He raised his eyebrows and raised his head slightly. He was filled with a noble look. "His strength is extraordinary." The middle-aged draconid who was standing in the middle of the dozen or so people raised his eyebrows and sized up Wang Xian as well. He asked faintly, "Who is he from?" "The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. He has been invited to the Draconid Empire." While the group of dragon experts were sizing him up, Wang Xian was also looking at them as he replied faintly, "Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Which faction is this? How dare they call him the Dragon King? Haha, interesting. They really know how to suck up to him." The third prince of the dragon clan, who was standing in the middle of the group, was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. After he finished speaking, he ignored Wang Xian and walked straight ahead. He didn't put Wang Xian in his eyes at all. "Huh? Dragon King of the Dragon Palace?" The draconid who berated Wang Xian earlier was slightly stunned. The people around him were also stunned. A dozen members of the dragon race might not know the name of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, but the citizens of the Draconid Empire were very clear about it. He was the latest peerless powerhouse to rise up in the extraordinary mainland. He killed the Emperor of the Nine Heavens demonic bird of the 10,000 Demons Empire and destroyed 2 empires. His strength was extremely terrifying, and he was one of the top experts in the continent. However, what they did not expect was that the Dragon King of the dragon race had actually come to their dragon city. Dragon King? Flattery? When the citizens of the Dragon City heard the words of more than 10 dragon race experts, their faces were filled with astonishment and their eyes flashed with a strange look. Flattery? When Wang Xian heard these words and saw the group of dragon race figures leaving proudly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He had already witnessed the arrogance of the dragons. This was the first time Wang Xian had seen their imagination. The reason why this newly risen leader of the Dragon Palace is called the Dragon King is because he can be called the Dragon King when he is half a step away from longevity. Above longevity, he can be called the Dragon Emperor. Logically speaking, this Dragon King has the strength of level 6 longevity. He can definitely be called the Dragon Emperor. In our world, besides the Dragon Clan and our monarch, who else dares to call him the Dragon Emperor? The leader of the Dragon Palace obviously doesn't dare to be the Dragon Emperor, so he is called the Dragon King. That's right, this will at least give our Dragon Empire and the Dragon Clan a good impression. Hehe. This leader of the Dragon Palace really knows how to do things. The person in the middle was the third prince just now, right? He is one of the most outstanding members of the Dragon Clan. Those who can seize the position of the Crown Prince are almost certain to become the Dragon Emperor in the future. This is a top-notch existence of the Dragon Clan. Voices of conversation rang out around Wang Xian. The words of the citizens of the Draconid Empire made him slightly stunned once again. In the Divine Dragon Clan, the ruler of a dragon palace is called the Dragon King. Even if he is at the Divine Realm or higher, he is still called the Dragon King. Only a Dragon King who has cultivated to the 9 transformations can be called the Dragon God. As for the Dragon Emperor, Wang Xian shook his head contemptuously. The Divine Dragon Clan did not have such a title. After wandering around for half a day, he realized that the citizens of the entire Draconid Empire had a strong respect for the Dragon Clan. They called themselves the servants of the dragon. This kind of belief was even filled with blindness. Wang Xian strolled around Dragon City and found a good restaurant to stay in. When Wang Xian's identity was exposed in Dragon City, the Dragon King, who was located in the Dragon Palace in the center of Dragon City, had already received the news. When he learned that the Dragon King from the Dragon Palace had arrived early, a satisfied look appeared on his face. "Prime Minister, prepare a banquet for the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace tomorrow." the son of the Dragon Emperor, directly ordered the Prime Minister in the study. Yes, Dragon Emperor. Today, the third prince of the Dragon Clan and the others have come to the Dragon Pool. Should we invite them over tomorrow? The white-bearded Prime Minister in the Imperial study hesitated for a moment and said, "Of course, we have to inform the third prince and the others about this. We just need to reserve seats for them. As for whether they will come or not, it doesn't matter." The Dragon Emperor nodded. Also, how are things at the border with the Aoshan Empire? Reporting to the Dragon Emperor, we have already used the formation to collect blood. However, at this rate, it will take at least half a year. The white-bearded Prime Minister immediately replied, "Send out more legions and send out a small team of dragon among men. Speed up." The Dragon King immediately ordered. Yes. The white-bearded Prime Minister bowed and left. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? After a moment of silence in the Imperial study, the Dragon King gently knocked on the table. I wonder what kind of bloodline this Dragon King has to be so extraordinary at such a young age. Try to recruit him. Dragon King, our Dragon King has prepared a feast. Please. The next day, when Wang Xian was about to head to the Dragon Palace, a longevity expert from the Draconid Empire walked up to him and invited him. Oh, I was just about to head there. Lead the way. Wang Xian nodded his head and followed the expert with a smile on his face. They walked into the Dragon Palace. In front of the Dragon Hall, there was a statue of the god of the dragon race that was a few hundred meters in size. In the huge Dragon Hall, there were statues of the dragon race everywhere. Soldiers in red, blue, and green armor were patrolling the dragon shop. They had dragon horns that were a few tens of centimeters long and looked extraordinary. Ha ha ha, welcome, Dragon King. Please take a seat, Dragon King. It was almost noon. Under the leadership of the powerhouses from the Draconid Empire, Wang Xian arrived at a large hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he heard a heroic voice. Wang Xian looked over and saw a middle-aged man sitting on the dragon throne in the center. The middle-aged man was dressed in a fiery red dragon robe with huge dragon horns. He looked majestic and domineering. The middle-aged man was the Dragon King. Beside the Dragon King, there was another seat. An elder of the dragon race was sitting on it and sizing him up. There were more than 100 people sitting on both sides of the hall. On the right side of the seat, there were more than 20 members of the dragon race. In the middle, there were 7 to 8 members of the dragon race who did not look like humans. Instead, they looked like complete dragons. On the other side, there were a group of powerhouses and important ministers of the Draconid Empire. The ones closest to him were the princes and princesses of the Draconid Empire. Since the Dragon King has invited me, I will naturally rush over. Wang Xian saw that everyone was staring at him and walked in calmly. He swept his gaze across the elder beside the Dragon King and walked towards the position that the Dragon King had pointed out. The first position on the left was prepared for him alone. Haha, I heard that the Dragon King is peerless in his generation. I can't help but want to get to know him. Please take a seat, Dragon King. Prepare the best dragon spring wine and prepare longevity-grade ingredients for the Dragon King. The Dragon King laughed out loud and gave a light shout. Thank you for your hospitality, Dragon King. Wang Xian cupped his hands with a smile and sat on his seat. One by one, the servants carried the exquisite ingredients and placed them in front of him. Come, let's taste the dragon spring wine that is unique to our Draconid Empire. The Dragon King picked up the wine cup and gestured at him. Wang Xian nodded his head and gestured at the Dragon King. Wang Xian was not afraid of the Draconid Empire, but he was still afraid of the dragon race behind them. Although the Dragon Palace could withstand the attacks of the dragon race, if the dragon race really wanted to fight against him, the Dragon Palace was no match at all. Especially that god of the dragon race. Therefore, Wang Xian had to come over this time. You are the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? You are only in your 30s and possess the strength of level 6 of longevity. You are able to slay the demonic birds of the 9 heavens. Just as Wang Xian was drinking the dragon's spring wine, a curious voice came from the other side. Wang Xian looked over and swept his gaze across that curious dragon. He nodded his head faintly. Among the group of dragons across him, More than a dozen of them were the third prince and the rest of the dragons whom he met yesterday. To be able to reach such a level in your 30s, the god of the dragons had only reached the realm of longevity when he was in his 30s. I'm very curious, Dragon King. What kind of bloodline do you have to be able to reach such a level so quickly? The third prince of the dragons asked Wuxia directly. This is related to my cultivation secret. Naturally, I can't tell others. Wuxia shook his head slightly when he heard his words. Haha, Dragon King, at our level there's nothing to hide. I'm also very curious. Dragon King. What kind of bloodline do you have to be so powerful? The Dragon King did not stop the third prince from speaking. He continued to ask when he heard Wuxia's reply. The main purpose of inviting the Dragon King over this time was to find out what kind of bloodline the Dragon King possessed. Do you really think that we would covet your bloodline? Haha, Dragon King, you are really overthinking it. In the entire Transcendence continent, no bloodline is more noble than ours. The third prince of the dragon tribe spoke to Wuxia proudly. His green dragon tail swayed slightly. It's just an ordinary bloodline. Dragon King, you invited me over. Don't tell me you just want to know what bloodline I have obtained. Wuxia frowned slightly when he saw them asking again and again. This is only one aspect. The smile on the Dragon King's face faded a little when he saw that Wuxia still did not answer. He asked faintly, It doesn't matter if you don't talk about your bloodline. When I heard that you were fighting just now, I was able to transform into a gigantic demonic beast. Furthermore, after using your avatar, you can increase your body size to a few tens of kilometers. I am very curious about it. Please show us, Dragon King. The voice of the third prince of the dragon tribe continued. He took a sip of the dragon spring wine on the table and continued to stare at Wuxia indifferently. That's right. We would like to see what kind of bloodline it is that allows the Dragon King to possess a talent that surpasses our dragon god. To be able to transform into a huge demonic beast, it must be extraordinary. The members of the dragon tribe who were beside the third prince of the dragon tribe also spoke with curiosity. In the entire hall, everyone's gaze was focused on Wuxia. It was obvious that they wanted to find out what was going on. When Wuxia saw that everyone was staring at him and wanted him to transform into his dragon form, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. This might be a little inconvenient. I will only transform during a battle, Wuxia said calmly. His voice reverberated throughout the entire hall. Wuxia's words caused the entire hall to turn cold. On the opposite side, more than 20 members of the dragon race had a hint of coldness in their eyes. The coldness in their eyes was not concealed at all. They sat up slightly and looked down at Wuxia. In the middle of the hall, the Dragon King frowned slightly. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Since I will only transform during a battle, that's simple. One of the members of the dragon race would like to consult the Dragon King. At this moment, the elder of the dragon clan who was sitting beside the Dragon King suddenly spoke. He looked at everything calmly and gave an order. Yes, elder. The members of the dragon clan immediately nodded respectfully. More than 20 members of the dragon palace looked at each other. Among them, the third prince, who was the most powerful, was only at the third level of longevity. He was much weaker than the Dragon King. However, this was just a lesson. Even if the Dragon King was at the 6th level of longevity, they were not afraid at all. Aku Shui Lai, come on. You are the Dragon King, and the other party is also the Dragon King. Let's talk to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The third prince of the Dragon Clan suddenly said to a member of the Dragon Clan who had not transformed. Haha, it's the third prince. It's my honor to be able to fight against the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. I'm also the Dragon King now. Come on, Dragon King, let's spar. Boom. The half-step longevity water dragon flapped his wings and flew directly to the center of the hall. He raised his head slightly and spoke to Wuxia. When the group of dragons saw this scene, their faces were filled with smiles. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan versus the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The members of the Dragon Clan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the appearance of a dragon from the Dragon Clan to fight the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. In their opinion, since they were both Dragon Kings, it was a good opportunity for them to spar with each other. The Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows when he saw that there was only one Dragon King fighting, but he didn't say anything. Although he was the leader of the Draconid Empire, he did not have the right to order the members of the Dragon Clan. Even when facing the third prince of the Dragon Clan, he had to treat him warmly. As for the elder of the Dragon Clan beside him, he had to treat him even more respectfully. A single sentence from the Dragon Clan could turn him, the Dragon Emperor, into a stray dog. He had a clear understanding of the power of the Dragon Clan. Kushuelai exuded the dragon might belonging to the Dragon Clan as he stared at Wang Xian. Facing an expert who was much stronger than him, he did not have the slightest fear. This Dragon King is not giving face to the lords of the Dragon Clan. He even asked our Lord Dragon King to make a move. Haha, this Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is still sensible. Otherwise, how could he call himself the Dragon King? This means that he is still full of respect for the Dragon Clan. At the back of the ceremony, the experts of the Draconid Empire weren't too surprised to see this scene. They didn't even feel that something was wrong, because their dragon race was supreme. The experts of the Draconid Empire even guessed that the master of the Dragon Palace called himself the Dragon King because he was afraid of the dragon race. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have addressed himself as the Dragon King. Instead, he would have addressed himself as the Dragon King. Of course, if the leader of the Dragon Palace addressed himself as the Dragon King, the Dragon Kings of the Dragon Clan would definitely teach him what a real Dragon King was. Wang Xian's eyes flashed coldly when he saw the half-step longevity Dragon King, whom he could kill with one hand. Provoking him, he took a sip of the dragon's spring wine gently. Half-step longevity Dragon King. I'm afraid it's not worth my time. Wang Xian put down the wine cup and said indifferently. Huh? Why? When Kushuelai heard Wang Xian's words, he was slightly stunned. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Why? Dragon King, are you looking down on me? I, Kushuelai, am the dignified Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. As he spoke, streams of water rippled on his body and a cold aura rushed towards Wang Xian. Pa! Wang Xian stood up gently and looked at the Dragon King. He said indifferently, Dragon King, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Voila! After he finished speaking, the Dragon King frowned and stood up. He stared at Wang Xian coldly. Damn it, Dragon King, are you looking down on me? However, at this moment, a hint of coldness appeared in the eyes of the aqua dragon standing in the middle. He let out a low growl and his body gradually enlarged. He turned into a 6-meter-long aqua dragon. He spread his huge wings slightly and stared at Wang Xian coldly. A guy who is half a step away from longevity dares to provoke me again and again? A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. With a flick of his finger, a destructive force was directed at him. Bang! What? Before the aqua dragon could even react, his body was sent flying backward and smashed heavily toward the group of dragons. In the main hall, the faces of the dragons and draconids changed slightly. In an instant, everyone stood up and stared at Wang Xian with murderous intent. Pfft! The aqua dragon landed on the table and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes were filled with fear. You. He widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian in shock and anger. You dare to hurt my dragon disciple? The dragon elder beside the dragon emperor also stood up slowly. He stared at Wang Xian and shouted coldly, You still want to spar with me with such strength? Wang Xian's expression turned cold as well. He finally knew today that the Draconid Empire did not invite him here to be their guest. Instead, they wanted to understand his bloodline and why he was able to reach level 6 of longevity so quickly. However, the Draconid Empire and the dragon race were all high and mighty. They did not put him in their eyes at all. A dragon king from the dragon race actually wanted to spar with him? So you want to spar with me, the Dragon King? I'm afraid that I might accidentally kill you after I make my move. The old man beside the Dragon King slowly stood up. An incomparably terrifying pressure spread towards Wang Xian. The old man from the dragon race stood up. He was more than 2 meters tall and was extremely sturdy. He had huge dragon horns and a 2-meter-long dragon tail. Behind him, streams of water condensed into a 10-meter-long water dragon. The elder of the Dragon Clan stared at Wang Xian from above. He was like a god who was looking down on the ants in the human world. His strength of level 7 of longevity was completely unleashed. Dragon King, the Dragon Clan is the master of the transcendental continent. Anyone who hurts the disciples of the Dragon Clan will have to pay a heavy price, even if you are the master of the Dragon Palace. However, a master of the Dragon Palace is still an ant in the eyes of the dragon race. Now, kneel down and apologize to the disciple of the dragon race. Apologize sincerely. Your Dragon Palace can join the Draconid Empire and send your subordinates to kill the powerhouses of the Ao Shan Empire to atone for your crimes. The Dragon King saw the Dragon King's fury and spoke to Wang Xian calmly. Wang Xian smiled when he saw this scene. The dragon race, the master of the supernatural continent, kneel down and apologize? Atone for his crimes? And he even acted as though it was a matter of course, as expected of the high and mighty dragon race who looked down on everyone. Kneel down and apologize. On the opposite side, the third prince of the dragon race swung his body and swept his dragon tail behind him. His dragon tail, which was more than a meter long, became dozens of meters long and swept towards Wang Xian's legs. Ha! Ha! Wang Xian extended his hand slowly and grabbed the dragon tail of the third prince of the dragon race. A hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. He raised his head and stared at the son of the Dragon King. Dragon King, 5 days ago, you sent someone to deliver the invitation letter. I, the Dragon King, rushed over without hesitation. However, is this how you treat your guests? Do you really think that I, the Dragon King, am easy to bully? Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he questioned the Dragon King coldly. He didn't want to be enemies with the Draconid Empire. However, if the other party were to bully him, he, Wang Xian, wasn't afraid at all. So what if it was the Draconid Empire? So what if it was the dragon race? So what if it was the god of the dragon race? After a few years of cultivation, he would definitely be able to drag the dragon race down to the netherworld. How dare a half-dragon seed bully a true dragon? Let go of me. Before the son of the Dragon King, could reply, the third prince of the dragon race saw his dragon tail being grabbed and let out an angry roar. His body moved and transformed into a fire dragon that was more than 10 meters in size. The scorching flames poured directly towards Wang Xian. Dragon King, if you dare to make a move again, I won't be able to save you. The Dragon King saw the third prince of the dragon race's attack that was filled with anger. He glanced at him coldly and stared at Wang Xian as he warned him. He. Die. Arrogance, and superiority. He had to pay the price of death. He. Die. When the son of the Dragon Emperor said that he couldn't save him, the killing intent in Wang Xian's heart was completely unleashed. He looked at the dragon flames that were attacking him with a cold gaze. His body trembled slightly. At the same time, he held the tail of the third prince of the dragon race. A wave of destructive power rushed towards the third prince of the dragon race. The destructive force instantly rushed into the body of the third prince of the dragon race. Roar! Roar! No, don't kill me, no. Don't! A terrified voice came from the third prince of the dragon race. As he felt the destructive energy in his body, his face was filled with despair. He stared at Wang Xian and his body was trembling non-stop. Haha, the Draconid Empire and the dragon race. Do you really think that I, the Dragon King, am easy to bully? Wang Xian revealed a wanton expression. A domineering aura that was above everything was emitted from his body. The powerful dragon aura caused the expressions of the son of the Dragon Emperor, and the other Dragon Emperor to change drastically. What? He actually dared to kill the third prince of the dragon race. Damn it. They actually dared to kill the lord of the dragon race. When Wang Xian made his move, the third prince of the dragon clan screamed in terror and despair. This caused everyone in the main hall to have a drastic change in expression. More than 20 members of the dragon clan were stunned. They never expected that someone would actually dare to kill members of their dragon clan. They were the dragon clan, the master of the extraordinary mainland. They were an invincible existence. What a great dragon king. He dared to kill members of our dragon clan. Die! Our dragon clan will kill every single member of your dragon palace. The Dragon King was slightly taken aback by Wang Xian's furious attack. Following that, a violent aura surged out from his body. Dragon King, you are courting death. The son of the Dragon King, let out a furious roar. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace actually dared to kill the Dragon Clan. How dare he do such a thing? This was unforgivable. Unforgivable. Boom. The Dragon King of the Dragon Race extended his arms and transformed into a dragon claw. His body transformed into a 30-meter-long flaming dragon. The terrifying flames caused the entire hall to tremble. If it wasn't for the Grand Hall, the Dragon King of the Dragon Race might have collapsed the moment he transformed. The brutal flames attacked Wang Xian directly. A puny level 6 longevity expert dares to disobey the orders of the Dragon Race and kill a disciple of the Dragon Race. Do you know that no one has dared to kill a disciple of the Dragon Race for more than 100,000 years? The majestic and domineering voice came from the Dragon King's mouth. The flames swept past and even the air was burning. Then I shall be a dragon slayer today. When Wang Xian saw the terrifying flames attacking him, his face also revealed a terrifying killing intent. At this moment, the powerful aura of level 8 longevity was fully unleashed. His body moved and one of his arms turned into a dragon claw that was more than 10 meters in size and flew towards the Dragon King. Boom, 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 boom. An extremely loud sound rang out, accompanied by the sound of the palace being shattered. Wang Xian's dragon claws grabbed onto the body of the Dragon King. His sharp claws contained the metal attribute, the fire attribute, the wood attribute, the water attribute, and the earth attribute. With a swipe of his claws, he pierced through the body of the Dragon King. Roar! No! The Dragon King felt the rapid loss of life force in his body and felt the terrifying strength of Wang Xian. He screamed in horror. Dragon blood continued to drip down. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Cough, cough, cough. You are not the longevity 6. He opened his mouth unwillingly and coughed non-stop. Streams of dragon blood flowed out as he shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, he lost all his life force. No, how's this possible? The Dragon King was killed. The Dragon King was actually killed. You are not at the 6th level of longevity. Below them, everyone from the Draconid Empire, the members of the Dragon Race, and even the Dragon King, the son of the dragon, looked at this scene in horror as they shouted in shock. Especially the Dragon King. When he saw Wang Xian killing a Dragon King who was at the 7th level of longevity without any scruples, his eyes were filled with fear. Dragon King, how dare you? He pointed at Wang Xian and shouted with a face full of fear. Dragon King, I came to the Draconid Empire for your sake. Yet you guys are trying to bully me. Hehe, so what if you are from the Dragon Race? Today, I want to kill a few more dragons. Wang Xian turned around and looked at the Dragon King. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Swoosh. He moved his body and attacked the Dragon King directly. Dragon God's protection. When the Dragon King saw Wang Xian who was attacking him, a look of shock appeared on his face. He let out a loud roar and numerous fiery red dragon scales covered his body. Each of the dragon scales contained a terrifying defense. Bam! Wang Xian's dragon claws landed heavily on the dragon scales, but there were no traces left on them. Ha! Wang Xian was slightly shocked. His yin-yang dragon eyes sized up the fiery red dragon scale armor. This is the dragon scale of the god of the dragon race. No matter how strong you are, don't even think about breaking it. Dragon King, you are courting death. The dragon race will not let you off. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, the dragon race will not let you off. You and your entire dragon palace will be destroyed by the dragon race. The Dragon King's furious roar echoed throughout Dragon City. From the loud bang to the Dragon King's roar, everyone in Dragon City turned their attention to the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King's voice. It's the Dragon King's voice. What happened? What happened in the Dragon Palace? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? It's related to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Is the Dragon King courting death? Everyone in the Dragon City was shocked when they heard the voice. The Dragon King was actually making such an angry voice. In the Dragon Hall, the longevity experts and the Dragon City army were flying over. Destroy my Dragon Palace? Then I will start the massacre today. Haha. Wang Xian had a grim look on his face when he heard the Dragon King's words. He stared at the members of the Dragon Clan and the young masters of the Dragon Empire. No, you're a lunatic. How dare you kill our Dragon Clan? When the more than 20 members of the Dragon Clan below felt the terrifying killing intent, all the members of the Dragon Clan revealed terrified expressions. They would never have thought that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace would dare to kill them. The leader of the Dragon Palace claimed to be the Dragon King. Wasn't he trying to curry favor with the Dragon Clan? Didn't this name mean that he was afraid of the Dragon Clan? Why did he dare to kill a member of the Dragon Clan? Moreover, his strength was enough to kill the Dragon Emperor, who was at level 7 of longevity. More than 20 experts of the Dragon Clan were filled with fear and despair. The Dragon Race? Do you really think that you bunch of trash from the Dragon Race have the right to bully me? Wang Xian looked at the more than 20 members of the Dragon Race who were filled with fear. His face was filled with mockery. The Dragon Race was very strong. But this did not mean that some of the stinky fish and rotten prawns from the Dragon Race could flaunt their power in front of him. This was especially so for a Dragon King who was half a step away from longevity. He actually dared to challenge him. He was really used to being arrogant. Die, you bunch of fools. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the more than 20 members of the Dragon Race. His figure flashed and instantly appeared beside an expert of the Dragon Race. Roar! Roar! Dragon King, our Dragon Race will not let you off. Screams of horror rang out one after another. More than 20 members of the Dragon Race did not have any strength left to resist against Wang Xian. Their powerful strength turned them into corpses one after another. In the main hall, the group of powerhouses from the Draconid Empire and the princes and princesses looked at Wang Xian, who was showing off his might with a face full of fear. Their eyes were filled with fear. Killing the powerhouses of the Dragon Race in the Dragon Hall of the Draconid Empire. It's your turn. Wang Xian did not stop at all. He waved his Dragon Claw, and the Dragon Claw formed from the 5 elements energy attacked the powerhouses of the Draconid Empire. Dragon King, save us. No, father, save me. When they saw Wang Xian attacking them, the powerhouses of the Draconid Empire revealed a look of despair on their faces. They quickly cried out for help. Dragon King. When the Dragon King saw this scene, his eyes looked as though they were about to burst. Everyone present today were his trusted aides. They were all his most beloved sons and daughters. Come over quickly. Open the Dragon Clan's formation and call for help from the Dragon Clan's powerhouses. The Dragon King, who was enveloped by the protection of the Dragon God, trembled. He looked at the powerhouses who were flying over and immediately gave an order. What? All the troops and experts of Dragon City who were rushing over were slightly shocked when they heard the Dragon Emperor's order. Opening the Dragon Clan's great formation and asking the Dragon experts for help was a last resort only used when the life and death of the Draconid Empire was at stake. After the Dragon Clan's great formation was opened, it could connect to the Dragon Sea, and an endless stream of Dragon experts could be teleported over directly. Yes. The pupils of the few longevity experts contracted slightly. They hurriedly flew towards the mountain peak of the statue of the god of the Dragon Clan in the north. Ha! Wang Xian looked towards the north. He raised his eyebrows and extended his dragon claws that were more than 10 meters in size. The 5 elements millstone slowly appeared on the dragon claws. He waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone attacked the few longevity experts. Damn Dragon King! You will soon know the wrath of the Dragon Race. When the Dragon King saw Wang Xian's 5 elements millstone, he gritted his teeth and attacked the 5 elements millstone directly. Attack him! All the soldiers! Attack him immediately! The Dragon King gave an order with a dark face. Gulp! Upon hearing the Dragon King's order, all the soldiers who rushed over gulped. They looked at the Dragon King who was floating in the palace in fear. Even the Dragon King was no match for them. If they were to attack, wouldn't they be courting death? Go! Kill! However, they didn't dare to disobey the order of the Dragon King. Each and every one of the soldiers attacked Wang Xian as though they were ready to die. Courting death! Wang Xian frowned slightly. With a wave of his arm, a grayish river of annihilation shot out and attacked the tens of thousands of soldiers around him. Bang, bang, bang! A wave of attack swept across and many corpses fell to the ground. No one had the strength to resist at all. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Wang Xian was about to continue his attack, an earth-shattering dragon roar was heard from the huge mountain peak in the north of Dragon City. Following that, the statue of the god of the dragon race, which was overlooking the entire dragon race, emitted a terrifying majesty. Walala! The sound of the ocean could be heard vaguely from the top of the mountain. Long-distance teleportation, right? Wang Xian looked over and frowned slightly. He was not surprised at all that the Draconid Empire and the dragon race had such long-distance teleportation abilities. My dragon palace will not provoke the Draconid Empire and the dragon race. But we are not afraid of you. If you dare to attack us, we don't mind being a dragon slayer. Wang Xian said coldly, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire dragon city. After he finished speaking, he moved and teleported away. Roar! A dragon slayer? No living creature on the entire continent dares to say such words. The dragon race will let you know the consequences of saying such words. Just as Wang Xian left, an incomparably violent voice resounded across the entire sky. One by one, huge figures appeared at the peak of the mountain. Fiery fire dragons. Water dragons that were like surging waves. Violent wind dragons. Hundreds of figures of the dragon race appeared at the peak of the mountain. Hiss! The lords of the dragon race have descended. That dragon king actually dared to kill the dragon race. His crime is unforgivable. The lords of the dragon clan have arrived. Kill the dragon king and destroy the dragon palace. In the dragon city, when all the people heard Long Zhao's voice and saw the hundreds of huge figures on the mountain peak, they all roared with excitement. The dragon clan was their faith and their god. Anyone who dared to kill the members of the dragon clan would definitely go to the 9 heavens purgatory and suffer a lot of pain. Elder Hua, Elder Shui, Elder Feng. The dragon emperor immediately looked at the ruins on the mountain peak and respectfully looked at the 3 elders of the fire, water, and wind dragon clan in the lead. Who dares to invade the Draconid Empire? Even your son of dragon can't stop them. The fire god dragon in the center stared at the dragon emperor with a pair of majestic eyes and asked in a deep voice, Elder, it's the dragon king of the dragon palace. He killed Lord Alfire Ming, the 3rd prince, and more than 20 members of the dragon clan. He also killed all the powerhouses of my dragon empire. He has the power of level 8 longevity. I'm no match for him. If I didn't have Lord Dragon God's protection last time, I might have died at his hands. Under the dignified gaze of the dragon elders, the dragon king reported with cold sweat all over his face. What? The dragon king of the dragon palace killed my members. The flames on Elder Hua's body instantly started to boil. Flames spurted out of his nostrils and his eyes were filled with flames of anger. No one has dared to kill a member of the dragon clan in the past 100,000 years. The dragon palace, the dragon king, very good. They are the first person to challenge the dragon clan in the past 100,000 years. Elder Feng, who was green all over, had a terrifying killing intent in his huge eyes. Son of Dragon, find the dragon palace immediately. Anyone who dares to kill a member of the dragon clan will suffer the wrath of the dragon clan. Issue a dragon killing order. Kill the dragon king of the dragon palace and kill all the members of the dragon palace. Elder Fire Dragon roared and gave the order. It had been more than 100,000 years and no one had dared to challenge the dignity of the dragon clan for more than 100,000 years. They will let all the creatures on the continent know the consequences of challenging their dragon clan. Yes. When the dragon emperor heard Elder Hua's angry words, he immediately replied loudly. During these hundreds of thousands of years on the transcendental continent, the dragon clan had always been the undisputed overlord. They were known as the masters of the continent. During these hundreds of thousands of years, there were reckless creatures and humans who provoked the dragon clan. At that time, as long as the dragon clan responded, all the major forces on the continent would immediately surround and annihilate the creatures and humans who provoked the dragon clan. This order was known as the Continent Dragon Kill Order. Once the Dragon Kill Order was issued, no one could escape the attack of the dragon clan. The Continent Dragon Kill Order had not been issued for hundreds of thousands of years. Today was the only Continent Dragon Kill Order in hundreds of thousands of years. Issue the order. Today, the Dragon Clan will issue a kill order. Anyone who meets the Dragon King or members of the Dragon Palace will be killed. Standing on the peak of the mountain, the Dragon King looked at the entire Dragon City and ordered loudly. Roar! Roar! Find the territory of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Clan will lead an army of 1,000,000 transcendents to destroy them. After the Dragon King finished his words, the elder of the Dragon Clan raised his head and roared loudly. Kill the Dragon King and destroy the Dragon Palace. Kill them, kill them. Once the continent Dragon Kill order is issued, all enemies will die. Roars came from the Dragon City, and all the people roared angrily. Ever since the god of the dragon race wanted to become a god through faith, the entire Draconid Empire viewed the dragon race as a god. Many people in the Draconid Empire were deeply rooted in their hearts and were extremely pious. If someone killed a powerhouse of the dragon race, they would be their enemy. So what if he was the Dragon King? After the mainland's Dragon Kill order, regardless of whether it was the Dragon King or the Dragon Palace, they would all be reduced to ashes. Damn it. After I shed all pretense of cordiality with the dragon race this time, I might be in trouble next. Wuxia, who had left the Draconid Empire, frowned slightly. He had never expected to encounter such a situation when he came to the Draconid Empire. He also did not expect that he was at least the leader of one of the top powers on the continent. A dragon who was half a step away from longevity dared to challenge him. With Wang Xian's style, he would naturally not let them off. So what if he was from the dragon race? However, he was afraid that he would have to face the revenge of the dragon race. It's easier to deal with the dragons. However, if they implicate the 9-god empire of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, we will be in trouble. Wang Xian's expression was a little awkward. He was really afraid that countless powerhouses of the dragon race would come and slaughter the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the 9-god empire. Let's go back first. Wang Xian flew quickly toward the imperial capital of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. However, just as Wang Xian was hurrying toward the Dragon Phoenix Empire, a piece of news that shocked everyone came out from the Dragon Man Empire. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has killed more than 20 members of the dragon race in Dragon City, along with more than 10,000 soldiers of the Dragon Man Empire. The dragon race has issued a dragon kill order. The dragon race has issued a dragon kill order. They want to kill the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace completely. The news quickly spread to the Ao Shan Empire, the 9-god Empire, and the Dragon Phoenix Empire. More than 20 experts of the dragon race were killed by the Dragon King. This news shocked everyone. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, a peerless expert who had just risen, was a terrifying existence who had destroyed the 10,000 monster empire and the Phoenix dynasty. Now he had killed more than 20 dragon experts in the Dragon City. This shocked everyone, especially when everyone heard the dragon killing order. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Once the dragon killing order was announced, it would represent the Dragon Clan's judgment. The Dragon Clan's judgment was the same as the Death God's judgment. The Dragon King dared to kill members of the Dragon Clan. It's been a long time since anyone dared to provoke the Dragon Clan. This Dragon King is really awesome. He even dared to provoke members of the Dragon Clan. It seems that no one has dared to provoke the Dragon Clan for more than 100,000 years. This Dragon King. After everyone received this news, their eyes widened slightly. Although the Dragon Palace was very powerful against the Dragon Clan, how could the Dragon King fight against the Dragon Clan that had dominated the Transcendence continent for hundreds of thousands of years? The Dragon Palace and the Dragon King are doomed. Some people thought to themselves. Feng Luan. In the Phoenix Palace of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, Wang Xian teleported directly to the Imperial Study Room after he arrived. Little Xian, why are you back so soon? Feng Luan was stunned for a moment before she stood up immediately. Something happened. I killed more than 20 powerhouses of the dragon race in Dragon City. Wang Xian sat at the side and said directly. What? Feng Luan was slightly shocked when she heard Wang Xian's words. She stood up instantly and stared at Wang Xian. Her eyes were filled with shock. The news had yet to reach Feng Luan. She didn't know about the dragon kill order on the continent. I'm a little worried that the Dragon Clan will implicate you. Wang Xian frowned slightly. You've killed more than 20 members of the Dragon Clan. With the Dragon Clan's character of taking revenge for every flaw, they will definitely mobilize the entire Dragon Clan to take revenge. Feng Yuan frowned slowly. I'm not sure if the Dragon Clan will bring along the Dragon Phoenix Empire or even the Nine God Empire. However, it's best for you to hide now, little Xian. The location of the Dragon Palace is very secretive. The Dragon Clan wouldn't have thought that the Dragon Palace is in the Sea of Transcendence. However, it's not a good idea to continue hiding. Wang Xian said directly, I'm not worried about the safety of the Dragon Palace. It's just that the Dragon Phoenix Empire and... As he spoke, his eyes sparkled. He was very familiar with the strength of the Dragon Clan. It would be a piece of cake for him to destroy the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Nine Gods Empire. Reporting to the Empress, an urgent message has arrived. At this moment, Feng Yun came in a hurry and spoke anxiously. When she saw Wang Xian inside, she was slightly stunned and continued, Empress, it's about the Dragon King. As Feng Yun spoke, she handed over a communication stone plate. Continent Dragon Kill Order? After Feng Yuan read the message, her expression turned ugly. Dragon Kill Order? Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he walked over and scanned the contents. Interesting. Looking at the message, Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Sorry for the trouble. Feng Yuan frowned as she looked deep in thought. Since the Dragon Clan has issued this Dragon Kill Order, Feng Yuan, give the order to cut ties with me first to prevent the Dragon Clan from implicating you guys. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and said directly, No, Alright, listen to me. You should know that based on the current situation of the Dragon Palace, although they are not a match for the Dragon Clan, they are not too fearful. As long as they don't implicate your Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Nine God Empire, I am not worried about the so-called Dragon Kill Order. Feng Yuan heard his words and spoke immediately. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Wang Xian. Feng Yuan revealed a hesitant look and nodded her head slowly. Inform Mo Sha to do as he says. Wang Xian continued to speak to Feng Yuan. All right. Feng Yuan nodded her head and gestured to Feng Yun. Now that the Dragonmen Empire and the Aoshan Empire are at war, the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Nine Gods Empire will only put on a show. On the mainland, there will not be any powerful forces participating in the mainland's Dragon Kill Order. However, the dragon race owns the entire extraordinary sea. The number of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts there are terrifying. Xiao Xian, you have to tell the members of the Dragon Palace to be careful. Feng Yuan reminded Wang Xian. I know that. Wang Xian nodded. The power of the dragon race was not on the mainland but in the extraordinary sea. The number of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts in the entire extraordinary sea was at least a few billion, or even tens of billions. There were hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts at the void interpretation level. They were all subordinates of the dragon race and listened to the orders of the dragon race. By the way, how is the war between the Draconid Empire and the Aoshan Empire? Wang Xian suddenly asked Feng Yuan. It's very tragic. This morning, I received news that the Draconid Empire had broken into a city of the Aoshan Empire and massacred more than 20 million people in the city. Regardless of men, women, young and old, not a single one of them was spared. According to the news, this matter had infuriated the entire Aoshan Empire. The current overlord of the Aoshan Empire, Ao Baiming, had directly sent the mountain-moving tribe of the Aoshan Empire to join the battle. Feng Yuan said to Wang Xian with a solemn expression. Directly slaughtering more than 20 million people in the entire city was a rare occurrence. Unless there was a deep hatred, they would not do such a thing. Is that so? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Why did the Draconid Empire suddenly attack the Aoshan Empire? They should know that the Aoshan Empire had the great Emperor of Aoshan overseeing it. With the strength of the great Emperor of Aoshan, it was obvious that even the dragon race was afraid of him. If he really angered the great Emperor of Aoshan, what benefits would there be? I'm going to the Aoshan Empire, Wang Xian said to Feng Yuan. Oh? Little Xian, what are you thinking? Feng Yuan was slightly stunned and looked at him in astonishment. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I met Emperor Aoshan once and he's not a bad person. Let's go and take a look. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Since the dragon race has issued the Dragon Kill Order, I will naturally not sit still and wait for my death. Be careful. Feng Luan extended her hand slightly and placed it on Wang Xian's shoulder as she whispered, "Haha, don't worry, it's just the Dragon Clan. In a few years, I will definitely annihilate the entire Dragon Clan." Wang Xian laughed out loud as a strong sense of confidence appeared on his face. He placed his hand on Feng Luan's shoulder slowly. As he felt her soft shoulder, he couldn't help but pinch it. "Get lost." Feng Luan felt his unruly hand. Her face turned cold as she shouted coldly, "Be careful." Wang Xian chuckled and disappeared. Humph! Seeing that Wang Xian had disappeared, Feng Luan touched her shoulder. An imperceptible flush flashed across her face. She took a few deep breaths and a determined look appeared in her eyes. "I can't rely on little Xian for everything. I must also raise my strength as soon as possible." Feng Luan's eyes flashed with contemplation. The Aoshan Empire was located at the center of the continent, the empire with the longest history on the transcendent continent. The entire Aoshan Empire occupied the most vast and prosperous region. The Aoshan Empire's name originated from 11 mountains. Each of the mountains covered an area of 100 kilometers and was about 100,000 meters tall. The mountains were the pride of the sky. In terms of strength, if one didn't count the dragons behind the Draconid Empire, the Aoshan Empire was undoubtedly number one. Wang Xian spent 2 days to arrive above the 11 mountains of the Aoshan Empire. Looking at the terrifying mountains in front of him, he was extremely shocked. These 11 mountains seemed to hold up the sky of the extraordinary continent. Among the mountains, demonic birds flew one after another. The mountains that penetrated deep into the clouds looked like celestial mountains. This was the most majestic and magnificent mountain peak that Wang Xian had ever seen. As he approached the 11 mountains, Wang Xian's dragon eyes of yin-yang and the 5 elements flickered as he searched for traces of the Aoshan Emperor. I found him. Wang Xian looked at the peak of the mountain in the middle. He could vaguely see more than 10 figures shrouded in earthy yellow energy. One of the figures was the great emperor of Aoshan. It seemed that the attack of the Draconid Empire had slaughtered the entire city and had caught the attention of the great emperor of Aoshan. "I am Wang Xian, and I am here to pay my respects to Senior Great Emperor of Aoshan." Wang Xian thought to himself and directly transmitted his voice to the peak of the mountain. Ha! At the peak of the main peak of Aoshan, everyone was slightly shocked when Wang Xian's voice was transmitted into the palace. "Who is it?" An old man stood up immediately with a cold glint in his eyes. "Oh!" The great emperor of Aoshan, who was sitting in the middle, raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the divine weapon of the towering mountain in his hand and waved his hand at the people in front of him, telling them not to act rashly. "My young friend Dragon King, please come in," the great emperor of Aoshan called out softly. "Sorry to disturb you." When Wang Xian heard the great emperor of Aoshan's words, a smile appeared on his face as he flew over directly. "Dragon King." When they heard the name that the great emperor of Aoshan called out, the other people in the palace were slightly shocked. They had heard about this name like thunder recently. Especially the news that they had received not long ago, it made them feel extremely shocked. "Haha. May I know why my young friend Dragon King is here?" "I just received the news. My young friend Dragon King is really fierce. Are you looking for an old fellow like me to come and seek protection?" When the emperor of Aoshan saw Wang Xian, he was obviously in a good mood. He smiled as he spoke, and there was a hint of mockery in his tone. "There's no need for protection. Let's talk about it when the dragon race can find the residence of my dragon palace. Even if they can find it, I'm not afraid. It's just that it's not my style to hide blindly. If they want to destroy my dragon palace, I naturally have to fight with them." Wang Xian thought to himself and laughed out loud. "Haha, good. I like your temper. In the past, I was worried that you would join the dragon clan. Now it seems like..." "Haha." Emperor Aoshan laughed out loud. His face was filled with relief. The last time he took the initiative to meet Wang Xian, the main reason was to prevent him from joining the dragon tribe. After all, the current Wang Xian could completely represent the 3 major forces. Even Emperor Aoshan had to be wary of this force. when he received the Dragon King's order to kill the members of the Dragon Tribe not long ago. He was actually happy to see it. Senior, I have something to say. It's a little strange for the Draconid Empire to have a war with your Aoshan Empire. The Dragon Tribe must be behind it, right? If we really want to fight, do you need help? Wang Xian was straightforward. The main reason why he came to the Aoshan Empire was because of the alliance. The great emperor of Aoshan had the power to fight against the god of the dragon race. As long as the great emperor of Aoshan was able to restrain the strongest power of the dragon race, Wang Xian could use this period of time to increase his strength until he finally had the strength of the great emperor of Aoshan. When that time came, he could kill the god of the dragon race. If the Draconid Empire didn't have the command of the dragon race, they wouldn't dare to attack our Aoshan Empire. Emperor Aoshan looked at the confident expression on his face and Wang Xian, who was fearless even when faced with the dragon kill token of the continent. His face was filled with admiration. The invasion of the Draconid Empire this time is obviously well prepared. Moreover, this time they are obviously much crueler. They look like demonic beasts attacking the city. They massacred the entire city and collected all the fresh blood with a formation. It's very strange. Emperor Aoshan continued to speak as he frowned slowly. Collecting fresh blood? Some demonic beasts can increase their strength through fresh blood. What about the dragon race? Wang Xian revealed a hint of doubt on his face. The bloodline of the dragon race was considered top-notch in the Transcendence continent. They did not need to use fresh blood to increase their strength. Those damn traitors of the Dragonman Empire have completely become the lackeys of the dragon race. They massacred more than 20 million people in the city. We cannot let them off so easily. A burly old man from the Aoshan Empire shouted coldly from a side seat. No matter what schemes they have, since they want to fight, we will beat them mercilessly. A hint of viciousness appeared on the face of the Emperor of Aoshan. His eyes were suppressing the crazy killing intent. My young friend Dragon King, you are now being hunted by the dragon race. Since that's the case, let's form an alliance with the Aoshan Empire. With me in charge, as long as the dragon race doesn't have the confidence to kill me, they will not fight us to the death. The Emperor of Aoshan looked at Wang Xian proudly and looked at him with a burning gaze. Hee. When Wang Xian heard the invitation from the Emperor of Aoshan, a wild smile appeared on his face. This time, I came to look for Senior because I want to form an alliance with you guys. If the dragon race dares to release the dragon kill order to destroy me, I will dare to fight them to the end. Little friend Dragon King is the first one to be so calm when facing the dragon race. The Emperor of Aoshan was slightly moved when he saw Wang Xian's expression. The rest of the experts from the Aoshan Empire were also looking at him in astonishment. It had been a long time since any faction on the continent dared to fight against the dragon race in such a manner. Even their Aoshan Empire had to rely on Emperor Aoshan and the divine weapon when they faced the terrifying dragon race. Before the dragon race kills me, they don't dare to fight to the death. Since that's the case, we can announce the alliance directly. Dragon King, you can bring the disciples of the Dragon Palace to the territory of our Aoshan Empire. This time, I will cause the entire Draconid Empire to suffer heavy losses. The eyes of the great Emperor of Aoshan flashed as he spoke to Wang Xian. A hint of ruthlessness appeared on his face. As someone who had lived for 17,000 to 18,000 years, the great Emperor of Aoshan could rely on his divine weapon to fight against the god of the dragon race. He was also furious about the massacre of the Draconid Empire. Even a clay figurine was angry, let alone him, Emperor Aoshan. The Dragon Palace has not reached the point where we need to rely on the Aoshan Empire. I will bring my subordinates here in a few days. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head as he spoke to Emperor Aoshan directly. The Aoshan Empire will always welcome the Dragon Palace. In a few days, we will be here to welcome the experts from the Dragon Palace. The great Emperor of Aoshan nodded his head. In that case, Senior, I will make a trip back to the Dragon Palace first. As Wang Xian spoke, he cupped his hands at the great Emperor of Aoshan. All right, I'll be waiting for you again. The great Emperor of Aoshan cupped his hands at Wang Xian with a smile on his face. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and disappeared in an instant. This Dragon King is so strong. He should be at level 8 of longevity. Wasn't he at level 6 of longevity when he fought against the 9 Heavens demonic bird? How did he advance by 2 levels so quickly now? Looking at Wang Xian's disappearing figure, a middle-aged man holding an earthy yellow hammer said in surprise, "Let's not talk about anything else. Nobody in the entire continent dares to kill more than 20 dragon race powerhouses in Dragon City and make the Dragon King seek help from the dragon race in fear." A few burly elders beside him showed a hint of admiration in their eyes. "Not long ago, I saw his strength. At that time, his strength was indeed at level 6 of longevity. I really didn't expect him to advance so quickly. Level 8 of longevity is almost catching up to me." Emperor Aoshan also sighed and said with a faint smile, "However, he is a human. Even though he has established such a powerful force, he is still very low-key. The Empress of the Dragon Phoenix Empire that he supports is very good at governing the country. The name of the Eternal Empress is well-deserved. The Dragon King is a friend but not an enemy. Biming, go and announce that the Aoshan Empire has formed an alliance with the Dragon Palace." The Aoshan Emperor looked at the middle-aged man holding the earthy yellow hammer and said with a smile, "Yes, grandfather." Ao Biming nodded immediately. Patriarch, the Aoshan Empire and the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace have announced an alliance, and the relationship between the Nine God Empire and the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Dragon King is also very close. "I'm afraid that the Dragon Kill Order of the Dragon Race will become a joke," an old man said with a smile on his face. "This is the most united time in the history of the human race. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing," Emperor Aoshan mumbled as his eyes lit up. "But no matter what, this is the best outcome for the human race." Wang Sten left the Aoshan Empire and flew in the direction of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. His trip to the Aoshan Empire was exceptionally smooth. The Aoshan Empire wanted to announce their alliance with the Dragon Palace. This was undoubtedly an announcement to the entire continent. They stood on the side of the Dragon Palace. Since the Aoshan Empire has made their announcement, there's no need for the Dragon and Phoenix Empire and the Nine Gods Empire to express their goodwill to the dragon race. Wang Xian thought to himself as he flew quickly. 2 days later, Wang Xian returned to the Phoenix Palace of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. "How is it, little Xian?" Feng Luan asked immediately when she saw Wang Xian entering. "It's going very smoothly. You might receive news of the alliance between the Aoshan Empire and the Dragon Palace very soon." Wang Xian smiled and said to her, "Is that so? That's great. In that case, there's no need for the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Nine Gods Empire to express their stance. With the presence of Emperor Aoshan, the dragon race cannot fight to the death with the entire human race." Feng Luan's eyes lit up. "That's right. The Aoshan Empire clearly understands this as well. This time, the Dragonman Empire's cruelty has thoroughly infuriated Emperor Aoshan and the rest." Wang Xian nodded and continued to speak to Feng Luan. "I will lead some members of the Dragon Palace to the Aoshan Empire. You and the Nine God Empire should not participate in this for now." "All right, I will inform Emosha again." Feng Luan nodded. "All right, pay attention to the movements of the dragons and other creatures in the supernatural sea. I will head to the Dragon Palace first." Wang Xian gave some instructions to Feng Luan and flew towards the Dragon Palace. When Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace, 2 pieces of news spread across the entire supernatural continent. The Aoshan Empire announced that they had formed an alliance with the Dragon Palace. Faced with the mainland's Dragon Kill Order, the Nine Gods Empire and the Dragon Phoenix Empire remained silent. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has just killed more than 20 members of the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon Clan has already issued the Continent Dragon Kill Order, and the Aoshan Empire has formed an alliance with it? What does this mean? The Nine God Empire and the Dragon Phoenix Empire have such a deep relationship with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, and they have no reaction at all when faced with the Continent Dragon Kill Order. Oh my god. The 2 empires and the Aoshan Empire are completely ignoring the Continent Dragon Kill Order. Almost all of the human empires are on the Dragon King's side. I'm afraid that the Dragon Kill Order will become a joke. When the news of the alliance between the Aoshan Empire and the Dragon Palace spread out, the entire continent was in an uproar. It was especially true for some ordinary forces and members of mercenary groups. In history, once the Dragon Clan issued the Dragon Kill order, the entire continent would definitely be in an uproar. In order to curry favor with the Dragon Clan, the major empires had mobilized all their forces to encircle and annihilate the people who issued the Dragon Kill order. Now, it had been 5 or 6 days since the Dragon Kill order was issued. The Ao Shan Empire had announced an alliance with the Dragon Palace, and the other 2 empires had completely ignored it. This made the Dragon Kill order become a joke. If the Dragon Clan can't kill the Dragon King and the others this time, the prestige of the Dragon Clan will be lowered to the extreme. Maybe even the Dragon Clan didn't expect that no faction would care about their Dragon Kill order. Some people murmured. The influence of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was felt by everyone. All the humans on the continent were filled with respect for the Dragon King, the Dragon Slayer. After all, he was the only existence who dared to kill the Dragon Clan for hundreds of thousands of years. It was also the only existence who made the continent's dragon-killing token into a joke. The Transcendence continent hasn't been peaceful recently. First, the Phoenix Dynasty and the 10,000 Fey Empire were destroyed. The Empress returned, the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Phoenix Empire rose up. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace killed the members of the Dragon race, and the Draconid Empire attacked the Aoshan Empire. Some people thought of the events that had happened in the past few months and sighed. When the continent was in such turmoil, it was very difficult for them to stay on their own. In particular, the confrontation between all the top human forces and the dragon race on the extraordinary continent made many people extremely worried. However, there were also people who were discussing that this time it might not be a bad thing for the entire human race. During the hundreds of thousands of years when the dragon race dominated the extraordinary continent, the dragon race became the master of the continent. Anyone who provoked them, even the empire, was directly destroyed. When the dragon race came to any city, they were like gods descending. Even if they massacred the entire city, no one dared to say anything. The dragon race had always been a synonym for cruelty and tyranny. Now that they saw the top human forces fighting against the dragon race, some people were hoping that they could really overturn the hundreds of thousands of years of rule of the dragon race. However, most people were still filled with fear towards the dragon tribe. Prime Minister Gue gathered the Dragon Spur Division, the Dragon Guard, the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division, the Demon War Division, and the Mount Division. At this moment, in the Dragon Palace of the Extraordinary Sea, when Wang Xian arrived at the Dragon Palace, he immediately gave an order to Prime Minister Gue. "Yes, Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue immediately replied respectfully. "Little Xian, you must be careful this time. After all, you are fighting against the dragon race." A group of girls walked over with a hint of worry on their faces. When the Dragon Kill order was given, Wang Xian ordered all of them to return to the Dragon Palace. The group of girls also knew the current situation. Faced with the powerful dragon race, they were very worried about Wang Xian's safety. "Don't worry, I'll bring some people to the Ao Shan Empire. With the presence of the great emperor of Ao Shan, they won't dare to do anything to me. Moreover, even without the Ao Shan Empire and the great emperor of Ao Shan, we don't have to fear the dragon race at all." Wang Xian touched the faces of the girls so that they didn't have to worry. "Little Xian, you have to pay attention to your safety too. After all, the other party is a dragon." The group of girls emphasized again and again. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. "Dragon King, all the members of the 5 great combat divisions have arrived." At this moment, Prime Minister Gue's voice was heard. Behind Prime Minister Gue, all the disciples of the 5 great combat divisions had arrived. The 5 great combat divisions were half the strength of the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, they were the 5 strongest combat divisions. The leaders of the 5 combat divisions possessed the realm of level 3 longevity, allowing them to fight against those who were 1 level above them. 10 people of level 1 longevity. 40 people of half-step longevity. In other words, there were more than 50 people who possessed the combat strength of the longevity realm. With more than 50 longevity experts, they could completely crush the Ao Shan Empire in terms of numbers. Prepare the disciples of the 5 great combat divisions. Follow me on the expedition. Wang Xian's gaze swept across Ao Jian, Ao Qiyan, and the rest as he shouted in a deep voice. Yes. More than 10,000 disciples of the 5 major combat divisions responded loudly immediately. Let's go. Wuxia moved his body and 9 flood dragons flew over while pulling the throne. After giving a signal to the group of girls, Wuxia sat on the dragon throne and flew out of the dragon palace immediately. 9 flood dragons of the 3rd level of longevity were pulling the dragon throne, while the disciples of the 4 major combat divisions were riding the members of the Mount Division behind them. The fire phoenix dragon was one of the more advanced dragon species. They had bodies that were more than 10 to 20 meters long. Their heads were like that of a Kirin, and they had a pair of huge flaming wings. They were extraordinary and extraordinary. A group of demon monkeys, dragon guards, and members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division of the Demon Combat Division were riding on the Fire Phoenix Dragon. They were following behind Wuxia and were exuding a terrifying aura. The strange demon from the Dragon Spur Division hid in the surrounding void space. My God, what a terrifying aura. Look at the sky, what is that? 9 green longevity-level creatures pulling dragon chairs and thousands of experts riding on magical mounts. Those are the warriors of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Palace. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Where are they going? The experts of the Dragon Palace were flying in the sky. When they passed by the cities below, they were shocked when they saw such a powerful team. Only the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace could pull the Dragon Throne with 9 longevity-level experts. Wuxia led the warriors of the Dragon Palace forward quickly. The news about the Dragon Palace and the alliance between the Aoshan Empire and the Dragon Clan was also spread to the Dragonmen Empire. Bang! The Aoshan Empire and the Dragon Palace are in an alliance. The 9 God Empire and the Dragon Phoenix Empire are ignoring the Dragon Kill order on the continent. Good. Are they going to rebel? In the Dragon Palace of Dragon City, the son of the Dragon Emperor, received the news one by one. His face was filled with rage. He slapped the dragon throne heavily, causing the ministers in front to immediately lower their heads. Even if the entire human race was added together, they would still be like ants in front of the dragon race. If it wasn't for Emperor Aoshan, his face was filled with violent killing intent as his eyes sparkled. Dragon Emperor, according to the information we received, the Dragon King is leading the Dragon Palace's forces towards the Aoshan Empire. According to our guesses, he should be helping the Aoshan Empire deal with us. The Dragon Palace is very strong. They have more than 20 longevity experts. If the Dragon Palace goes to help the Aoshan Empire with our strength, I'm afraid. In the Dragon Palace in Dragon City, the generals and ministers of the Dragonman Empire reported to the Dragon Emperor. The alliance between the Dragon Palace and the Aoshan Empire was a huge threat to the Dragonman Empire. The combined strength of the 2 forces could destroy the entire Draconid Empire. We can't stop attacking the Aoshan Empire. Continue to send more forces. I'll ask the Dragon Lords to attack the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Emperor said coldly and waved his arm. Retreat! After saying that, the Dragon Emperor's figure flashed and flew towards the northern mountain peak. Buzz! When he arrived at the mountain peak, his figure flashed and he disappeared from the mountain peak. Crash! The sound of crashing waves could be heard and the Dragon Emperor appeared beside a mountain peak in the Dragon Sea. He flew straight towards the mountain peak in front of him. I'll have to trouble the lords of the Dragon Clan to inform the elders that the son of the dragon wishes to see you. The Dragon Emperor respectfully said to the Dragon Clan who was lying on the mountain peak. Wait a moment. The Dragon Clan member flapped his huge wings and flew back. Son of the dragon, come in, soon. A voice came from the back and the Dragon Emperor immediately flew over. The son of the dragon greets the elders. At the back of the mountain peak, 5 or 6 elders of the Dragon Clan were lying in the dragon caves. What's the matter? Speak. The elder of the Fire Dragon Clan in the center said to the Dragon Emperor. Elder of the Fire Dragon Clan, the Aoshan Empire and the Dragon Palace have announced an alliance. It seems that the Dragon King has come to help the Aoshan Empire with some powerful people. I'm afraid that our Dragonman Empire is no match for the alliance of the 2 forces. The Dragon Emperor came to report directly. Oh? How dare the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace jump around? An extremely hot dragon breath came out of the elder's mouth as he stared at the Dragon Emperor with a pair of furious eyes. The Dragon Palace has arrived at the Aoshan Empire? A water dragon elder frowned and asked the Dragon Emperor. Yes. According to the news, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has entered the Aoshan Empire with a group of experts. The Dragon Emperor nodded. The elders of the Dragon clan looked at each other with hesitation in their eyes. Son of Dragon, have you found the lair of the Dragon Palace? The elder of the Fire Dragon clan asked with a dark face. Not yet. We have used all the power of the Dragonman Empire, but we haven't found the location of the Dragon Palace. Moreover, the Nine God Empire and the Dragon Phoenix Empire have a good relationship with the Dragon Palace. They might protect the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Emperor said directly with a dark face. Damn it. If our dragon race attacks the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Nine God Empire directly, it will definitely cause the two empires and the Aoshan Empire to ally together. The divine weapon in Emperor Aoshan's hands is too terrifying. Lord Dragon God said that we can't disturb him for a year, and now our dragon race can't send an army to attack them directly. The Fire Dragon Elder's face was filled with anger. It had been a long time since the dragon race had been so sullen. Now, we must first find the Dragon Palace's nest. Once we find it, we will immediately inform them that we will lead 1,000,000 dragon race subordinates and destroy them. Elder Fire Dragon said with a cold gaze. Yes, Elder. We will definitely do our best to find the Dragon Palace's nest. Elder, the war with the Aoshan Empire. We have only collected 1/10 of the blood. There is still a long way to go. The Dragon Emperor immediately bowed and continued. The Dark Nether race and the 10 great demon beast races are at your disposal. Your mission is the most important. Elder Fire Dragon threw 2 tokens over. One was black and the other was similar to a cross. Thank you, Elder. The Dragon Emperor respectfully took the 2 tokens, his eyes shining with joy. Go. This concerns the path of our dragon god to godhood. There must be no mistakes. The elders of the Dragon clan said. The Dragon Emperor nodded and immediately returned to the Draconid Empire. He looked at the 2 tokens in his hands, his eyes burning with passion. The Dark Nether race, the 10 great demon beast race. Of these 2 races, the Dark Nether was located in the Draconid Empire's territory, but the Draconid Empire did not have the strength to order them. If they wanted to mobilize them, they had to obtain the orders of the Dragon clan. As for the 10 directional great demons, they were the strongest race in the dragon race. The 10 directional great demons had 10 longevity 4th-level demon emperors, and their strength was extremely terrifying. This race lived in the Sea of Transcendence. Regardless of whether it's the Dragon Palace or the Aoshan Empire, they're all ants in front of the dragon race. Anyone who dares to resist will die. The Dragon Emperor's face revealed a sinister expression. Welcome, Dragon King. At this moment, on the mountain of the Aoshan Empire, Aobiming of the Aoshan Empire and a group of experts from the Aoshan Empire looked at the Dragon Palace team in front of them and greeted them respectfully. Sorry to disturb you. Wang Xian stood up from the dragon throne. Under the lead of Aobiming, he went straight to the peak of the largest mountain. Haha. Young friend Dragon King, you are quite fast. The Emperor of Ao Mountain looked at Wang Xian and walked up to him with a smile on his face. Senior, how is the situation at the front line? Wang Xian smiled and asked directly. There haven't been any strong battles in the past few days. However, the Draconid Empire is gathering their forces. Aobiming said to Wang Xian from the side. Shall we move now? Wang Xian asked directly. There's no time to lose. Let's take action then. Aobiming said directly. Haha, alright, I can't make a move in this situation. My young friend Dragon King, you can discuss everything with Biming. The great Emperor of Aoshan said with a smile. Wang Xian nodded. The dragon race didn't dare to rashly send out dragon race experts to attack. The great Emperor of Aoshan also didn't dare to completely anger the dragon race. If they really angered the dragon race, if they were to fight it out, apart from the Emperor of Aobiming, the rest of them would probably die. Both parties were fearful. Dragon King, the troops of the Aoshan Empire are ready. Let's set off immediately. Aobiming looked at Wang Xian and said, All right, Wang Sten nodded and the two of them immediately flew out. Soldiers of the Aoshan Empire, follow me on my expedition to destroy those bastards from the Draconid Empire. A loud roar came from Ao Biming's mouth. Ao Biming, who was tall and sturdy, was holding a sledgehammer in his hand. His body was emitting an extremely thick and heavy aura as though he was a gigantic mountain peak. I shall follow your majesty to kill the enemy. At the foot of the mountain peak below, soldiers who were exuding a powerful aura flew into the sky in unison. At the very front, there were warriors wielding earthen yellow shields. Each and every one of them was incomparably tall and sturdy. Mountain moving, royal, earthshaker, and spear sealing. These were the 4 most powerful legions of the Aoshan Empire. Each legion had 5,000 profound void martial experts. They were proficient in close combat, defense, control, and ranged combat respectively. Behind the 20,000 profound void martial experts, there were 100,000 extraordinary level experts. Facing the provocation and cruelty of the Draconid Empire, the Aoshan Empire was ready to fight back with all their might. Roar! The 4 most powerful legions of the Aoshan Empire flew over and roared. In the middle of the mountain, an extremely mysterious demonic beast that was covered in thick scales and looked like a pangolin flew over. Its 10-meter-long body gave off an invincible aura. The demonic beast flew under the Aoshan Emperor and became his mount. Roar, roar, roar! Following that, more and more demonic beasts flew out from the surrounding mountain peaks. There were more than 10,000 of them. Every one of them gave off an aura that wasn't weaker than the profound void tier. The thick earth pangolin was a demonic beast that grew in the 11 mountains of the Aoshan Empire. It possessed powerful defense and the ability to burrow into the ground. At the same time, the thick earth pangolin also belonged to the Aoshan Empire's guardian demonic beast. Dragon King, let's go! Ao Biming was riding on the king of the thick earth pangolin, which was at the 4th level of longevity. His body was already covered in armor. He raised his head slightly and said to Wang Xian, "Haha, let's go." Wang Xian's gaze swept across the power of the Aoshan Empire and laughed out loud. Roar! 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 9 dragon roars were heard as 9 dragons pulled their dragon chairs over. A group of members from the Dragon Palace rode on the Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed and followed behind them. Let's go! With Ao Biming's order, the entire team immediately flew towards the east at a rapid speed. The powerful army exuded a terrifying power. The 9 dragons pulled their dragon chairs and followed behind them. The members of the Dragon Palace followed behind them expressionlessly. Our emperor has led the 4 legions of the empire to the battlefield. Mountain moving, royal, earth-shaking, and spear-sealing. These are the most powerful legions of the Aoshan Empire. So cool. If the 4 legions attack, the Dragonman Empire will pay a heavy price. Is that the power of the Dragon Palace? They look so powerful. Every member of the Dragon Palace is riding on a powerful mount. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace dared to kill the members of the Dragon Clan. It said that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is very powerful. Below the mountain peak, the people of the Aoshan Empire started to discuss when they saw the army. Some of them looked reverent, while others looked forward to the battle. The army of the Aoshan Empire and the members of the Dragon Palace rushed toward the battlefield. The Dragon Palace is so powerful, especially the mounts. Their auras are terrifying. The soldiers of the Aoshan Empire curiously sized up the members of the Dragon Palace as the 2 peak forces of the continent traveled together. They felt the faint pressure from the Dragon Palace and were a bit scared. They were more respectful toward this force that dared to kill the members of the Dragon Clan. The border between our Aoshan Empire and the Draconid Empire is right in front of us. Now, 2 of our cities have been breached. Upon arriving at the border of the Aoshan Empire, Ao Biming, the emperor of the Aoshan Empire, said to Wang Xian, "Do we need to fight back immediately?" Wang Xian looked into the distance with a cold look in his eyes. Of course, since the Draconid Empire dared to slaughter more than 20 million people of our Aoshan Empire, I will repay them with 10 times the amount of fresh blood, Ao Biming said with a murderous tone. The citizens of the Draconid Empire had complete faith in the dragon race. Even if the dragon race massacred a city, they would still think that the dragon race was great. Facing such citizens of the Draconid Empire, Ao Baiming did not have the slightest bit of compassion. Similarly, Wuxia did not have the slightest favorable impression of the Draconid Empire. Then let's charge over. A strong killing intent shot out from Wuxia's eyes. He moved his body and his target was a city in front of him. Before he could get close to the city, he could smell the stench of blood in the air. It was the stench of blood caused by the Draconid Empire slaughtering the entire city. At this moment, a group of Draconid Empire's soldiers were guarding the city on the city wall. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Smelling the bloody smell in the air, Ao Baiming roared with killing intent. Kill! Kill! A resounding killing voice came from the sky. In front of the city, feeling the overwhelming killing intent, all the Draconid Empire's soldiers' faces changed dramatically. Enemy attack. Not good. The Emperor of the Aoshan Empire is here with his troops. The one next to him is the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and his subordinates. We are no match for him. Run! In the city, the Draconid Empire did not receive any information about the sudden attack from the Aoshan Empire and the Dragon Palace. When they saw the experts of the two forces charging over, their faces were filled with shock. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Retreat back to the Empire! In the city, a shocked and angry voice rang out. One by one, the insightful Emptiness Realm experts soared into the sky and fled towards the east. Leave no one alive. The furious voice of the soldiers of the Aoshan Empire rang out. One by one, the experts rushed over. Heavenly Eye Arrow Division, lock on. Wuxia looked at the city in front of him. The strength of the Draconid Empire was not very strong. There was only one Longevity Realm expert and more than 1,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. There were more than 100,000 ordinary soldiers. Kill every single one of them. Wuxia ordered immediately. It's the Dragon King. The members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division rode on the Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed and spread out. Their bowstrings were drawn to the maximum. Whoosh! 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 Arrows flew at a speed that was even more terrifying than that of the soldiers of the Aoshan Empire. They shot at the fleeing people in the sky. The weakest member of the Dragon Palace was already at level 5 of the See-Through Realm. He could fight against level 6 of the See-Through Realm. The 1,500 members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division could release more than 10 arrows at once. This round of attack was aimed at the group of insightful Void Realm experts who were trying to escape. Puff! 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 The terrifying arrows pierced into the vital parts of every expert of the Dragonman Empire. In just an instant, all the soldiers of the Dragonman Empire who were trying to escape were killed. None of them could escape. Even the experts who were half a step away from the Longevity Realm were killed. Hiss! This archer of the Dragon Palace is so powerful. What sharp arrows! He can lock onto every enemy with 100% accuracy. The experts of the Aoshan Empire who were charging forward were slightly shocked. This was the first time they had seen the sharpness of the Dragon Palace. We can't lose the face of the Aoshan Empire. Brothers, kill them. Trapped city. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers of the Aoshan Empire shouted, and huge walls appeared in the sky one after another. The walls combined together and surrounded a city within a radius of 100 kilometers. This scene was like an existence from legends. Earth shaking, earth shaking. Another 10,000 soldiers roared, and the ground began to shake violently. Ah! The ripples covered the entire city, and miserable screams sounded instantly. Aoshan Empire, Dragon Palace, just you wait. An angry roar came from the city, and a figure appeared in the air, flashing. That longevity expert wants to escape. Attack him! The longevity experts of Aoshan Empire frowned slightly when they saw the figure of the expert of the Dragon Empire flashing. Searching for enemies in the void. At this moment, they heard a cold voice. 3 arrows formed a triangle and sealed the space in front of them. What? How is this possible? An angry voice came from above the city. The figure of the longevity-level powerhouse from the Draconid Empire flashed. The old man who was about to teleport away suddenly sensed that he could not teleport out, and his face revealed a shocked and angry expression. He was only a rank 1 longevity-level powerhouse, and the opponent had dozens of longevity-level powerhouses. Ao Baiming, the emperor of the Aoshan Empire, even personally came. If he could not escape immediately, he would die. He had thought that he could escape 100% from such a long distance. However, the 3 arrows could seal the surrounding space, preventing him from teleporting. Wind dragon arrows. At this moment, another 3 cold voices sounded. Roar, roar, roar. The old man from the Draconid Empire raised his head and saw the 3 arrows transform into 3 incomparably terrifying creatures directly biting towards him. No. Activate your domain. Hua Tian Shield. The old man from the Draconid Empire widened his eyes and roared wildly. He instantly activated his domain, and in front of his body, an incomparably huge shield completely blocked him. Boom, boom, boom. However, when the first arrow landed on the shield, it shattered it, and the second arrow broke through the domain. The third arrow landed on the elder's body. Pum! The massive attack caused a huge hole to appear on the elder's chest. The 3 arrows pierced through him. What terrifying archery! The longevity experts of the Aoshan Empire turned their heads and looked at the 3 members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division riding on the Fire Phoenix Dragon. Their eyes were filled with shock. The 3 of them had locked onto and killed them in one go. Even if the opponent was a level 1 longevity expert, he couldn't dodge their attacks. How terrifying! The warriors of the Dragon Palace are really strong. Even Ao Baiming looked at the members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division with astonishment. Such archery skills were unparalleled in the entire continent. Wuxia smiled when he heard that. Emperor Ao Shan, give me these corpses from the Draconid Empire. I'll give you the interspatial ring. Corpses? It's useless even if we want the corpses. If the Dragon King wants them, you can take them all. The items in the interspatial ring will be divided equally between the 2 factions. Ao Baiming said directly. All right. Wang Xian nodded. The main reason why he led the soldiers of the Dragon Palace into this war was for the sake of these corpses. Only the corpses of the strong ones, elixirs and spiritual herbs could help the Dragon Palace increase its strength rapidly. Reporting to the Overlord, kill all the enemies. At this moment, the soldiers of the Ao Shan Empire came to report. There were only a few 100,000 enemies left in the city. Facing the most elite soldiers of the Ao Shan Empire, there was no room for resistance. All of them were killed in less than 5 minutes. Continue, don't go to Shangliu City for the time being. Go to the right and destroy a city of the Draconid Empire. Ao Baiming shouted loudly. The army regrouped and continued to fly in the direction of the Draconid Empire. Let's go. Wang Xian led the members of the Dragon Palace to follow behind. Before they could face the powerhouses of the Draconid Empire, the Aoshan Empire had to destroy at least 1 or 2 cities of the Draconid Empire to avenge their blood feud. Soon, a city appeared in their line of sight. This was the city of the Aoshan Empire. There was no one inside now. It was a complete mess. The army did not stop, they continued to fly towards the east. 3 hours later, another city appeared in their line of sight. A huge dragon arch, a statue of the god of the dragon race in the center of the city. The first city of the Draconid Empire appeared in their line of sight. A city with tens of millions of Draconid citizens. Kill. Leave no one alive. Ao Baiming roared. Boom. A towering killing intent rose up and covered the entire city. Kill! All the soldiers of the Aoshan Empire charged towards the city of the Draconid Empire with hatred. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! At the first moment, the guards of the Draconid Empire saw the army of the Aoshan Empire charging towards them and roared loudly. Wang! The city protection array was immediately activated. Heaven's burial, Earth's burial, deep burial. The 4 legions of the Aoshan Empire immediately roared. The earth trembled and the entire city began to tremble. Break! A longevity expert of the Aoshan Empire raised the earthen yellow hammer in his hand. A huge earthen yellow hammer that was dozens of kilometers long and as large as a mountain peak condensed in the sky and smashed towards the city protection array. Boom! The city protecting formation collapsed as the attack landed. It's the Aoshan Empire. It's those damn bastards from the Aoshan Empire. They ambushed us. They actually dared to attack us. We the Dragon God Association, will protect us and wipe out the entire Aoshan Empire, causing their blood to flow like a river. Kill. Kill all the invaders from the Aoshan Empire. Within the city of the Draconid Empire, all the soldiers and citizens had savage expressions on their faces. One by one, the experts soared into the sky. Boom. However, at this moment, the earth was like a tsunami. Within the entire city, all the buildings were collapsing rapidly. The undulating power caused some of the weaker people to die. Meteorite descent. The experts from the prideful Heaven Empire's spear-sealing legion raised their staffs. Huge meteorites appeared out of thin air. Countless meteorites attacked the city mercilessly. It was a world-destroying battle, a real world-destroying battle. This was a real battle. The city would be destroyed at any time, and tens of millions of people would die. Ao Baiming didn't show any mercy on his face. Wang Xian didn't show any sympathy either as he sat on the dragon throne. He didn't feel uncomfortable killing a bunch of lunatics. Furthermore, it was the Draconid Empire that started the massacre of the innocent citizens of the Aoshan Empire. If anyone dared to hurt his family, friends, and subordinates, Wang Xian would make them pay back thousands of times over. The powerhouses of the Aoshan Empire are taking revenge on our Draconid Empire. Quick, pass the message to the Dragon King. Protect the Dragon God. The Dragon race will protect us. Within the city of the Draconid Empire, the Draconids inside saw this incomparably terrifying attack and revealed terrified expressions. They hurriedly passed the message to the army of the Draconid Empire. Located 1,000 kilometers to the left of the city, that was the gathering place of the Draconid Empire's army. It was also one of the two cities where the two empires had once traded. The Aoshan Empire also knew that there were countless Draconid Empire's experts gathered there. They did not immediately head over, because they wanted to take revenge for the 20 million citizens. A blood debt naturally had to be repaid with blood. What came next was the true battle. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! The Aoshan Empire's experts took action and the entire city quickly turned into ruins. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Don't go any deeper. Go to Shanglu City. Ao Baiming looked at the city that was completely reduced to ruins and ordered coldly. The border between the Aoshan Empire and the Draconid Empire was very long. However, in order to prevent being ambushed, they could only destroy the cities on the other side of the border and attack them bit by bit. After destroying a city, they flew towards the real battlefield. The border of the two empires, Shanglu City. Shanglu City could also be called the Shanglu region. This was not a city but a region. There were 4 cities in it. The 2 cities that corresponded to the east and west were called Ao Shan Shanglu City and the Dragonman Shanglu City. The north and south corresponded to 2 cities. One was called the Demon Hunter Employment City, and the other was called the World's Shanglu City. The Draconid Empire relied on the dragon race to possess the resources of the Extraordinary Sea. All the resources of the Extraordinary Sea flowed from this place. As the empire that possessed the most vast land, the Aoshan Empire was also located in the center. It was the most convenient area for transportation. Over time, this place formed an incomparably large business circle. Even the headquarters of the Demon Hunting Mercenary Association, which had the longest history, was established here. It could be said that this was the headquarters of the Demon Hunting Mercenary Association that spanned the entire continent. As for the world's merchant city, it was the gathering place of all the powerful trading companies on the transcendental continent. There were 4 cities in the north, south, east, and west. 50 kilometers away from each other were the Aoshan Empire and the Dragonman Empire's Shanglu City. When the Dragonman Empire launched an invasion, they didn't invade this place. The area where the Demon Hunters Association and trading companies gathered was the location where the trade between the 2 empires circulated. The invasion of the Dragonman Empire wouldn't be carried out rashly here. After all, although the Draconid Empire was strong and had the dragon race behind them, they would not provoke the Demon Hunters Association and the world's trading city for no reason. These 2 existences could represent almost all the forces under the empire. Moreover, the Draconid Empire and the world's trading city, the Demon Hunters Association, also had countless benefits. The outbreak of war took place in the surrounding cities. After the outbreak, the two empires trading city became the two cities at the forefront. The two Shangliu cities were now covered by a huge array, and the city walls were filled with powerful legions and soldiers. Here, the mountain-moving army of the Aoshan Empire was stationed at the border with 500,000 soldiers. The Draconid Empire's Shangliu city was also stationed with close to 1 million soldiers and experts, and almost half of the Draconid Empire's forces were stationed there. The atmosphere in the entire sky was extremely solemn. In an area of 50 kilometers on both sides of the north and south, tens of millions of people had gathered in the demon-hunting mercenary city and the world's merchant city. They were also looking at the two empires that were confronting each other in astonishment. They were also a little frightened. If a great battle really broke out, it was very likely that even they would be affected. When that time came, the aftermath of the battle could destroy both of their cities. Roar! Suddenly, a roar filled with killing intent came from the heavy sky. One by one, thick earth pangolins flew over from the south. Soon after, Ao Baiming led the 4 armies of the Ao Mountain Empire over. Wuxia and the members of the Dragon Palace followed closely from the side. It's the army of the Ao Mountain Empire. Those are the Dragon King and the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace. They're here. The Ao Shan Empire is about to launch a counterattack. When Wuxia and Ao Baiming arrived, they immediately attracted the attention of the other 3 cities. As the 4 cities were trading, they were very close to each other. If there was any movement from the 4 cities, the other cities would know. The arrival of the army of the Ao Shan Empire was not too surprising, because up until today, 2 cities of the Aoshan Empire had already been destroyed. The number of deaths had increased from the initial 20 million to over 30 million. It was an extremely bloody massacre. Welcome, monarch. Within the Aoshan Empire's merchant flow city, a group of soldiers saw their monarch's arrival and immediately greeted him loudly. How's the strength of the Draconid Empire? Ao Baiming landed on the city wall with a dignified expression. He stared at the city in front of him and asked coldly. Reporting to the Emperor, the dragon army of the Dragonmen Empire has arrived not too long ago. According to the news, their dragon emperor should arrive soon. A general immediately reported. Prepare to attack. Ao Baiming did not hesitate at all and immediately shouted. Yes, open the city gate and prepare to attack. With the arrival of the army of the Ao Shan Empire, they immediately counterattacked without any hesitation. Boom! 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 The city gate opened, and the soldiers rushed out. Hiss, attack directly. After the Emperor of Ao Shan arrived, he attacked directly. It seems that the Ao Shan Empire is really angry. After the alliance between the Dragon Palace and the Ao Shan Empire, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has personally led a group of subordinates to help the Ao Shan Empire. The Dragonmen Empire should not be their match. The dragon race is behind the Dragonmen Empire. The dragon race will definitely not sit idly by. On both sides of the demon-hunting mercenary city and the world merchant city, everyone stood on the city walls and looked over, their faces filled with shock. Not good, General. The Emperor of Aoshan has led the 4 legions of the Aoshan Empire and the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace to attack. On the city walls of the Draconid Empire, a soldier immediately warned loudly when he saw the city gate open and 1 million soldiers walk out of the city. Don't worry. The general standing in the middle raised his head slightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Roar! At this moment, roars came from the back of the city of the Draconid Empire. Haha, Ao Baiming, Dragon King, you guys just destroyed a city of our Draconid Empire and now you're attacking us in such a hurry. Aren't you a little too anxious? A maniacal laughter sounded, and everyone's gaze turned towards the direction of the Draconid Empire. When Ao Baiming saw the arrival of the Dragon Emperor, his expression didn't change at all. Ao Shan Empire, hand over the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace to the Dragon Race. Otherwise, the Dragon Race will wreak havoc in your Ao Shan Empire and kill everyone in your empire. Just as the Dragon Emperor's voice sounded, a violent voice filled with killing intent sounded. This voice made everyone slightly shocked. That is? An expert of the Dragon Race. I didn't expect the Dragon Race to directly intervene. Oh my God! Look behind that expert of the Dragon Race. What is that? The 10-directional Great Demon is the strongest demon beast race in the Transcendence Sea. Also, what is that black fog? There's only one expert of the dragon race. Why didn't the dragon race send more experts to directly destroy the Dragon King? Could it be that they're afraid of something? There's something strange about the Dragon Empire attacking the Aoshan Empire this time. Now that the dragon race has joined in, they didn't send an army of the dragon race. This is even stranger. Could it be that the Aoshan Empire has an expert that the dragon race is afraid of? More than 10,000 years ago, the Aoshan Emperor was able to fight against the god of the dragon race. The Aoshan Empire has a divine weapon. Perhaps the Aoshan Empire has a power that the dragon race is afraid of and doesn't dare to force them into a corner. The cities on both sides were shocked when they saw the Aoshan Empire, the Dragon Man Empire, and even the dragon race experts flying over. At the same time, everyone was filled with shock and doubt towards this war. Logically speaking, with their superficial strength, it should be very easy for the dragon race to destroy the Aoshan Empire. However, the dragon race didn't make a move. The dragon kill order had already been issued, and after the Dragon Palace and the Aoshan Empire allied, the dragon race didn't send out any powerful forces to kill them. This was very strange, completely inconsistent with the dragon clan's dominance and tyranny. Although 10,000 years ago, the Aoshan Emperor had sparred with the dragon god of the Dragon Clan, and the Aoshan Emperor had not lost. He had not won either. Moreover, it had been more than 10,000 years, and the Aoshan Emperor should have already fallen. From the looks of it, the actions of the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Man Empire were indeed very strange. There could only be one possibility, and that was that the Aoshan Empire possessed a power that the Dragon Clan was somewhat afraid of. It should be a divine artifact. Back then, the battle between Emperor Aoshan and the god of the dragon race was known by everyone on the continent. No one knew the cause, but it wasn't because Emperor Aoshan had offended the dragon race, nor was it because the dragon race wanted to destroy Emperor Aoshan. After that battle, Emperor Aoshan admitted that he had relied on the divine weapon, or else he would have been killed by the god of the dragon race. After that, Emperor Aoshan admitted that the dragon race was the lord of the continent. The Aoshan Empire was willing to be on good terms with them. Everyone knew that the god of dragons had only just risen. On the other hand, Emperor Aoshan was known as a genius that only appeared once every 100,000 years. Furthermore, he had lived for more than 7,000 years. Emperor Aoshan, who did not have much time left, naturally had to compromise with the dragon race for the sake of the future of the Aoshan Empire. Haha. Hand it over? Wang Xian looked at the powerhouses from the Draconid Empire and the dragon race who were flying towards him. When he heard the words of the fire dragon, he laughed out loud. My dragon palace admits that our strength is inferior to your dragon race. However, you are dreaming if you want to destroy my dragon palace. As he spoke, he slowly stood up from the dragon chair. The dragon eyes of the Yin-Yang 5 elements swept across the group of demonic beasts behind the fire dragon. His gaze paused at the center of the black cloud for a moment, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When our dragon clan finds the place where your dragon palace is hiding, we'll see how a puny dragon king like you can still be complacent. The fire dragon's eyes were filled with fury. Ao Biming, you're in such a hurry to come and throw your life away? When the dragon emperor heard the conversation between the dragon king and the fire dragon elder, he glanced at the dragon king with slight fear. He had some misgivings about this guy who dared to kill the dragon clan in their dragon city. Even someone as powerful as the Aoshan emperor didn't dare to be arrogant towards the dragon clan. But this guy did. Even he wasn't a match for a level 8 longevity dragon. The dragon clan originally didn't want to participate in this war, but because of the appearance of this dragon king, they had no choice but to send an elder. You killed more than 30 million disciples of my Aoshan empire. Son of the dragon, I will make your dragon empire pay back tenfold. Ao Biming stared coldly at the dragon emperor. Soldiers of the dragon empire, get ready. The dragon emperor narrowed his eyes and a dragon saber appeared in his hand. Wah wah wah. Behind them, the soldiers with dragon horns clenched their weapons. Move the mountain, control the sky, shake the earth and seal the spears. Let the enemies in front see your strength. Aobiming roared coldly. Yes. The 4 legions of the Aoshan Empire immediately roared. Kill! Kill! The legions of the Aoshan Empire and the Draconid Empire charged forward. In the sky, Aobiming and the Draconid Empire stared at each other. The group of longevity experts didn't move either. They stared at each other coldly. King Aoshan, do we need the members of the Dragon Palace to make a move? When Wang Xian saw this scene, he asked Aobiming directly. There's no need. Aobiming shook his head indifferently. He looked at the fire dragon and the group of demonic beasts behind him. If the dragon race is going to make a move against that group of demonic beasts, I'll have to trouble the Dragon King to get his subordinates to make a move. All right. Wang Xian nodded. Kill. At this moment, the core army of the Draconid Empire clashed with the 4 armies of the Aoshan Empire. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 people were killed. There were the soldiers of the Aoshan Empire as well as the Draconids of the Draconid Empire. The battle began. It was a brutal battle. When the Dragon King saw this scene, his expression did not change at all. He looked at the blood that was flowing down below quietly. For the great cause of the god of dragons, it was worth it even if the Draconid Empire suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, Wang Xian suddenly realized that the fresh blood dripping down below was instantly absorbed by the ground. Furthermore, the blood was spreading in the direction of the Draconid Empire. The corpse that was killed had dried up within a few minutes and lost all its blood. What does the Draconid Empire need this blood for? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Aobiming, who was at the side, also frowned and shook his head. Hiss, this is too tragic. They are the elite troops of 2 empires. Now, they are actually fighting like this. This is simply killing 1,000 enemies at the expense of 800. What is the Draconid Empire trying to do? Why are they willing to risk the lives of their soldiers to fight against the Aoshan Empire? If they didn't have the support of the dragon race, the strength of the Draconid Empire would be inferior to that of the Aoshan Empire. In the 2 surrounding cities, the mercenary group and the people from the trading firm looked at the battle in the center with shocked expressions. Elder, please have Hyaming take action. The Draconid Empire floated in the sky. Seeing that the soldiers below were slightly at a disadvantage, it frowned and said to Elder Fire Dragon beside it. All right. Hey Ming, let's do it. Huolong looked down and his expression didn't change at all. As soon as the Fire Dragon gave the order, there were no fluctuations coming from behind. Wang Xian, who was floating in the sky, suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked in front of him with some surprise. On the opposite side, there were over 1,000 demonic beasts whose bodies were pitch black and were shrouded in black shadows. They were sneaking into the battlefield. They were hidden in the shadows and no one could see them. Even Aobiming, who was at the side, didn't notice the group of demonic beasts at such a distance. Yell move. Kill them and collect all the corpses. Wang Xian transmitted his voice to Yao gently and revealed a faint smile on his face. King Aoshan, how many members are there in the Dark Nether assassin group? He turned his head and asked Aobiming plainly. Dark World? They only have over 1,000 assassins, but they are the #1 assassin organization in the continent. Their strength is extremely terrifying. The leader of the Dark World is able to assassinate a Wancho master. Aobiming raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard Wang Xian's words and said directly, Over 1,000? Wang Xian nodded his head and looked ahead. There were about 1,200 people. From the first level of the Void Interpretation stage to the second level of the Longevity stage, there were only 5 people in the Longevity stage. They possessed a strong ability to hide shadows. They were indeed very strong. Ah! All of a sudden, screams of pain could be heard from the bottom of the battlefield. These screams of despair were exceptionally ear-piercing. Following that, under everyone's astonished gazes, corpses appeared out of thin air on the ground. The corpses were pitch black and had incomparably sharp claws. Their legs were very thin and they looked like ghosts. However, the appearance of more than 1,000 of these corpses on the ground out of thin air immediately attracted everyone's attention. The #1 assassin organization on the continent, Dark Nether. Is it? After today, I'm afraid it will no longer exist. At this moment, Wang Xian's voice, which was full of smiles, rang out, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Even the king of Aoshan, who was standing at the side, was slightly shocked when he saw the dark nether killer who had suddenly died at the bottom of the battlefield. How? How is this possible? At the front, the Dragon King was completely stunned when he saw this scene. My God, why are there suddenly more bodies of the members of the Dark Nether assassin group on the battlefield? There are more than 1,000 of them. What's going on? The Dark Nether assassin group is the #1 assassin group in our extraordinary continent, and now they were assassinated. The Dark Nether assassin group should have been ready to join the war, but they were assassinated. My God! This. On the two cities on the left and right, all the experts took a deep breath when they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with shock. He Ming, that was the publicly recognized #1 assassin organization on the continent. It was an existence that made all the forces tremble in fear when they heard of it. Now, it actually died in front of everyone's eyes. In fact, they didn't even know how these over 1,000 assassins of He Ming died. Suddenly died? How is this possible? What's going on? The expression of the fire dragon elder from the dragon tribe changed slightly as well. His pair of crimson eyes scanned the area below. However, because he was too far away, he didn't notice anything strange. Dragon King, what is this? Bai Baiming looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. His eyes were filled with shock. When Wang Xian asked him about the underworld, the answer he gave was also the #1 assassin organization in the continent. It was an extremely terrifying existence. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, more than 1,000 bodies of the underworld assassin organization appeared below. Hee. Wang Xian smiled mysteriously. He looked at the Dragon King and the Elder of the Fire Dragon Empire and said faintly, "It was you who made the first move. Then, I shall let you witness the Dragon Thorn Combat Division of the Dragon Palace." His voice reverberated across the entire battlefield. The Dragon King, the Elder of the Fire Dragon Empire, and all the powerhouses of the Draconid Empire were slightly shocked. Dragon Thorn Combat Division of the Dragon Palace? The powerhouses in the cities on the left and right were even more shocked as they muttered to themselves. Everyone quickly looked down. At this moment, they realized that the corpse of He Ming on the ground had already disappeared. Moreover, the corpse on the ground was disappearing at a terrifying speed. In less than a second, more than 2,000 corpses fell towards the location below. As time passed, more and more corpses fell. Similarly, all the corpses had a pair of dragon horns. The hundreds of thousands of people who were fighting did not notice the sudden appearance of the corpse of He Ming below. At the beginning, they did not notice anything strange. However, when the members of the 4 great armies of the Aoshan Empire prepared to attack the opponent in front of them, a white light suddenly flashed beside the body of the expert from the Draconid Empire, and he immediately fell downwards. This caused the soldiers of the Aoshan Empire to be slightly stunned. Not good, there is an assassin. Everyone, pay attention. Right at this moment, a terrified voice came from the Draconid Empire's army. Bang, bang, bang. When this voice rang out, more than 1,000 Draconid Empire's experts died on the entire battlefield. All of them were void interpretation experts, and all of them were instantly killed. This caused all the Draconid Empire's soldier scalps to go numb and their eyes were filled with fear. What? When the Dragon Emperor saw the corpses of the Draconid Empire's soldiers falling like raindrops, his expression changed drastically. Even if he did not care about the loss of the Draconid Empire soldiers, in a short span of 10 seconds, more than 10,000 insightful Void Realm experts were killed. His expression was filled with shock and anger. 10 great demons. Kill them. When the dragon race's Fire Dragon Elder saw this scene, his expression also changed slightly. The Dark Abyss Killer organization belonged to the dragon race's underlings. The dragon race was very familiar with the strength of this underling. In a one-on-one situation, he was inferior to the dragon race. However, in terms of assassination, the entire continent was unrivaled. The Dark Abyss Demon Beast's powerful concealment ability made it difficult for even the dragon race to discover the other party. However, after being exterminated, the Dragon Spike Combat Division that the Dragon King mentioned actually used an even more terrifying speed to assassinate experts one after another on the battlefield. This was a battlefield with hundreds of thousands of people. During the assassination, other than a flash of white light, not a single figure appeared. Such a terrifying assassination shocked even the elders of the Dragon Clan. Kill! Rain of Ice. The 10 directional great demons were a combination of 10 demon beast races. A total of 10 demon beast races. Each demon beast race had 4,000 to 5,000 insightful Void Realm experts, and their leader had the strength of the Longevity Realm. The 10 directional great demons were the most powerful subordinates of the dragon race. There were murlocs wielding weapons, poisonous octopuses waving their claws, and crab people with more than 10 claws. There were also frogmen who could shoot ice arrows. The 10 directional great demons were all marine creatures. 4,000 to 5,000 frogmen opened their mouths and the entire sky was instantly covered by ice arrows. Countless ice arrows attacked the entire battlefield from all directions. It was as though they couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. Dragon Palace's Combat Division, Heavenly Eye Arrow Division. Seeing the attacks of the great demons of the 10 directions, the members of the Dragon Palace behind Wang Xian didn't hesitate at all. The members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division immediately drew their bowstrings. Arrows carrying wind dragons flew towards the frogmen. In the sky, the countless ice arrows seemed to have been hit by a storm and dissipated. Dragon Palace Combat Division, Dragon Guard. The golden swordfish also had powerful auras. Their cold sword auras were extremely cold. They were like human weapons as they charged at the 10 demons. Dragon Palace Combat Division, Demon Combat Division. Roar, roar, roar. With a violent roar, a group of demon monkeys rode on the Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed. They charged into the battlefield with an extremely ferocious aura and monstrous demonic aura. Heaven's Eye Arrow Division, Dragon Guard Division, Demon Combat Division. A series of domineering roars resounded across the entire sky. They represented the strength of the Dragon Palace and the power of the Dragon Palace. The 3 combat divisions announced to the people of the Transcendence Continent the true power of the Dragon Palace. An even more terrifying war broke out in an instant. Other than Wang Xian, Ao Baiming, the Dragon King, and the elders of the Dragon Clan, the rest of the people rushed into the battlefield. With the addition of the longevity experts, the entire battlefield was destined to change. Roar, roar, kill. However, at this moment, a furious roar was heard. A 5,000-meter-long ocean-pacifying divine needle was swung by Ao Chitian, who was 20 meters long after the violent attack. It smashed forward. Boom, boom, ah, ah, ah. An incomparably terrifying sound rang out, accompanied by tens of thousands of miserable screams. With a single strike, the tens of thousands of experts of the 10 directional great demons were all dumbfounded. A 10,000-year-old expert brandished a 5,000-meter-long weapon like a tiger. In particular, the ocean-pacifying divine needle contained a suppressive force that made their hearts palpitate. With a single strike, 1/5 of the demons of the 10 directional great demons were gone. This was terrifying and shocking. Heartless swords. Another cold voice sounded as incomparably sharp golden swords attacked forward. Each sword emitted a resplendent light as it reaped lives. Faced with these swords, the 10 directional great demons and all the soldiers of the Draconid Empire were completely dumbfounded. This is a war. This is definitely not torture. My God. The combat divisions of the Dragon Palace are so terrifying. The great demons of the 10 directions and the experts of the Draconid Empire are no match for the Dragon Palace at all. Why do I have the feeling that the experts of the Dragon Palace are able to annihilate the great demons of the 10 directions and the Draconid Empire without the need of the Aoshan Empire? This is too powerful. The combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace doesn't seem to be any weaker than the 6th level of the Profound Void tier. No wonder the Dragon King dared to be so powerful and directly kill the members of the Dragon Clan. The members of the Dragon Palace are too terrifying. The Heavenly Eye Arrow Division, the Dragon Guard, the Devil Combat Division, and the incomparably terrifying Dragon Spike Combat Division. This is simply heaven-defying. The moment the 10 directional great demons and the Dragon Palace Combat Division entered the battlefield and clashed, everyone instantly felt the terror of the Dragon Palace Combat Division. The violent demon monkey, the icy cold sword light, the deadly arrows, and the assassins hiding in the surroundings. The lowest level was the 6th rank of the Profound Void tier, and there were 50 Wansho first rank experts among them. The 10 great demons and the Dragon Empire only had 40 Wansho experts, which was not even as many as the Dragon Palace. With the longevity experts of the Aoshan Empire present, the instant they clashed caused a terrifying suppression. The Draconid Empire had no ability to resist at all as they were quickly massacred. Corpses fell to the ground one after another. This is so powerful. Oh Biming, who was at the side, opened his mouth slightly when he saw how powerful the members of the Dragon Palace were. His face was filled with shock. Looking at the one-sided massacre, he was a little dazed. With the full power of the Dragon Palace, even if they were facing the 4 armies of the Aoshan Empire, they could easily slaughter them. Too strong, simply too strong. There were 50,000 to 60,000 void interpretation experts in the entire Aoshan Empire, but there were only 5,000 to 6,000 people above the 5th or 6th level of the void interpretation realm. The rest were all at the 5th or 6th level of the void interpretation realm. However, the combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace was at least at the 6th level of the void interpretation realm. Even if the 4 great armies of their empire joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the Dragon Palace. Not good. How can the Dragon Palace be so strong? The Dragon Emperor's expression changed drastically when he saw the soldiers of the Draconid Empire and the 10 great demon beasts being slaughtered. Those killers are collecting all the corpses. Damn it, they put the corpses into their interspatial rings. Soon after, when the Dragon Emperor saw the corpses disappearing one after another, his face turned ugly. Retreat. The Dragon Fire Dragon Elder's face turned dark, and he immediately ordered the Dragon Emperor. Retreat. All the members of the Draconid Empire retreat to the city. The Dragon Emperor roared with a gloomy face. Quick! Retreat to the city. The combat divisions of the Dragon Palace are so powerful. How could they be so powerful? Run, run. All the soldiers of the Draconid Empire ran frantically toward the city behind them when they heard the Dragon Emperor's words. They've retreated. The people of the Draconid Empire have retreated. This is not a fight of the same level at all. If the Dragon Clan doesn't send their experts over, the Draconid Empire will be in trouble. Terrifying. A short exchange of blows caused the Draconid Empire to retreat and flee. In the cities on both sides, all the experts watched this scene in shock. The Draconid Empire's soldiers and the 10 great demon beasts fled frantically towards the cities behind them. Meanwhile, the experts of the Dragon Palace and the 4 armies of the Aoshan Empire were frenziedly hunting. Now they could kill as many as they could. In the short distance of 20 kilometers, they left behind 50 to 60,000 corpses. The entire ground was covered with the corpses of the experts of the Draconid Empire. Boom. After the Draconid Empire and the 10 directional demons escaped back into the city, the massive city gates were immediately closed. An array formation that suppressed the world shot into the sky, enveloping the entire city into an invincible city. The 4 legions of the Aoshan Empire and the members of the Dragon Palace stopped. Haha Long Sun, you invaded us, why are you hiding in the city now? You killed more than 30 million people of the Aoshan Empire, and I will make you pay back tenfold. If you continue to hide in there, I, Ao Biming, will lead my army to slaughter 10 of your cities. Ao Biming looked at the fleeing soldiers of the Draconid Empire, his face filled with excitement as he roared. Ao Biming, you better not force us. When the Dragon Emperor heard his words, his expression changed drastically as he roared furiously. Haha. Force you? Why didn't you say that when you killed the citizens of the Aoshan Empire? I, Ao Biming, swear that I will slaughter 10 cities of yours. Ao Biming roared with a ferocious expression as well. You! The Dragon Emperor's expression was twisted as he clenched his fists tightly. However, when he saw the Dragon King and the experts of the Dragon Palace, he was both shocked and furious. They and the entire dragon race didn't expect the Dragon Palace to be so powerful. They thought that with He Ming and the 10 directional great demons, they could completely suppress the Dragon Palace. The Dragonman Empire fought against the Ao Shan Empire, killing their experts and collecting their blood. They didn't expect the Dragon Palace's strength to completely crush them. They even collected all the corpses. How could they still collect the blood now? If they couldn't complete the Dragon God's order, his son would probably. Elder, the Dragon Palace is so powerful now. What should we do? The Dragon Emperor looked at the Fire Dragon Elder beside him and asked with an uncertain expression. Damn the Dragon Palace, old undying great Emperor Ao Shan. The Fire Dragon Elder's face was also filled with anger. The strength of the dragon race had exceeded his expectations. However, even though the dragon race was extremely powerful, if it was not for great Emperor Ao Shan, the dragon race could have sent hundreds of dragon emperors to destroy the Dragon Palace in a matter of minutes. Now, they had to suffer such humiliation because they were afraid that Emperor Ao Shan would attack. Don't move for now. I'll go back to the Dragon Palace and ask the Grand Elder. Elder Fire Dragon said with a gloomy face. He couldn't make the decision in this situation. The Dragon Palace was so powerful that they would need at least 100 or 200 dragon emperors to deal with them. However, the dragon ancestor wasn't sure if 100 or 200 dragon emperors would trigger Emperor Ao Shan to attack. It's the Elder. After a year, if the dragon god can ignite the divine fire, he will turn the Dragon Palace and the Ao Shan Empire into ashes. The Dragon Emperor growled in a low voice full of killing intent. Since the Dragonman Empire is hiding in the city, let's go deep into the Dragonman Empire and slaughter the city. Ao Baiming saw that the city was closed. He glanced at all the soldiers and ordered loudly. Roar! Blood shall be repaid in blood. Kill! Blood shall be repaid in blood. Kill! The soldiers of the Aoshan Empire roared with murderous intent. Dragon King, thank you for the battle today. The Aoshan Empire will definitely repay you generously in the future. Ao Baiming looked at Wang Xian and said with respect in his eyes. Since we are in an alliance, we don't need to care so much. Wang Xian smiled faintly and said, I just don't know if the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Tribe will come over next. If they send a large number of powerhouses over, I'm afraid. Don't worry, Dragon King. My grandfather has spoken. This time, the Draconid Empire will repay you tenfold. If the Dragon Tribe really dares to send a few hundred powerhouses, he will come over personally to settle it. Ao Baiming said proudly. That's good. Wang Xian nodded his head. His eyes were sparkling. It was good to enjoy the shade under the big tree. With the help of the great Emperor Ao Shan, he could also make enemies with the Draconid Empire and the Dragon Tribe without any scruples. Even if they were to really fight to the death and the Dragon Tribe mobilized all their forces, as long as the great Emperor Ao Shan could withstand the highest combat strength of the Dragon Tribe. He, Wang Xian, had the confidence to obtain the final victory of the war. Kill, kill, kill. The Draconid Empire suffered hundreds of thousands of casualties and retreated into the city. Ao Baiming led his army and charged towards the inner part of the Draconid Empire. Revenge began. In just a short day, Ao Baiming led his soldiers and killed 10 cities of the Draconid Empire. Following that, Ao Baiming led his army to defend the merchant flow city of the Aoshan Empire, ready to face the Draconid Empire's revenge at any time. This battle instantly shook the entire continent, especially the experts from the Demon Hunters Mercenary City and the World Merchant City on both sides. They had truly witnessed the terror of the top forces on the continent. The result of the entire battle spread to the other parts of the continent at a terrifying speed. The Dark Nether Assassin Group was easily assassinated by the Dragon Palace's Dragon Assassin Division, leaving no one alive. From now on, the Dark Nether Assassin Group will completely disappear from the stage of the continent, and the Dragon Palace's Dragon Assassin Group will become the #1 assassin group on the Transcendental Continent. When the demons of the 10 directions meet the Dragon Palace, the Heavenly Eye Archers, and the Dragon Guards, they don't have the strength to resist at all. The Dragon Palace, together with the 10,000 or so experts on their mounts, each of them has the combat strength of at least level 6 of the Profound Void tier. The most terrifying archery skills, the sharpest sword skills, the most violent attacks, and the most terrifying assassinations. The 4 combat divisions of the Dragon Palace can completely wipe out the Draconid Empire, even if they include the demons of the 10 directions. The strength of the Dragon Palace is simply too terrifying. No wonder the Dragon King dared to kill members of the Dragon Clan and fight against the Dragon Clan. This Dragon Palace is too strong. Does the Dragon Palace have the strength to fight against the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Palace fights against the Dragon Clan? That should be impossible. The Dragon Clan has hundreds of thousands of years of foundation. The strength of the Dragon Palace should not be enough. I feel that it is very likely to fight against them. That is the strength of more than 10,000 people, at least at the 6th level of the Profound Void tier. When the entire central continent received this news, everyone's faces were filled with shock as they discussed. Especially regarding the strength of the Dragon Palace, everyone was dumbstruck and their faces were filled with shock. More than 10,000 subordinates, at least at the 6th rank of the Profound Void martial stage. With the strength of the Dragon Palace, it could completely sweep across the entire Draconid Empire. Not to mention that legendary assassin, archer, swordsman, and the berserk demon monkey. In the end, many people were even discussing whether the Dragon Palace's strength was enough to fight against the Dragon Clan. Some said that it was impossible, but there were also some who could, because the Dragon Palace's strength was too strong. Even if the Dragon Palace couldn't fight against the Dragon Clan, it was still a powerful performance to be able to compare with them. For the upcoming war, some people who didn't think it was a big deal were full of anticipation. One had to know that the total number of deaths and the Draconids in this war was more than 100 million. This was definitely the biggest war in the past 1,000 years. Even with the destruction of the Phoenix Dynasty and the Empire of 10,000 Demons, there weren't so many lives lost. Time passed slowly. A month had passed, but the Draconid Empire was still as calm as ever. The Draconid Empire did not organize any counterattacks, nor did they withdraw their troops. Wang Xian and the members of the Dragon Palace had been sitting in the merchant flow city of the Aoshan Empire. They were curious about the reaction of the Draconid Empire. It's been a month, but the Draconid Empire and the Dragon Clan did not take any action at all. This is really strange. Wang Xian and Ao Baiming sat in a courtyard and sipped their tea. They were slightly curious. The more they act like this, the more uneasy they are. Ao Baiming frowned slightly. The calmer the Draconid Empire and the Dragon race were, the more fearful they were. Wang Xian nodded his head in agreement. I don't know. What are they preparing now? It wasn't just Wang Xian and the Aoshan Empire who were curious. Everyone in the Transcendence continent was also curious about the actions of the Draconid Empire and the Dragon race. A month had passed, yet the Dragonmen Empire and the Dragon Clan didn't take any revenge. This wasn't the way the Dragonmen Empire and the Dragon Clan did things. The overlord of the Transcendence continent didn't dare to attack anyone who provoked him. Such actions would lose the prestige of the Dragon Clan. Another month had passed, but the Dragonmen Empire and the Dragon Clan still didn't take any action. Is the Dragon Clan really afraid of the Dragon Palace and the Aoshan Empire? Maybe. After all, the combat divisions of the Dragon Palace are too powerful. Plus, the 4 legions of the Aoshan Empire might really be able to fight against the Dragon Palace. Another month had passed, and the continent was still very calm. Some people started to speculate and discuss. At first, those who were sure that the Dragon Clan was much stronger than the Dragon Palace also looked hesitant. This operation of the Dragon Clan was indeed not like their usual style. If they were really stronger than the Dragon Palace and the Aoshan Empire, they should have directly sent a huge number of members of the Dragon Clan to destroy them. Haven't we found the Dragon Palace's lair yet? At this moment, in the Dragon Sea, a group of elders, grand elders, and sons of the Dragon Clan were gathered on a mountain peak. What's going on? A Supreme Elder asked with a sullen face. Supreme Elder, there's still no news. I've mobilized all my forces. According to the information we've received about the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Palace's old nest was in the ocean. The Dragon Emperor of the Land of Dragons said with an unpleasant expression. In the ocean? Elder Water Dragon. Take the members of the Dragon Clan and order the creatures of the Extraordinary Sea to search all the oceans of the Extraordinary Continent. The Supreme Elder said indifferently, "Whether we can find it or not, our dragon clan will take action in half a year. We must collect all the human blood that Lord Dragon God needs. Even if it's the Ao Shan Emperor of the Ao Shan Empire, we will not hesitate to pay the price. It's best if we can find the lair of the Dragon Palace and destroy all the creatures of the Dragon Palace. Since our dragon clan wants to take action, we must kill all the ants that provoke us." Yes, the son of the Dragon Emperor, nodded respectfully. The Dragon Clan was not too anxious. The Draconid Empire was not too anxious either. The initiative of everything was in their hands. If they were willing to pay the price, Emperor Aoshan and the rest would not be afraid. However, a small matter had been brought to this point by them. They were afraid that the god of the Dragon Clan would blame them in a year's time. That was why they retreated so much. Time passed day by day and the continent regained its peace. After more than a month, Wang Xian saw that there was still no movement from the Draconid Empire and the dragon race. Hence, he left immediately and returned to the Dragon Palace. Another month passed and Ao Baiming from the Aoshan Empire led his army back to the 11 peaks of the Outyan Mountain. It seemed like the war had ended just like that. This shocked everyone. The Dragon Palace and the Aoshan Empire actually defeated the Dragonman Empire and stopped attacking. Is it because the dragon race doesn't want to continue fighting? Or is it because the dragon race is afraid of the power of the Dragon Palace and the Aoshan Empire? The period of the dragon race's rule is about to end. The Aoshan Empire and the Dragon Palace have the strength to fight against the dragon race. After the Dragon Palace and Ao Baiming left the front line, everyone on the continent was talking about it. They were all surprised at the end of the war. The Dragon Palace completely shook the continent. Its fame was even higher than the 4 great empires. The Dragon Clan didn't respond at all. This is really strange. In the Dragon Palace of the Extraordinary Sea, 2 months after Wang Xian arrived, Feng Luan also rushed over. I don't know. Who cares if they are scheming or scheming? Even if the Dragon Clan invades, we are not afraid. Wang Xian smiled. This time he had obtained quite a number of experts' corpses from the alliance with the Ao Shan Empire. It had also given some members of the Dragon Palace a huge boost. Currently, the weakest member of the Dragon Palace was already at level 6 of the See-Through Realm, which was 1 level higher than before. The group of members of the Dragon Palace had also killed many demonic beasts and ferocious beasts near the Extraordinary Sea. Even if there were no more battles in the future, if they continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be long before they were able to contend against the Dragon Clan. It would take them at most 10 years, at least 5 years. Wang Xian could afford to wait for 10 years or 5 years. Recently, he had been spending every day with Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and the rest. He was quite relaxed and at ease. Regardless of any reaction from the Dragon Palace, he would remain in charge of the Dragon Palace. You're not worried at all. Feng Luan rolled her eyes at him and said faintly, My wish has come true. Now it's your turn. I have been here from Earth for 11 years. Little Xian, it has been 9 years since you guys came to the Transcendence continent. 9 years. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. In the past, I thought that I would be able to stand at the top of the continent for 10 years. Now, it seems that I won't be able to achieve that. However, I will still help you take revenge. The Empress is back. Wang Xian smiled as he recalled the goal he had set in the past. To stand at the top of the continent within 10 years, overlooking the entire Transcendence continent, and helping Feng Luan to become the #1 Empress of the continent. Now, it was still not completed. You are already very strong. Now, the Dragon Palace Combat Division is known on the continent as the strongest combat division on the Transcendence continent. No one can defeat it. No one can defeat it. Feng Luan smiled. Dragon King, the radius of 100,000 kilometers around our Dragon Palace is already under control. Do we need to continue expanding? If we continue expanding, we might encounter some dragons. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui walked over and asked Wang Xian. In the past few months, the remaining members of the Dragon Palace had not been idle either. They were expanding the territory of the Dragon Palace. Let's stop for now. We will continue expanding after avoiding this period of time. Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue immediately nodded and retreated. Let's develop peacefully for a period of time. Wang Xian stood up and slowly scanned the entire Dragon Palace. Reporting to the Dragon Emperor, our clansmen have all lost contact in the area ahead. Not long ago, we drove some ferocious beasts into the area and saw them being killed by a group of demonic beasts with our own eyes. We also saw an extremely huge creature inside. That creature is a member of the Dragon Palace. We can confirm that the Dragon Palace must be hiding in this sea area. However, what Wang Xian didn't know was that a water dragon was flapping its wings about 100,000 kilometers away from the Dragon Palace. A group of aquatic creatures were following around it. An earthy yellow sea snake that was about 2 meters in size was reporting the news to Water Dragon Emperor. Are you sure that the Dragon Palace is in this area? Water Dragon Emperor stared coldly at the sea snake in front of him. Yes, definitely. Lord Dragon Emperor, I wouldn't dare to lie to you, the sea snake immediately said while trembling. I didn't expect the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace to be so arrogant and place his lair in our extraordinary sea. I really didn't expect this. Water Dragon Emperor's eyes were full of killing intent as he looked ahead. You guys continue to investigate here. I'm going back to the Dragon Sea. Water Dragon Emperor immediately gave the order. He flapped his fins and swam toward the Dragon Sea at a terrifying speed. Dragon Palace, prepare to be destroyed. He growled with excitement. 3 days later, Water Dragon Emperor swam across half of the extraordinary sea and came to the Dragon Sea to deliver the news to the elders and grand elders of the Dragon Clan. What? The Dragon Palace is in our extraordinary sea? And it controls the sea area within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. When all the elders and grand elders of the Dragon Clan heard the news, they were stunned. They never thought that the Dragon Palace would be so bold as to place their nest in the extraordinary sea. The extraordinary sea was the territory of the Dragon Clan. The entire sea was the territory of the Dragon Clan, and all the creatures were the subordinates of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Palace dared to place their nest in their territory. All the members of the Dragon Clan were slightly stunned. How arrogant! How dare they take over our territory? An elder of the Wind Dragon Clan roared coldly. Roar! Recently, some ants on the continent said that we are afraid of the Dragon Palace and Emperor Aoshan. It has been hundreds of thousands of years. It seems that the ants have forgotten how powerful the Dragon Clan is. All members of the Water Dragon Clan, lead all the beasts and beasts of the extraordinary sea to destroy the Dragon Palace. A low roar came from the Grand Elder of the Fire Dragon Clan, who was 20 meters tall in the center. He opened his mouth and spat out flames with an extremely terrifying aura. Yes, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder of the Water Dragon Clan immediately replied. Grand Elder, what about the Aoshan Empire? The Draconid Empire has only collected 50% of the human blood. There are still 3 months before the time Lord Dragon God said. A Wind Dragon Grand Supreme Elder asked in a deep voice. Right now, those ants of the human race clearly have the intention of joining forces. Everything is more important to Lord Dragon God. Wind Dragon Clan, send your experts to assist the Draconid Empire in collecting the blood. If that Emperor Aoshan makes a move, I will deal with him. I want to see just how strong the Emperor Aoshan with the divine weapon is. The first Supreme Elder of the Dragon race gave off a violent aura as clouds of fire gathered in the sky. It's the first Supreme Elder. The higher-ups of the Dragon race replied. Roar! The first Supreme Elder in the center raised his head and roared. Next, let the ants of the Transcendence continent hear the roar of the Dragon race. The sky-shaking roar spread throughout the Dragon Sea. Roar! 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 The other dragons roared. Members of the Water Dragon race, follow me and mobilize all the subordinates of the Transcendent Sea to kill the ants of the Dragon Palace. The Supreme Elder of the Water Dragon race roared and resounded throughout the Dragon Sea. Roar! Roar! The roars of dragons were heard as water dragons flew out of the underwater mountains. Members of the Wind Dragon race, 50 Dragon Emperors, follow me to the Draconid Empire. An elder of the Wind Dragon Clan with a longevity of level 8 shouted. 50 dragon emperors flapped their wings and flew over. Let's go. Let the entire transcendental continent kneel down and listen to the roars of our dragon clan. Roar! Roar! A dragon roar resounded throughout the dragon city of the Draconid Empire. It was filled with a majestic roar that shook the entire city. It's the Lords of the Dragon Clan. Greetings, Lords of the Dragon Clan. When everyone in the Dragon City heard this voice, they immediately knelt on the ground and worshipped. Buzz. The Dragon Emperor in the Dragon Palace moved and immediately flew up the mountain. Recently, the Dragon Emperor had been most frustrated. The battle half a year ago had caused the Draconid Empire to suffer heavy losses. The reputation of the Draconid Empire had received a huge blow. The mission of the god of the dragon race was only half completed. A year's time was coming, and there was still half to be completed. If he could not complete it, he might die under the dragon breath of the god of the dragon race. Elder Wind Dragon. Seeing more than 50 dragon experts appear on the mountain peak, the Dragon Emperor quickly bowed and replied, Son of Dragon, our dragon race has sent 50 dragon emperors to help you complete the mission of Lord Dragon God. Do it as soon as possible. No mistakes are allowed. Elder Wind Dragon immediately ordered the Dragon Emperor. Ha! The Dragon Emperor was slightly stunned. Elder Wind Dragon, if the experts of the Dragon Palace come to help the Aoshan Empire, I'm afraid that 50 Dragon Emperors might. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Those ants will soon disappear from the Transcendence continent. Before the Dragon Emperor could finish his words, Elder Wind Dragon interrupted him and spat out a gust of wind. Elder Wind Dragon, we've found the location of the Dragon Palace? That's great. In front of the Dragon Clan's power, the small Dragon Palace can be easily destroyed. The Dragon Emperor's face lit up and he quickly said, If the Aoshan Empire dares to attack, immediately report that the first Supreme Elder of the Fire Dragon Clan will come out to deal with it. Don't have any fear. It's been a long time since the Dragon Clan's roar was heard on the Transcendence continent. Elder Wind Dragon said arrogantly. Yes, the Dragon Clan's roar will make all clans submit. It's been a long time since the Dragon Clan's roar was heard on the continent. The Dragon Emperor revealed an excited expression. He immediately knelt in front of Elder Wind Dragon and roared loudly. Very good, go, listen to the arrangements of the Son of Dragon. Elder Wind Dragon arrogantly flapped his wings and disappeared. Roar, roar. Seeing Elder Wind Dragon leave, the Dragon Emperor raised his head and roared. His pair of dragon horns emitted flames. His body slowly transformed into the form of a fire dragon. His body was more than 10 meters long, and his dragon wings were 30 meters long. This was the strongest state of the Dragon Emperor. As the son of a dragon, he was the only dragon man who could transform into a dragon to fight. Transcendence Continent began to listen to the roars of the dragon race. A dragon's roar was accompanied by an excited roar. The Dragon Emperor flapped his wings and flew directly into the Dragon Palace. 50 Dragon Emperors followed behind him, flapping their huge wings. In Dragon City, all the citizens of the Draconid Empire heard the Dragon Emperor's roar and their eyes sparkled with a magical luster. Soon, the army in the Draconid Empire moved. 50 extremely powerful Dragon Emperors and an army of more than 1,000,000 soldiers followed behind the Dragon Emperor and sailed majestically in the direction of the Aoshan Empire. Some of the merchants in Dragon City and everyone on the road were shocked when they saw this scene. What are the Dragon Emperor and the others doing? They are actually following 50 dragon race experts. Oh my god! The Dragon Emperor has almost led all the armies of the Draconid Empire. What are they doing? Are they attacking the Aoshan Empire? Everyone looked at the Draconid Empire's army and the 50 dragon race experts in shock. After half a year, the dragon race was finally going to make a move. The news of the Draconid Empire quickly spread to other parts of the continent. The actions of one army and 50 dragon experts instantly caused a huge commotion across the entire continent. When the news reached the Aoshan Empire, the entire Aoshan Empire's expression changed drastically. Just as Ao Baiming was about to lead his army to welcome them, news had arrived from the borders of the Aoshan Empire. More than 10 cities had been massacred by the Draconid Empire. When the news arrived, the entire Aoshan Empire was furious. If we join forces with the experts of the Dragon Palace, even if they have 50 dragon race experts following them, we can still destroy everyone in the Draconid Empire. Kill them. We must kill them this time. They have slaughtered more than 10 cities of the Aoshan Empire. The entire Aoshan Empire was furious. All the people shouted that they would join forces with the Dragon Palace and swear to destroy the Dragonman Empire. With the combat divisions of the Dragon Palace, they were not afraid even if there were 50 dragon emperors. Roar! All the creatures in the nearby sea area gather and head to the southern sea area. They will trample on the Dragon Palace and devour all the ants of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, at a beach in the extraordinary sea, countless people were playing on the beach when the waves suddenly surged. Just when they thought that a tsunami was coming, a dragon roar made everyone look shocked. Soon after, a voice filled with fury and majesty resounded in their ears. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared in disbelief in front of them. Demon beasts, fierce beasts, and sea beasts, as far as the eye could see, were advancing in the extraordinary sea in an orderly manner. All kinds of sea beasts, from the extraordinary realm to the powerful profound void realm, could not be seen at a glance. In the sky, countless sea birds, demonic beasts, and fierce beasts covered the entire sky. There were 1 billion of them or 10 billion of them. There were countless of them. All the demonic beasts and fierce beasts moved forward. They didn't dare to speak or roar. Only the dignified voice of the dragon race was heard. My God! The dragon race is ordering all the sea beasts in the extraordinary sea to destroy the Dragon Palace. They are going to destroy the Dragon Palace. My God, there's no end to the demon beasts and fierce beasts. The sea of demon beasts, the sea of fierce beasts. If all the demon beasts and fierce beasts rush to the continent, they will be able to destroy almost all the humans. I've been hearing that the Dragon Clan is investigating the Dragon Palace's lair. Has the Dragon Clan found it? My God! How can the Dragon Palace resist such a terrifying team? 10 billion creatures from the extraordinary sea are attacking the Dragon Palace. And there are more than 100,000 Dragon Clan experts leading them. No matter how strong the Dragon Palace is, it will be destroyed. Is this the terror of the Dragon Clan? The creatures that command the entire extraordinary sea. Hiss! On the shore, everyone watched this scene in horror as the 10 billion demonic beasts headed toward the southern sea. Not long ago, they had just learned that the Draconid Empire and the 50 Dragon Clans had once again attacked the Aoshan Empire. Now, the Dragon Clan had led the billions of extraordinary sea demonic beasts to attack the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Clan had roared for the first time in the past tens of thousands of years. It was the first time they had displayed the power of the continent's overlord. It was so terrifying that it made people's hearts palpitate. The Dragon Palace is going to be finished. I'm afraid the Aoshan Empire is going to be finished as well. After more than 10 minutes, the people on the beach finally finished watching the entire army. How many sea beasts were there? They didn't know. However, they were 100% sure that the Dragon Palace wouldn't be able to resist such a powerful force. There were too many of them. The news by the sea and the roars of the dragon race spread to every corner of the continent at a terrifying speed. When the entire continent heard the news again, it was shocked again. 50 dragon race experts and the Draconid Empire are attacking the Aoshan Empire, and more than 100,000 members of the dragon race are leading the demon beasts and fierce beasts of the extraordinary sea to attack the Dragon Palace. What are they trying to do? The Dragon Palace is completely finished this time. The Dragon Palace has no power to resist the power of the entire extraordinary sea. It seems that the dragon race is really angry this time. They actually used all their power to destroy the Dragon Palace. This time, the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King are doomed. After all, they are the overlords of the extraordinary continent. When they roar, everyone and all the factions will tremble. All the forces on the continent were discussing in shock. Respect for the roar of the dragon race rose once again. The overlords of the transcendental continent were the overlords of the transcendental continent after all. The Dragon Palace was completely defeated this time. When all the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire received the news, their expressions changed drastically. They could only pray that the Dragon Palace would be able to escape this calamity. They hoped that their Lord King wouldn't be killed by the Dragon Race experts. Crap! The Dragon Race has found the Dragon King's location. At this moment, the expressions of several experts of the Aoshan Empire changed slightly in the Outyin mountain peak of the Aoshan Empire. When the 50 dragons and the Dragonmen Empire attacked, the Aoshan Empire immediately wanted to ask the Dragon Palace for help. Now that they had received this news, their faces darkened. The Dragon Clan actually found the Dragon Palace's lair, and hundreds of thousands of dragons and billions of water clans went to attack the Dragon Palace. I wonder if my little friend Dragon King will survive. It would be a pity if he dies. Sitting on the side, the Aoshan Emperor's face was also extremely ugly. The Dragon Clan and the Draconid Empire had made a comeback, and the Dragon Palace had suffered a fatal attack from the Dragon Clan. With the strength of the Draconid Empire and the 50 Dragon Emperors, the Aoshan Empire could not withstand it at all. Emperor Aoshan knew the strength of the Dragon Race very well. He knew that no matter how strong the Dragon Palace was, it would not be a match for the Dragon Race. The Dragon King was already considered lucky to be able to escape. Biming led an army to the battlefield. What's the situation now? Emperor Aoshan leaned back on his chair, his hand touching the divine weapon, the towering mountain, as he slowly closed his eyes and asked, "Forefather, the Emperor has already guarded a city and set up a formation to meet the enemy. However, the Draconid Empire and the 50 Dragon Race experts didn't attack the city. Instead, they went around and continued to slaughter the other cities. They didn't leave any civilians behind in the cities they passed by. The rivers of blood are simply too cruel." An expert's expression was ugly as he clenched his fists and said, "A city alone had tens of millions of people. I wonder what plan they have for collecting human blood." Aoshan Emperor muttered as his brows twitched. He had a bad feeling about this. The Dragon Race didn't send out many experts. 50 Dragon Race experts and the Draconid Empire's experts, we can't defend against them at all. But they didn't choose to attack head-on. Is it because they're afraid that I'll attack? As the Aoshan Emperor spoke, the few experts in front of him frowned and fell into deep thought. No matter what conspiracy it is, the Dragon Race, the Dragonman Empire, after all, you have massacred more than 10 cities of our Aoshan Empire. That's hundreds of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people. As he spoke, his body trembled slightly. He slowly took the towering mountain that was placed at the side and opened his eyes to caress it. "Ancestor, are you trying to—" When the few experts in front saw Emperor Aoshan's actions, their hearts trembled slightly. "No matter what, I cannot watch our empire's citizens be massacred wantonly. I cannot watch our humans be massacred wantonly by a foreign race." Emperor Aoshan opened his eyes and an incomparably dense killing intent surged in his eyes. He slowly stood up and dragged the towering mountain with his right hand as he took 2 steps forward. "Everyone thinks that I, Aoshan Emperor, have already fallen. Today I will fight the Dragon Race again. In my lifetime I will be able to fight the Dragon Race twice. I have no regrets. Haha." Aoshan Emperor laughed loudly and disappeared from where he was. With the ancestor here, even the Dragon Race has nothing to fear. In the room, a few elders revealed determined expressions. So what if it was the Dragon Race that had the patriarch holding the divine weapon? The Dragon Race's roar made the entire continent panic. Even the 9-God Empire and the Dragon Phoenix Empire were on full alert. No one on the continent knew how long the Dragon Race's roar would last. In the extraordinary sea, countless demonic beasts swam toward the southern sea. There were more than 100,000 water dragons in the front of the entire water dragon race. More than 1,000 longevity-level water dragons were giving off a terrifying aura. They were all subordinates of the Dragon Clan in the tens of thousands of kilometers behind them. "We don't need to do anything. We can submerge the Dragon Palace with just our subordinates," an elder of the Water Dragon Clan said proudly in the middle of the hundreds of thousands of dragons. "Just watch as those ants are torn to shreds," a water dragon said lightly. The Water Dragon Clan led the sea beasts of the extraordinary sea to attack the Dragon Palace. They did so to show the dignity of the Dragon Clan. They told all the forces on the continent that the Dragon Clan was supreme. Any ant who dared to provoke them would be destroyed. They didn't care about the Dragon Palace, which was rumored to be extremely powerful, or the combat division of the Dragon Palace. There was only one Dragon King who would make the Dragon Clan take this seriously. But at most, they would send an elder to kill him. The huge team advanced, and it took the entire team 5 days to get close to the sea area where the Dragon Palace was. The Dragon Clan was not afraid that the Dragon Palace would get the news and flee in advance. This time, even if the experts of the Dragon Palace escaped to the Aoshan Empire, they would still chase after them. Reporting to Dragon King, a large number of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts have entered our territory. At this moment, Wang Xian was accompanying the girls and Feng Wan in the Dragon Palace. He was slightly taken aback when he heard the report from the Wuxia. Reporting to the Dragon King, the Dragon Palace's formation has issued a warning. More than 100,000 dragon race experts are leading countless armies to attack our Dragon Palace. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue flew over anxiously and reported to Wang Xian from afar. "Eh? The dragon race has discovered our Dragon Palace." Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. With a wave of his arm, the images detected by the Dragon Palace's detection formation were displayed in front of them. When they saw the terrifying members of the Dragon Clan and countless demonic beasts, the girls' expressions changed drastically. "Oh my god, how can there be so many demon beasts?" Hissed little Xian. What a terrifying dragon race. Have they gathered all the demon beasts in the entire extraordinary sea? The scene in the array formations detection screen made the girls look shocked. More than 100,000 water dragons were in the center, and behind them were countless sea beasts. In the sky above the sea, demonic beasts like seabirds that blotted out the sky completely covered the entire sky of the Dragon Palace. The area of the Dragon Palace had now reached more than 1,000 kilometers. However, just these water dragons alone could cover more than 1,000 kilometers of the sky. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Endless, truly endless. Not to mention the demonic beasts and fierce beasts behind the 100,000 water dragons of the Dragon Clan. It was no exaggeration to say that they could drown the Dragon Palace. Are they gathering all the powerful demonic beasts and ferocious beasts in the entire extraordinary sea? Feng Yuan was also filled with shock when she saw this scene. The girls' faces were filled with worry. The strongest one at level 9 of longevity? Wang Xian looked at the level displayed on the detection screen without the slightest hint of worry on his face. In fact, there was even a glimmer of light in his eyes. Fortunately, our Dragon Palace has leveled up to level 5. We can completely withstand the attacks of experts below the godly state. Guan Shuqing's face was slightly pale as she looked at the scene on the screen. She patted her chest lightly. "Prime Minister Gue, get ready to face the enemy." Wang Xian revealed a faint smile on his face and ordered Prime Minister Gue directly. "It's the Dragon King. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace are ready." Prime Minister Gue replied immediately. "Ah, little Xian? We are going to face the enemy? There are simply too many of them." The group of girls were slightly shocked as they looked at him in astonishment. "In the Dragon Palace, I can sense that my strength has increased by 5 times. I can at least fight a level higher. Therefore, the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace can increase by another level within a radius of 2,000 kilometers with the support of the Dragon Palace. This level may seem small, but it can increase the combat strength of the Dragon Palace by thousands of longevity experts. With the defense of the Dragon Palace, it's not impossible to fight against them." Feng Yuan looked pensive as she spoke slowly. "This is secondary." Wang Xian heard Feng Yuan's analysis and smiled faintly. The members of the Dragon Palace possess the might of a dragon. They are able to suppress creatures of the same species. Take turtles, for example. Prime Minister Gue has the strength of level 3 longevity. He is able to suppress turtles below level 3 longevity. The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace are also able to suppress them. Most importantly, I can also control all creatures below my level. As Wang Xian spoke, a smile appeared on his face. His body moved and he flew out directly. "All disciples of the Dragon Palace, prepare to kill the enemy." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with excitement. The endless number of aquatic creatures that came to attack was so adorable in his eyes. As a member of the Divine Dragon Clan, the most powerful talent was to be able to control the aquatic creatures that were weaker than him. This ability was often used by Wuxia when he was on Earth. However, ever since he came to the extraordinary mainland, he rarely used it because he had always fought against those of a higher level. Since the other party's level was higher than his, the ability to control the water tribe was completely useless. Moreover, when he was facing the dragon tribe, the dragon emperors of the dragon tribe were also of a higher level than him. Hence, they did not have any suppression towards the dragon emperors. However, it was different now. The group of girls were slightly shocked. Their faces were slightly stunned as their eyes sparkled. Doesn't that mean that you, Xiao Xian, can control almost all the water clans here? The group of girls hurriedly followed behind and flew towards the dragon gate of the dragon palace. Their eyes sparkled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Wuxia had just arrived in front of the dragon palace, which was 1,000 meters tall and 1,000 meters long, all the members of the dragon palace were gathered behind him. In addition to the special department, the 11 divisions of the dragon palace were all gathered behind Wuxia. All the members of the dragon palace held their weapons tightly as they stared at the black mass of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts in front of them. The sky above the sea was completely covered by seabirds. Billions of demonic beasts were swimming towards them under the leadership of the water dragons of the dragon clan. There were more than 100,000 water dragons and more than 1,000 longevity-level dragon emperors. These powers could sweep across the entire extraordinary continent and even wipe out all humans. They were getting closer. They were still about 100 kilometers away. Hiss, look over there. Oh my God. There are so many sea beasts. Is that the territory of the dragon palace? The seabirds are all hovering in the sky, covering an area of at least 1,000 kilometers. Oh my God. That should be the nest of the dragon palace. I've seen the experts of the dragon palace flying over from that direction. It seems that the dragon palace has really been discovered. The dragon palace is finished and the dragon king is also finished. It's too terrifying. The strength of the dragon race is simply too terrifying. If they want to deal with us humans, they can also wipe us all out. The dragon palace was located near the Sea of Transcendence. Although it was some distance away from land, it was still quite a distance away. However, when the seabirds, which covered an area of more than 1,000 kilometers, circled there, it was still noticed by some experts. Some brave people even flew a distance in this direction, only to see this terrifying scene. Unless a god makes a move, the dragon palace is completely finished. A god? Is that possible? The dragon palace has been destroyed and the Draconid Empire has suffered a bloody massacre. The overlord is still the overlord. The dragon clan probably doesn't need to send so many subordinates. They are announcing that this is a roar. The dragon clan is still the dragon clan. The dozens of elders looked at the scene with shocked faces and sighed slightly. Roar. At this moment, a violent roar came from the bottom of the sea. Hearing this voice full of majesty and pressure, the dozens of people's faces turned pale. They fled in fear. Even a roar is so terrifying. Oh my God. They retreated for thousands of kilometers. Reckless ants, how dare you put your nest in the territory of the dragon clan? In the depths of the sea, hundreds of thousands of water dragons led billions of sea beasts and slowly approached the dragon palace. All the water dragons' faces and eyes were full of pride and judgment. The leader of the elders of the dragon clan stared at the dragon palace in front of them and shouted in surprise. What a huge and majestic palace. After we destroy those ants in the dragon palace, we can occupy this place. The dozens of dragon emperors also looked at the huge dragon palace in surprise. Looking at the dragon palace in front of us, why do I feel an impulse from the bloodline? It seems that there must be something good in their dragon palace, haha. The other experts of the dragon clan looked at the underwater palace, which was even more majestic than their nest, with excitement on their faces. As for the more than 20,000 creatures in the dragon palace in front of them, they didn't take them seriously at all. More than 20,000 members of the dragon palace were like a mantis trying to block a chariot against the dragon clan and the billions of creatures in the extraordinary sea. When the number reached a certain level, it could make up for the difference in quality. In the eyes of the dragon clan, the destruction of the dragon palace was destined, and they didn't even need to make a move. Disciples of the Dragon Palace, get ready. Prime Minister Gue stared at the endless enemies in front of him. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Yes!" The members of the Dragon Palace stared at the front with cold eyes. Facing the hundreds of thousands of dragons and the aquatic creatures of the extraordinary sea, they weren't afraid at all. Woo woo woo! In the sky above the Dragon Clan, Xiaolan let out a terrifying roar. The roar was filled with dignity and caused many sea beasts to panic. If not for the suppression of the Dragon Clan, many sea beasts would have escaped. Ants, kneel down and submit to us. We can consider giving you a way out. Otherwise, my subordinates behind me will drown you all. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the water dragon in the middle of the Dragon Clan slowly swam more than 10 meters forward. He stared at all the members of the Dragon Clan who were 20 kilometers away and roared nobly, "Prepare to slay the dragon." Wang Xian looked at the proud Dragon Clan and revealed a faint sneer. He raised his arm slowly and roared loudly, "Roar! Slay the dragon!" All the members of the Dragon Palace raised the weapons in their hands and roared loudly. A bunch of ants who are seeking death. Hearing the roars of all the members of the Dragon Palace and sensing the killing intent that was charging at them, the Dragon Clan elders' eyes were filled with cold killing intent. All the subordinates of the Dragon Clan in the extraordinary sea, attack and drown them. Roar! The Dragon Elder roared and gave the signal to attack. Roar! Roar! Chirp! 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 Woo! 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 The horn of war sounded and all the sea beasts roared at once. Seahorses, sea dragons, sea turtles, sea birds, all kinds of sounds reverberated throughout the extraordinary sea, covering hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Almost 1/6 to 1/7 of the central continent could hear this roar. Everyone looked over in shock. Buzz. With this roar, the sea beasts at the front began to attack the Dragon Palace. The front, back, left, right, and above were all surrounded by the sea beasts. More than 100,000 water dragons raised their heads high and enjoyed this scene. They were proud and aloof, just like the Celestials. They were looking down on everything. Dragon King, should we activate the attack mode of the Dragon Palace's array formation? Prime Minister Gue asked Wang Xian when he saw countless sea beasts attacking. No need. If we attack, it would be bad if the rest of the sea beasts escape. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and shouted, "Members of the Dragon Palace, kill! Kill!" With an order, all the members of the Dragon Palace charged forward. There were more than 20,000 of them against billions of sea beasts. They were not afraid at all. The billions of demonic beasts in the Sea of Extraordinariness was a complete advantage in terms of numbers. Their strength was much lower than the members of the Dragon Palace. Boom! 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 The collision instantly dyed the surroundings red with blood. In just an instant, the wave of attacks from the Dragon Palace had killed at least hundreds of thousands of sea beasts. However, these hundreds of thousands of sea beasts were only a drop in the ocean among the billions of sea beasts that had invaded. Woo! 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 In the sky, Little Blue, which was 20,000 meters tall, opened its huge mouth. It was like a blue whale swallowing a small fish. With a single bite, more than 100,000 sea beasts were swallowed into its stomach. It was extremely terrifying. Countless corpses fell down like rain. The corpses fell to the bottom of the sea and melted slowly. At the dragon transformation pool of the Dragon Palace, large amounts of dragon blood flowed out from the dragon heads on the 10 dragon pillars. Wang Xian and the group of girls stood quietly below and watched the surrounding seawater turn into blood. Xiao Xian, should we make our move now? Guan Shuqing and the other girls looked at Wang Xian and asked. No need. Let's wait a little longer. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked up at the bloody battlefield. He did not make his move immediately. His draconic aura was not a domain. With his current strength, he could only control aquatic creatures of a lower level within a radius of 500 kilometers. The area within a 500-kilometer radius was not small, but compared to the demonic beasts within a radius of several thousand kilometers, it was still far from enough. Setting a king bomb at the beginning would make the dragon race wary and even flee. He was waiting until the last moment. For this reason, he did not even activate the offensive array formation that the level 5 Dragon Palace had. Roar, roar, roar. Boom, boom, boom. The roars echoed within a radius of thousands of kilometers. The 20,000 Dragon Clan members exploded with 5 times the strength of the Dragon Palace. In this space, they formed an indestructible iron bucket array and blocked all the sea beasts within a radius of 20 kilometers. Each attack of the Dragon Clan members could kill more than 100,000 sea beasts. In just 5 minutes, the number of demon beasts killed by the Dragon Palace had reached 6 to 7 million. The area around the Dragon Palace turned blood red, and the entire sea area was sticky. A large amount of dragon blood poured into the dragon transformation pool. Quantity could cause a qualitative change. Even though the level of the sea beasts wasn't high, they could still make the Dragon Palace accumulate terrifying amounts of dragon blood. Roar. The strength of this Dragon Palace is beyond our imagination. It can withstand the attacks of so many sea beasts. In the center, more than 100,000 dragons said in surprise as they watched the sea beasts die one after another. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has the strength of level 8 longevity after all, and this is their nest. There should be a powerful array formation here. However, we aren't in a hurry. Not even 1% of the sea beasts have charged through. The Dragon Clan was not worried at all and continued to watch leisurely. Hundreds of millions of sea beasts could exhaust the Dragon Palace to death. Not to mention the Dragon Palace. Even the experts of the Water Dragon Clan would be exhausted to death when facing so many sea beasts. Even half of the sea beasts could exhaust them to death. There were so many of them that even ants could bite an elephant to death. Time passed slowly, and the corpses of all kinds of sea beasts, thick blood, and the smell of blood filled the area of more than 10,000 kilometers. The blood, and corpses didn't scare the sea beasts, but made them even more berserk. They didn't dare to disobey the orders of the Dragon Clan. But now that they were fighting, the blood made them even more berserk and excited. The body of the sea beast was so huge that even the Dragon Palace couldn't keep up with the absorption. The pond in the magnificent Dragon Pond was almost full of blood. It was the Dragon Transformation Pond. The Dragon Transformation Pond of a level 5 Dragon Palace had never been filled with dragon blood before. As a powerful dragon of the divine Dragon Clan, the members of the Dragon Palace had terrifying patience. Time passed slowly. Half an hour later, a member of the Dragon Palace was accidentally hit by a powerful demon beast and fell toward the Dragon Gate with serious injuries. At this time, the members of the Dragon Palace slowly began to show signs of decline. The Dragon Palace actually managed to resist until now. What a surprise! Their strength is really out of our expectations. However, their death is coming soon. After the screams of the disciples of the Dragon Palace were heard, the members of the Dragon Clan in the middle of the sea beast army raised their eyebrows and said in surprise, 1/8 of the sea beasts that had covered thousands of kilometers were gone. 1/8 was a huge number with at least billions of sea beasts. In just half an hour, the members of the Dragon Palace had killed billions of sea beasts, which was a terrifying number. The power of the Dragon Palace had completely exceeded their expectations. At this moment, the members of the Dragon Clan could no longer see the exact situation inside. The thick blood and countless sea beasts had blocked their vision. All the members of the Dragon Clan were covered by a sky blue water shield to prevent the smell of blood and blood from being transmitted over. They were still standing high up in the middle of billions of sea beasts. Next, it's my turn. Wang Xian smiled when he saw all the members of the Dragon Palace showing signs of weakness. All the members of the Dragon Palace take a break. Wang Xian took a few thousand meters in the air and transformed into his dragon form. Roar! Roar! A dragon's roar was heard, and the dragons might slowly covered the area in front of him. The sea beasts that were attacking from all directions froze slightly. It's the Dragon King. All the members of the Dragon Palace immediately fell down with exhausted faces. Although the opponent they were facing wasn't high level, they couldn't withstand every large-scale attack, even if it was a top-tier dragon of the Dragon Palace. In the past, the bug race could become the most top and terrifying race in the universe because of their huge numbers. If I were to devour billions and billions of aquatic creatures, how much would my strength increase? Wang Xian's eyes were filled with hope. The invasion of the dragon race did not cause him to feel any fear. Instead, it was a huge opportunity. An opportunity that could rapidly increase his strength. Dragon country in the palm. Dragon head the world. Dragon body of 10,000 miles. Divine dragon tail swing. Roar, roar, roar. When all the members of the dragon palace retreated, Wang Xian immediately unleashed his strongest strength. In an instant, a 100,000-meter-long dragon hovered above the dragon palace. Its terrifying body was so huge that even Xiao Lan paled in comparison. Xiao Lan, who had swallowed at least hundreds of millions of water tribe members, was lying tiredly in the sky above the dragon palace. When she saw Wang Xian's body size, her eyes were filled with respect. Rule the aquatic creatures. Wang Xian's mind stirred. An invisible aura spread out in the surroundings. It could rule aquatic creatures within a radius of 500 kilometers that were lower than level 3 of longevity. The power of this rule was too strong. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Wang Xian did not envelop the dragon tribe. Roar, devour. A deafening roar came from Wang Xian's mouth. The invisible energy shook the water tribe within a radius of 500 kilometers. Wang Xian opened his gigantic dragon mouth. With a body of 100,000 meters, Wang Xian's dragon mouth was about 5,000 meters wide. Roar, roar, roar. The roar was heard and the order was given. At this moment, the water tribe creatures within a radius of 500 kilometers flew crazily towards Wang Xian's mouth. That's right. They flew directly into the mouth of the Dragon King and turned into divine crystals. Hence, an extremely terrifying and shocking scene appeared. Wang Xian's gigantic body was coiled in the sky above the dragon palace. He opened his largest mouth. Countless aquatic creatures flew towards his mouth. Roar! Roar! It seems that the members of the dragon palace can't hold on any longer. Even the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has made his move. Haha! How long do you guys think the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace can hold on for? I hope he can hold on for half an hour. At the place where the hundreds of thousands of Dragon Clan experts were, all the members of the Dragon Clan smiled when they heard Wang Xian's roar. From the screams of the experts of the Dragon Palace to the roar of the Dragon King, everything proved that the Dragon Palace was about to be destroyed. Just as what the Dragon Clan had expected, they didn't need to do it themselves. However, what the hundreds of thousands of dragons didn't expect was that countless aquatic creatures were flying toward Wang Xian's mouth from where they couldn't see. If they could see it, their faces would be filled with astonishment. At this moment, Wang Xian seemed to have turned into a taotai. Countless aquatic creatures surged in. Under the system's control, they immediately turned into dragon chi and divine crystals. In front of the dragon gate, a group of girls were shocked when they saw this scene. There was a scene of a dragon sucking water from the ocean. Here, there was a scene of a dragon sucking billions of aquatic creatures. Shocking. This. With Xiao Xian's ruling power, other than the dragons, there didn't seem to be many creatures that were above level 3 of longevity in the entire extraordinary sea. Wouldn't these billions of aquatic creatures pose no threat to Xiao Xian at all and become food instead? Guan Shuqing and the other girls stared at this scene with their eyes wide open as they muttered. If little Xian is able to devour so many sea beasts, what realm can his strength reach? Feng Wan's body trembled slightly when she saw the scene, and her eyes sparkled. It was likely that the wish that Wang Xian had made back then was about to come true. Mighty Dragon King. When all the members of the Dragon Palace saw this scene, they looked at their king in awe. The Invincible King. Ding. Congratulations to host for leveling up to level 4 longevity. 20 minutes later, Wang Xian had no idea how many aquatic creatures he had devoured. It was more than a billion, at least a few billion. With such a huge number, the system's voice rang in his ears. Level up. Name Wang Xian. Race. Yin Yang 5 elements Divine Dragon. Mandragon Unity. Level. Longevity level 4. Fourth change of the Divine Dragon transformation. Divine Crystal. 21 of 50. 000. Supernatural ability. Rule the water tribe. Rule the water tribe below their level. Devour living things. Devour living things to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability. Soul capture, spirit possession, yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Aspect, 5 elements grinding, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the heavens, dragon body of 10,000 miles, yin-yang poles, yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing. Domain, rainbow dragon domain. Dragon palace, level 5. Dragon palace members, 23,433. With the increase in level, Wang Xian's body size had a huge increase again. From 100,000 meters, it had reached about 110,000 meters. The rainbow-colored light shone on his body. The area that ruled the water tribe had also increased by 100 kilometers, reaching 600 kilometers. The strength of level 4 of longevity allowed his combat ability to reach level 9 of longevity. However, all of this did not stop. The number of sea beasts that Wang Xian and the members of the Dragon Palace had killed and devoured was at most 1/4. There was still a huge number of sea beasts in the surroundings. At the very least, it could increase Wang Xian's strength by 2 or even 3 levels. He could directly possess the combat ability of the godly state. Roar! In front of the Dragon Palace, countless sea beasts were roaring crazily. Wang Xian, whose level had been upgraded to the 4th level of longevity, had a huge increase in his devouring speed. Every second, thousands of sea beasts were rushing into Wang Xian's dragon mouth. Behind him, countless sea beasts were lining up, forming a scene of sea beasts jumping into the dragon mouth. It was as if there were treasures in Wang Xian's mouth that attracted them. In fact, all the sea beasts were under Wang Xian's absolute control. Wang Xian did not feel guilty about devouring the creatures in the extraordinary sea. They were subordinates of the dragon race and listened to the dragon race. Since they wanted to kill him, they had to be prepared to be killed. Sometimes there was no right or wrong in war. After his level had increased, Wang Xian's divine crystals were still increasing at a rapid speed. At least 5 to 6 divine crystals per second. If this was in the past, he would never have dared to imagine such a thing. All the members of the Dragon Palace looked at this scene in shock. The Dragon Clan, who were surrounded by countless sea beasts, did not know what was happening at the front. They looked at the sea beasts that were attacking the front with pride and waited for the destruction of the Dragon Palace. They weren't afraid that the people of the Dragon Palace would escape because the entire Dragon Palace was surrounded by countless sea beasts. Time passed slowly again. Soon, another 20 minutes had passed and countless sea beasts were still rushing into the palace. The furious roars were incessant, but gradually more than 100,000 dragons frowned slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled. What's going on? We haven't taken down a Dragon King in 40 minutes? It's been so long. We've lost almost 1/3 of the sea beasts in the extraordinary sea, and we still haven't killed the Dragon King. 40 minutes had passed and their subordinates were losing at a terrifying speed, but they still didn't see any signs of breaking through the Dragon Palace. This made all the members of the Dragon Clan look surprised. Some of the members of the Dragon Clan looked at each other, and a bad premonition appeared in their minds. All the members of the Dragon Clan looked at the center and at their elders. A bunch of trash. They haven't destroyed the Dragon Palace in such a long time. It seems that I have to do it myself. The elder of the Dragon Clan in the center frowned. His expression was ugly, and he roared furiously. He had lost so many sea beasts for so long, but he still couldn't kill a single dragon. This made him very angry. Roar! 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 He roared, and his terrifying aura charged forward. You bunch of trash! Make way for me! The elder of the Dragon Clan roared and waves of wild waves charged forward. However, the image of all the sea beasts making way did not appear. All the sea beasts seemed to have not heard his voice and continued to rush toward the Dragon Palace crazily. Ha! The elder of the Dragon Clan was slightly stunned and showed a stunned expression. As the master of the extraordinary sea, no creature dared to disobey their orders in this sea. However, it was as if all the sea beasts in front of him did not hear his angry roar. This caused him and the entire dragon tribe to be filled with astonishment. The dragon tribe finally can't take it anymore? Wang Xian heard the angry roar of the elder of the dragon tribe coming from outside. He raised his eyebrows slightly and a thought came to his mind. Boom! All the demonic beasts within a radius of 600 kilometers trembled. Destroy the dragon clan! Wang Xian closed his dragon mouth and swept his gaze across all the sea beasts around him. He shouted faintly. Roar! 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 All the sea beasts within a radius of 600 kilometers responded. They swayed their bodies and slowly turned around. Their eyes, which were dyed red with blood, were looking at the hundreds of thousands of dragons. What's going on? When all the sea beasts within a radius of 600 kilometers turned around to look at the hundreds of thousands of dragons, the members of the dragon clan were stunned. What are you bunch of animals doing? The expression of the elder of the dragon clan changed slightly when he saw this scene. A terrifying murderous aura charged towards all the sea beasts within a radius of thousands of kilometers. You bunch of trash, make way for me, the Dragon King. Destroy the Dragon Palace. The elder of the dragon clan roared again. Attack! At this moment, Wang Xian's voice came from the front. Boom! At this moment, all the sea beasts within a radius of 600 kilometers attacked the hundreds of thousands of members of the dragon clan. What? These bunch of trash actually dared to attack us. Damn it, we are the dragon clan and your masters. Stop right now. Roar. Trash. Are you looking for death? All the members of the dragon race were shocked when they saw the scene. They shouted loudly in shock. However, how could the sea beasts who were under absolute control care about the dragon race? If they were to attack each other now, they wouldn't have any resistance. Roar. 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 All the sea beasts within a radius of 600 kilometers swarmed forward. Wang Xian looked at this scene with a smile on his face. He swept his gaze downward and immediately ordered, all members of the Dragon Palace, go and kill all the sea beasts within a 600-kilometer radius. Don't let them escape. Leave the Dragon Clan to me. It's the Dragon King. At this moment, the members of the Dragon Palace who had rested for 40 minutes had completely recovered to their peak. When they heard the Dragon King's order, they immediately flew toward their surroundings with excitement. These sea beasts that were attacking them were simply here to help them increase their strength. Since you are here to besiege the Dragon Palace, I shall let you enjoy the feeling of being besieged. Wang Xian raised his head and scanned the direction of the Dragon Clan with the dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements. Roar, roar, roar. Kill. This bunch of trash actually dared to attack our Dragon Clan. Kill them. The elders of the Dragon Clan let out an incomparably furious roar. Although they didn't understand why this group of trash was used by the Dragon Palace, anyone who dared to attack the Dragon Clan would die. Roar, roar, roar. Water dragons wreak havoc. More than 100,000 water dragons gathered together and released terrifying attacks at the same time. The bloody seawater around them condensed into the shape of water dragons and charged toward a radius of several hundred kilometers. One attack, just one attack. More than 1,000 furious dragons at the longevity level and more than 100,000 at the void interpretation level. With one attack, the entire space shook and countless seawater churned. The surrounding seawater seemed to have encountered a great terror. In an instant, all the sea beasts within a 200-kilometer radius were killed. More than 100,000 dragons attacked together and destroyed at least 5 to 6 billion sea beasts in one move. How terrifying was this? The combined strength of the Water Dragon Clan was still much stronger than the Dragon Palace. A bunch of trash, get lost for the Dragon Clan. Tens of thousands of dragons' furious attacks cleared out an empty space. This space didn't even have seawater. Damn Dragon Palace, damn Dragon King, I don't know what methods you used to make these trash attack us, but now your end is here. Your doomsday has arrived. An angry roar came from the Dragon Elder's mouth. His blood-red eyes were filled with brutality. They were a dignified Dragon Clan. They led the subordinates of the Extraordinary Sea to attack the Dragon Palace. Yet, they were reduced to such a state. This made all the members of the Dragon Clan extremely furious. It's your doomsday. In the empty space, Wang Xian was facing more than 100,000 members of the Dragon Clan from afar. Looking at the furious expressions of all the members of the Dragon Clan, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was filled with mockery. Get rid of these ants for me. When the elders of the dragon clan saw Wang Xian's provocative expression, they roared furiously with a face full of killing intent. Immediately, they ordered all the dragon clan disciples to attack. At the same time, he and the few elders beside him moved their huge bodies and attacked Wang Xian directly. The dignity of the dragon clan and the aura of the dragon clan were clearly displayed. Hee. When Wang Xian saw more than 100,000 members of the dragon clan attacking them, a smile appeared on his face. Among the more than 100,000 members of the dragon clan, there were about 1,500 people in the realm of longevity. Among the 1,500 people in the realm of longevity, there were only about 100 people who were above the third level of longevity. The thing that scares you has only just begun. Wang Xian looked at the 100,000 dragon race members who were attacking him at a rapid speed, and his aura trembled. Buzz. An invincible sea of consciousness swept across the 100,000 dragon race members. Apart from the 100 dragon race members who were above the third level of longevity, the rest of the dragon race members trembled. Attack! Wang Xian shouted with excitement on his face. Attack! Let these ants know how powerful we are. The elder of the dragon clan roared furiously and ordered the rest of the dragon clan members around him. Boom! 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 However, what happened next terrified the 100 dragon clan experts. Around them, the 100,000 dragon clan members suddenly turned around and attacked the 100 dragon clan experts who were above the third level of longevity. At this moment, all the experts were stunned. Their faces filled with fear as they looked at their clansmen and disciples. The attacks of these 100,000 members of the dragon race had completely exceeded their expectations. The experts of the dragon race had never expected that their disciples would attack them. At this moment, the 100 experts of the dragon race were unable to dodge at the first moment. Bang bang bang. Roar roar. Roar roar roar. Waves of terrifying power landed on the bodies of the 100 dragon experts. Even though the strength of the attacks on them was lower than theirs, the 100,000 attacks still caught the dozens of dragon experts off guard and caused them to let out pained screams. Roar roar roar. However, the attacks of the 100,000 dragon experts did not stop. They flapped their wings and pounced towards them. The 100,000 dragons pounced towards the 100 dragon race experts. What's going on? Stop. All of you, stop. All of you are crazy. All of you, stop. Roar, roar, roar. The few elders of the water dragon clan reacted and roared with extremely ugly expressions. However, the 100,000 dragons did not react at all. Their eyes continued to attack without any reaction. Roar. Roar. Let's kill our way out. Let's kill our way out. The few elders of the dragon clan were completely panicking, especially the first elder of the water dragon clan. When he saw his own clansmen attacking them like crazy, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. It was too strange, simply too strange. Just now, when the group of sea beasts attacked their dragon clan, although they were surprised, they did not take it to heart. But now, their own kind actually attacked their clansmen like crazy. This caused the eyes of the 100 dragon clan members to be filled with fear. They are too strange, let's kill our way out. An elder followed up with a loud roar. He looked at the thousands of clansmen attacking him, gritted his teeth, and directly swung his dragon claws forward. Pooh! 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 The sound of tearing could be heard. The blood of their fellow clansmen dyed their bodies red. Smelling the blood of their fellow clansmen, the fear in their hearts grew even stronger. More than 20 of the 100 experts of the Dragon Clan were instantly killed under the attacks of more than 100,000 Dragon Clan members who were caught off guard. There were also more than 30 who were heavily injured. Only those above the Wansho 5th rank were able to withstand the attacks with their powerful defenses. But at this time, facing the attacks of the other clansmen, they could only grit their teeth and charge out. With their strength, they could completely charge out. But if they charged out, it also meant that their bodies were covered in the blood of their clansmen. And among these clansmen, there were even their descendants. Roar, roar, roar. Furious roars came out from the mouths of the dragons. Their blood-red eyes crazily slaughtered the surrounding clansmen who were attacking them. Soon, more than 50 dragons cleared a bloody path. The rest had already fallen. If you want to escape, can you escape? Wang Xian's aura trembled again. Within a radius of 600 kilometers, there were at least 1 billion sea beasts waiting for them. Countless sea beasts pounced on them. Dragon Palace, Dragon King, we dragons swear that we will exterminate all of you. We will make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. Seeing the countless sea beasts besieging them, the more than 50 Dragon Clan experts who were escaping let out a heart-wrenching roar. They swore that if they could return to the Dragon Clan, they would definitely make the god of the Dragon Clan, the experts of the Dragon Clan, and everyone in the Dragon Palace wish they were dead. A bunch of arrogant things. Do you really think that you are divine dragons? All of you are just a bunch of inferior dragons. Wuxia looked at the group of dragons who were fleeing frantically outside. When he heard their words, a look of disdain appeared on his face. He swayed his huge body and attacked more than 50 dragons. Buzz! Wuxia waved his huge dragon claws and grabbed at the group of dragons. Oh no, Elder, save us. The group of dragons felt the threat of death from Wuxia's dragon claws and roared in fear. Die! A dragon elder at the 8th level of the see-through realm turned his dragon body. His pair of gigantic wings flickered with sharpness as he slashed at Wuxia's gigantic dragon claws. Crack, crack, crack. However, when his dragon wings struck the dragon claws, there were only traces left behind. Ho ho no! When the dragon claws were completely clenched, the elder of the Dragon Clan let out a terrified scream as he felt the terrifying power and destructive energy coming from it. Turn into Dragon Chi. Wuxia waved his dragon claws and lowered his dragon head, swallowing it directly into his stomach. How is this possible? Isn't this Dragon King a level 8 longevity expert? How is this possible? How can he have such terrifying strength? Seeing the level 8 longevity elder being killed and swallowed in one move, the remaining dragon race experts roared in fear. Not long ago, wasn't the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace only at level 8 longevity? How could he kill one of their elders in an instant now? Their dragon race was an invincible existence at the same level. Oh no! The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has the strength of a level 9 longevity. Among the remaining 50 or so dragons, the strongest was the first elder of the Water Dragon Clan, who was also the only level 9 longevity expert of the Water Dragon Clan. When he saw the Dragon King easily devour an elder of level 8 longevity, his face revealed a look of shock. According to the information they received from the Dragon Clan, the Dragon King's strength was at level 8 of longevity. However, now, roar! After Wuxia devoured an elder of level 8 of longevity, the dragon energy in his body received a huge upgrade. His eyes were burning as he stared at the group of Dragon Clan experts in front of him. After devouring them, his level would be upgraded once again. A roar filled with endless might swept towards the group of dragon race experts. The might of the divine dragon caused the remaining dragon race experts to tremble. Flee, flee, flee! The first elder of the water dragon race roared with a face full of terror. With the terrifying strength of the 9th rank of the 10,000 lifespan, in addition to the strange demon controlling their clansmen and the surrounding sea beasts, their dragon race had lost this battle. They had completely lost. Even now, it was still unknown how many Dragon Clan experts could escape. When they came, they had never expected such an outcome. They had originally thought that they could look down on the destruction of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Kings kneeling and begging for mercy. But now, roar! Roar! All the remaining Dragon Clan experts ran out desperately. At this moment, they knew that even their great elder might be left behind if he didn't escape immediately. Not to mention them. At this moment, they unleashed all their strength and tried their best to escape. It's not that easy to escape. Since you dare to attack our Dragon Palace, you must be prepared to die. Wuxia looked at the remaining dragon experts who were desperately tearing apart the surrounding sea beasts and fleeing into the distance. A cold expression appeared on his face. His body moved and his huge body directly attacked the remaining dragons. Boom! 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 The entire sea region began to tremble. The more than 50 dragon experts who were desperately fleeing continuously launched terrifying attacks. Even at the bottom of the sea that was tens of thousands of meters deep, each of their attacks caused the waves above to churn. No, it could no longer be called a sea wave. It should be a blood wave. The fresh blood had already completely turned this sea area red. A rich bloody smell rushed into the sky. The entire sea actually slowly emitted a faint red mist. Even if they were tens of thousands of kilometers away, they could still sense the heaven-reaching murderous aura here. The sea beasts were still densely packed in a radius of 600 kilometers. Woo woo woo. At this time, a giant beast that was 30,000 kilometers suddenly rushed out of the water. Hundreds of thousands of sea beasts were hanging on its body. Buzz! The body of the giant beast shook as if it had a terrifying suction force. Hundreds of thousands of sea beasts actually melted into its body. The giant beast instantly turned into a bloody demon. Woo woo! It let out an excited roar and continued to attack the surrounding sea beasts. The giant beast was naturally Shaolin. It possessed the bloodline of Kuan. Although it did not have the terrifying devouring force of Wuxia, it possessed the bloodline of the peak of the universe. By devouring enough creatures, it could also rapidly increase its level. Around Shaolin, the members of the Dragon Palace were releasing terrifying AoE attacks. With one attack, at least tens of thousands of sea beasts fell to the bottom of the sea. Feng Luan and the group of girls also joined the battle. Especially with Feng Luan's strength, all the sea beasts within a 50-kilometer radius were killed with one move. One had to know that all the sea beasts within this 50-kilometer radius were sea beasts. Under the weakening of the energy, it was already very powerful to be able to kill the sea beasts within a 50-kilometer radius. More than 20,000 members of the Dragon Palace were slaughtering the intruders rapidly. The dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool had already spilled out and was flowing in the surroundings. This time, the dragon blood gathered in the Dragon Palace had reached a terrifying level. Roar! 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 At this moment, Wuxia's roars were heard from the front of the Dragon Palace. His gigantic dragon mouth was devouring the dragon experts one by one. The more than 50 dragon experts who were trying their best to escape were all fleeing for their lives. Unless the first elder of the water dragon tribe stepped in to stop him, none of the other dragon experts were able to dodge Wuxia's attack. No, no, no. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, all the dragon experts knew what despair was. They were terrified and wanted to escape from Wuxia's attack. They were trying their best to escape. However, they soon realized that there were fewer and fewer people in their tribe. Water dragon escape, dragon wings. At the front, the great elder of the water tribe heard the screams and his face turned pale. He roared and his entire dragon wings emitted a blue light. His dragon tail swung rapidly and tore apart all the sea beasts in front of him. He wanted to escape. You want to escape? Wuxia saw the great elder of the water dragon clan who was about to escape and stopped his attack on the dragons behind him. He opened his mouth and the 5 elements millstone attacked him at a terrifying speed. As the 5 elements millstone flew out, it started to grow bigger and bigger. Dragon King, you want to keep me here? Wishful thinking. Do you really think that the Dragon Clan has no foundation after ruling for hundreds of thousands of years? Sensing the great terror coming from behind, the first elder of the Water Dragon Clan's body shook, and water spirit pearls appeared around him one by one. Dozens of water spirit pearls rotated, forming an incomparably powerful defense. Bang! The 5 elements great mill landed on it, and was directly blocked by the water spirit pearls. You just wait for our dragon clan, we will take revenge. The elder of the Water Dragon Clan let out a furious roar. His entire body was moving towards the outside at an even more terrifying speed. In front of him, all the sea beasts that were blocking him turned into a bloody mist. Dozens of water spirit pearls surrounded him with the power of the stars. Buzz. When the first elder of the Water Dragon Clan escaped 200 kilometers away, his body flickered slightly and he disappeared. He teleported and left. Wuxia frowned slightly when he saw this scene. As expected of the dragon tribe, they indeed have some foundation. However, the rest of the dragon tribe can forget about escaping. Wuxia's body stopped moving. He swayed his huge body and looked behind him. There, dozens of dragons were still fighting desperately, trying to break free. Roar! A dragon roar rang in their ears and rushed into their minds. The dozens of dragon experts who were trying their best to escape froze as despair appeared on their faces. Very soon, I will lead the army of the Dragon Palace to exterminate your dragon race. Wang Xian's extremely domineering voice rang out. It was accompanied by a terrifying killing intent as he charged straight at them. Among the three major races of the dragon race, the water dragon race, one of them escaped while the rest could be considered dead. Roar! 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 Screams of pain could be heard from within the extraordinary sea. The screams of the dragon tribe's powerhouses reverberated across the sky. There were also the screams of the other sea beasts. The last few dozens of dragon tribe's powerhouses who were above level 3 of longevity turned into dragon energy and divine crystals under the attacks of Wang Xian and the attacks of hundreds of thousands of dragons and billions of sea beasts. Just a little bit more. After devouring more than 50 dragon race experts, Wang Xian looked at the divine crystals that he needed to upgrade his level with excitement in his eyes. He stared at the sea beasts around him and the dragon race members who were only half killed by the dragon race experts. Roar! He roared wildly and opened his dragon mouth. All the dragon race members and sea beasts around him flew into his mouth and directly turned into divine crystals. We're here! Ding! Congratulations to host for raising your level to level 5 longevity. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin Yang 5 elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level 5 longevity, 4th change of the Divine Dragon transformation. Divine Crystals, 2/221/100,000. Supernatural ability. Ruling over the Water Clan below their own level. Devouring creatures to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine Dragon transformation. Supernatural ability, soul capture, spirit possession, dragon eyes of the 5 elements of Yin and Yang. Aspect. Great mill of the 5 elements. Dragon kingdom in the palm. Dragon head under the heavens. Dragon body of 10,000 miles. Yin and Yang poles. Yin and Yang 5 elements oms. Domain, Rainbow Dragon Domain. Dragon Palace. Level 5. Members of the Dragon Palace. 23433. Boom. Wang Xian's body enlarged once again. The rainbow dragon scales on his body flickered with a dazzling radiance. His pair of dragon horns, dragon whiskers, and flowing lights were overflowing with color. At a glance, it didn't seem like something from the mortal world. The 7-colored dragon claws were like diamonds under the sun. If Wang Xian stood there quietly and didn't move, he would be like a divine object formed from a diamond placed under the sun. The closer he got to the mirror of God, the more detached he was from the mortal world. Continue. Wang Xian raised his head. The surrounding sea beasts were still flying crazily toward his mouth. The divine crystal was still growing at an unbelievable speed. The destruction of the dragon race in the surroundings and the sea beasts in the extraordinary sea were being killed by the Dragon Palace. When they saw the first elder of the dragon race and all the experts of the dragon race being killed, the sea beasts that were still alive within a radius of a few thousand kilometers immediately fled frantically into the distance in despair. Billions of demonic beasts were fleeing frantically. Behind them, more than 20,000 experts of the dragon clan chased after them. This was especially true for Xiaolan. In just over an hour, her level had risen to rank 7 longevity. She had devoured countless sea beasts. The sea beasts scattered and fled in despair. How can the dragon clan be so strong and so strange? How can this be? At this moment, the first elder of the water dragon clan, who had teleported more than 10,000 kilometers away, looked back with a frightened expression. There, it had become a sea of blood. There, all the members of the water dragon clan had been killed. The burial ground. The dragon burial sea area. My water dragon clan. The first elder of the water dragon clan roared in grief and indignation. Hundreds of thousands of people, had all died and were killed by the Dragon Palace. I want revenge. I must get revenge. No, they are too strong. And Lord Dragon God, if Lord Dragon God can ignite the divine fire, he will definitely destroy the Dragon Palace. Definitely. His crazy roar quickly flew toward the Dragon Clan. The sea area of the Dragon Palace had become a nightmare for him. The slaughter wasn't over yet. The seabed within thousands of kilometers was covered with corpses. The murderous aura here could make weak people go crazy. Even a powerhouse at the insightful Void Tier would not dare to stay here any longer. This war continued for another 5 hours even after the dragons had fled and died. At the last moment, all the members of the Dragon Palace were so exhausted that they almost could not stand straight. After 5 hours, apart from a portion of the sea beasts that had escaped, the rest were all dead. All members of the Dragon Palace, follow me into the magnificent dragon pool. Wang Xian floated in the sky above the Dragon Palace. His gaze swept across the countless corpses on the ground as he commanded all the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Now that the dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool had spilled out, Wang Xian stopped the Dragon Palace from absorbing the corpses nearby. It's the Dragon King. One by one, the exhausted members of the Dragon clan flew over slowly. In their eyes, they were filled with excitement. This time, how much could the strength of the Dragon Palace increase? No one knew. Wang Xian moved his body and led a group of girls into the dragon transformation pool. He began to absorb the dragon blood inside. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the members of the Dragon Palace also entered the pool and absorbed the dragon blood without any restraint. This was the first time that the members of the Dragon Palace could absorb the dragon blood without caring about anything else to increase their strength. The dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool disappeared at a terrifying speed, but soon the corpses within 1,000 kilometers of the Dragon Palace were slowly absorbed. Even the blood within a few thousand kilometers was absorbed by the Dragon Palace and turned into dragon blood. Dragon blood poured down from the 9 dragon pillars at the mouth of the dragon. Even though the members of the Dragon Palace were absorbing the dragon blood very quickly, the dragon blood they poured in could still keep up. The golden dragon blood gave off a magical color and lit up half of the Dragon Palace. All the members of the Dragon Palace began to improve. After they came out, they would undergo a huge transformation. After all, they had killed almost 3/4 of the creatures in the Extraordinary Sea. Is it over? Oh my God. This is the end of the world. The blood has dyed thousands of miles red. Gulp. What's going on? Why did I hear the screams of the Dragon Clan? They were all the screams of the Dragon Palace experts. The last voice was indeed the voice of the Dragon King. Did the Dragon Palace block it? I heard the screams of the Dragon Clan experts just now. What happened in there? How could the Dragon Palace be so strong? How could they block the attack of the Dragon Clan? Oh my God, I can't believe it. Did the Dragon Palace resist the attack? Why were there only the screams of the Dragon Clan's experts and the other sea beasts? While all the members of the Dragon Palace were improving their strength in the Dragon Transformation Pool, some experts who had been standing in the sky thousands of miles away were looking at them and discussing in shock. They saw the end of the battle and looked at the blood in front of them in awe. They vaguely heard the voices of the experts of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King, and their faces were filled with shock. Almost all the creatures in the Extraordinary Sea, hundreds of thousands of experts of the Dragon Clan who had come to destroy the Dragon Palace had been blocked? How could they believe it? But the voices made them extremely dazed. The Dragon Palace actually withstood the Dragon Clan's attack and killed many of the Dragon Clan's experts, and even caused the attacking sea beasts to bleed thousands of miles? Unbelievable. Just as all the members of the Dragon Palace were rapidly increasing their strength in the Dragon Transformation Pool. Just as some of the powerhouses were shocked by the Armageddon-like war in the Extraordinary Sea. An extremely shocking event happened in the Aoshan Empire. The Aoshan Emperor, whom everyone thought had been destroyed, suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. This was a day ago. The Dragon Emperor of the Draconid Empire led 50 Dragon Emperors and 1,000,000 soldiers into the Aoshan Empire. The Draconid Empire slaughtered more than 10 cities of the Aoshan Empire like a hot knife through butter. Soon after, they slaughtered another 5 or 6 cities. In an instant, the entire Aoshan Empire was in a bloody mess and everyone's faces were filled with terror. The entire Transcendence continent was shaken by the brutality of the Draconid Empire. Without the help of the Dragon Palace, the Draconid Empire was unstoppable with the help of 50 Dragon Emperors. Even the 4 legions led by the great Emperor Aoshan were unable to stop the Draconid Empire. Just when everyone thought that the Aoshan Empire was about to be destroyed like the Dragon Palace, an unexpected existence appeared on the battlefield. A burly old man holding a weapon that looked like a mountain appeared. His appearance, when he saw the people of the Aoshan Empire being massacred in a short 3 minutes, he killed everyone except for the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor. The old man's terrifying strength shook the entire Transcendence continent. When the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon race shouted the name of the Aoshan Emperor, everyone was even more shocked. The great Emperor Aoshan, the invincible existence who had fought against the strongest of the Dragon race for 3 days and 3 nights, was still alive. The appearance of the great Emperor Aoshan made the Dragon Emperor and the 50 Dragon Emperors leave with an embarrassed expression. However, just as everyone thought that the Dragonman Empire and the Dragon race would give up, the next day the Dragon Emperor and more than 100 Dragon race experts returned to the Aoshan Empire and started a massacre. This time, they slaughtered more than 10 cities in a short period of time. Dragon race, do you know that you are challenging the bottom line of the Aoshan Emperor? Yesterday, I let you all leave because I gave the Dragon race enough face. In front of the Tianhuizen city, the entire city had already turned into a river of blood. Fresh blood slowly seeped into the ground and was absorbed by an unknown energy. Behind them, nearly 10 million people watched this scene in horror. Emperor Aoshan stared at the Dragon race experts and the Dragon Emperor, the son of the Dragon race, with a face full of killing intent. Grand Supreme Elder, what should we do now? The Dragon Emperor looked at Emperor Aoshan, whose face was full of killing intent, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Yesterday, when Emperor Aoshan had appeared, he had already bypassed them once. This time, it was probably not going to be so simple. How's the collection of fresh blood coming along? At the center, the 20-meter-tall great elder of the Dragon race looked at the Dragon Emperor and asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the great elder, the fresh blood has already been collected. The Dragon Emperor immediately said, That's good. The great elder of the Dragon race nodded and raised his head slightly to look at the Aoshan Emperor. Go, he said to the Dragon race members beside him. Go? Do you think you can leave just because you want to? The Aoshan Emperor stared at them with murderous intent as he roared with a cold gaze. Behind the Aoshan Emperor, all the experts and citizens of the Aoshan Empire stared at the Dragon race members angrily. What? Aoshan Emperor, do you still want to attack our Dragon race? The group of Dragon race members stared at Emperor Aoshan fearlessly and said proudly, Ha ha ha, if I let you go today, I, Emperor Aoshan, will not have the face to face all the citizens of the Aoshan Empire. Today, all of your Dragon race will die. The Berserk Emperor Aoshan's aura rose rapidly and an earthen yellow mountain peak slowly gathered in the sky above him. Emperor Aoshan, do you really think that our Dragon race is afraid of you? Haha, today let me, Lai Luyen, come and consult you. I want to see just how powerful the divine weapon in your hand is. Roar, roar, roar. The first supreme elder of the Dragon race, Lai Luyen, roared wildly. He flapped his huge flaming dragon wings, and clouds of fire instantly condensed in the sky above him. Hiss! Lai Luyen, that seems to be a peak expert of the Dragon Clan. A peak expert of the Dragon Clan? In existence at the half-step god realm? This is an existence at the peak of our Transcendence continent. A peak expert of the Dragon Clan actually came here personally. What on earth is the Dragon Clan doing? Behind them, everyone from the Aoshan Empire revealed shocked expressions. Alilioyan, a peak existence of the Dragon race. They still knew this name. With just you, even if the god of the Dragon race comes, I won't be afraid. Today, I'll take your head and use it as a sacrifice for the hundreds of millions of people of our Aoshan Empire. The killing intent-filled Aoshan Emperor waved his arm, and the towering mountain divine weapon in his hand flew up into the sky. Roar! 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 Alilioyan roared, and strings of fire spirit pearls appeared around him. His body was covered in golden metal. Flames shot up into the sky. Crack! 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 The air started to burn, and all the buildings below began to melt into water. The Dragon race experts and the Dragon Emperor around him quickly retreated into the distance. Grand Supreme Elder, kill that old fart. Anyone who challenges us must die. The Dragon Emperor and the group of dragon race experts roared loudly. On the opposite side, Ao Biming and the group of experts hurriedly released their protective powers to block the aftershocks of the flames. Roar! Roar! Lai Luan let out a wild roar and flew into the sky. His entire body was like a blazing sun, exuding endless divine might. The might of a half-step god realm expert was as terrifying as the sun. Towering mountain, mountain of 10,000 mountains. Suppress. Emperor Ao Shan's expression was cold as he raised his hands and poured a wave of earthy yellow energy into the divine weapon. The towering mountain that was half a meter in size grew at a terrifying speed. In less than 2 seconds, a mountain that was 10,000 meters in size stood in the sky. The indestructible yellow rocks and the terrifying pressure were not something that mortals could resist. Suppress. A vast voice came from the towering mountain. The voice was full of judgment. This voice came from a divine weapon. Great Sun Mad Dragon, fight with the sun. A serious expression appeared in the dragon's eyes. He spread his wings, raised his head, and opened his mouth. A fireball slowly rose into the sky. The fireball rapidly expanded, forming a blazing sun that covered a radius of nearly 100 kilometers. It looked as if a sun was slowly rising within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Boom! The incomparably terrifying Great Sun Berserk Dragon charged towards the towering mountain. Buzz! The towering mountain was much smaller in front of the Great Sun Berserk Dragon. However, the towering earthen yellow mountain exuded divinity. The artifact collided with the full power of the half-step godly state. Boom! 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 It was like a comet crashing into a planet, or a meteorite crashing into a huge mountain. The huge sun dragon crashed into the towering mountain like a sun. Alilian stared at the collision in the sky. More than 10,000 years ago, he had witnessed the battle between the Ao Shan Emperor and the Dragon God. At that time, he was only at the 9th rank of the longevity realm. Now, with half a foot into the deity realm, he was confident that he was stronger than the Dragon God. Facing the Ao Shan Emperor, he was not afraid at all. Around him, everyone was staring at the collision. Their eyes were wide open, filled with shock. Buzz! After the towering mountain's divine weapon collided with the great sun raging dragon, an earthen yellow light suddenly shot out from the monstrous flame. The earthy yellow light was like tiny dust, but these tiny dust quickly extinguished the enormous great sun. What? Lai Luoyan's expression changed drastically, and his eyes revealed a shocked expression. A mountain can reach the sky, a mountain can stand in the sky, a towering mountain can stand in the world. Suppress everything in the world. Emperor Aoshan spread out his arms, and waves of powerful earthy yellow energy vibrated around him. His eyes were filled with violent killing intent. His extremely cold voice was like a voice from the heavens, and it spread out in all directions. Every word he said caused the mountain to devour the great sun-raging dragon even faster. As soon as he finished speaking, the great sun-raging dragon disappeared, and a divine mountain that seemed to have stood in the sky for billions of years began to shine with divine light. The mountain continued to press down on Lai Luoyan at a terrifying speed. Demigod body, dragon wings, slash. Lai Luoyan looked at the towering mountain that was pressing down on him. He raised his head and spread his dragon wings. All the flames converged and condensed into lava that looked like rocks. Boom! 2 sharp flaming dragon wings slashed toward the towering mountain. Boom! An intense collision sounded, but the massive mountain didn't move at all. Dragon race, do you really think that I, the Ao Shan Emperor, have lived for nothing these 10,000 years? The Ao Shan Emperor stared at Alia Lilian with a cold expression and shouted in a dignified manner. No, it's impossible to defeat me. The dragon sea is boiling. Wang. He flapped his gigantic dragon wings and spat out countless amounts of lava. The lava covered an area of more than 100 kilometers. Crack. 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 The lava was like a sea, and mountains of lava rose from the sea and crashed toward the towering mountain. Boom. However, the towering mountain wasn't hindered at all. It crashed through the rising mountains, broke through the sea of lava, and continued to press down on Lai Luoyan. Not good. Lai Luyen looked at the indestructible towering mountain with fear in his eyes. He flapped his wings and quickly fled into the distance. You want to escape? Can you escape? The current you is almost as strong as the god of the dragon race. With such strength, you dare to provoke the wrath of my Ao Shan Emperor. Ao Shan Emperor roared in a low voice that was filled with killing intent. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Quake! When this voice sounded, Ao Shan Emperor's figure had already appeared at the peak of the towering mountain. He looked down and shouted. Boom! He shook the space below. He suppressed all evil spirits. The earthen yellow light directly enveloped the area below. The entire mountain seemed to have intersected with the earth, forming a single space. Bang! Lilioyan instantly felt as if he had fallen into a deep abyss. He felt as if his entire body was carrying over a dozen mountains, causing his speed to be like that of a snail. Roar! 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 A terrified expression appeared on his face. He raised his head and looked at the sky-high mountain that was pressing down on him in fear. He let out a terrified roar. No, no. Emperor Ao Shan, if you dare to kill me, our god of the dragon race will not let you off. Lai Luoyan's face was filled with fear as he roared loudly. God of the dragon race, HMPH. Even if your god of the dragon race is here, I can still suppress him. Ao Shan Emperor roared coldly. He stood at the peak of the towering mountain and looked down arrogantly at everyone around him. No. Boom. The towering mountain landed on the ground and the entire ground caved in for over 1,000 meters. As for Illyrian, he was completely silent. Hiss! Our Ao Shan Emperor is so strong. He actually suppressed the peak experts of the dragon race. Long live Ao Shan Emperor. Long live Ao Shan Emperor. Ha 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 ha. Good kill. Good kill. Destroy the Draconid Empire. Destroy the dragon race. Ao Shan Emperor is mighty. Ao Shan Emperor is invincible. Seeing this scene, all the people in the city had excited expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but shout out loud. He suppressed a peak expert of the dragon race. That was a half-step god-level existence, yet he was easily killed by Ao Shan Emperor. He was invincible and looked down on the Transcendence. In the entire Transcendence continent, who else could be a match for their Ao Shan Emperor? At this moment, their emperor was invincible. Oh no, let's run. The Dragon Emperor and the other members of the dragon race, who had already seen the situation go awry, saw their Grand Supreme Elder being suppressed and immediately turned around to run away. At this moment, their scalps went numb and their eyes were filled with fear. The Ao Shan Emperor was actually strong enough to suppress an existence at the half-step divine realm. The first Supreme Elder was the second strongest expert of the dragon race, and his realm was the same as the dragon god. Who? The Ao Shan Emperor stood on the towering mountain and took a deep breath. With his strength, controlling the divine weapon still consumed too much of his energy. Seeing the Dragon Emperor and the group of dragon race experts leave, he did not continue to chase after them. The other party had already escaped the range of his domain, so it would be very difficult for him to catch up. Dragon race, if you dare to do any more evil, I, Ao Shan the Great Emperor, will kill your dragon race. Even if I die, I can drag your entire dragon race with me. Ao Shan the Great Emperor looked at the departing figure and coldly roared. When the people below heard Emperor Ao Shan's words, their blood boiled. He's too strong. We, Emperor Ao Shan, can completely contend with the dragon race. Ha ha! An emperor is invincible. If the dragon race dares to be arrogant again, we'll let them know how powerful we are. Everyone in the city below was in an uproar. Emperor Ao Shan had suppressed the peak experts of the dragon race. This battle would definitely shock the entire transcendent continent. Emperor Ao Shan swept his gaze across his surroundings and flew off into the distance, leaving behind a group of people who were filled with shock and discussion. This matter spread to the other regions of the central continent at a terrifying speed. When everyone learned that Emperor Ao Shan had killed the dragon race's Grand Supreme Elder, they were extremely shocked. Emperor Ao Shan had actually made the dragon race lower their heads and flee. Was it true that in the future, humans would have the strength to contend against the dragon race? However, just as everyone was shocked by the fact that Emperor Aoshan had killed a peak expert of the dragon race. Another piece of news swept across the entire continent. The Dragon Palace had withstood the attack of the dragon race. The dragon race had been defeated. Oh my God! There's news from the extraordinary sea. The place where the Dragon Palace is located has turned into a sea of blood. Blood flowed for tens of thousands of miles. The battle lasted for 5 to 6 hours. Finally, the screams of the dragon race and the sounds of despair were heard. It's almost certain that the experts of the Dragon Palace blocked the attack of the dragon race and caused the entire dragon race to suffer heavy losses. This is too shocking. How is this possible? Back then, someone saw more than 100,000 experts of the Dragon Clan leading countless sea beasts of the extraordinary sea to attack the Dragon Palace. How could they fail? It's true that the Dragon Clan didn't destroy the Dragon Palace and was completely defeated. It's possible that not many dragons managed to escape. Countless sea beasts fled in panic. The Dragon Palace is too powerful. They were able to block the attack of the Dragon Clan and even killed many experts of the Dragon Clan. When everyone heard the news from the extraordinary sea, they were all shocked. Many people couldn't believe that the Dragon Palace could withstand the attack of the Dragon Clan. When the Dragon Clan attacked the Dragon Palace, many people saw endless sea beasts and sea birds that covered the sky and the sun. Under such power, many people didn't doubt that they could kill the entire human race. However, such a powerful force was completely blocked by the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, the dragon race that attacked the Dragon Palace was completely defeated and suffered heavy losses. The Dragon Palace's strength should be much stronger than expected. Now that Emperor Aoshan has just suppressed the dragon race's peak experts, and now that the Dragon Palace has defeated the dragon race, the dragon race might have to withdraw from their position as the overlords of the transcendental continent. They definitely have to retreat. Hundreds of thousands of dragon race experts led countless sea beasts in the transcendental sea and failed to destroy the Dragon Palace. The peak experts were also killed by Emperor Aoshan. Now that the Dragon Palace and the Aoshan Empire are allies, the Dragon Palace and the Aoshan Empire can easily contend against the dragon race when they join forces in the future. What has happened recently is unbelievable. With the return of Emperor Aoshan, the Dragon Palace has risen in power. The entire Transcendence continent was talking about the Dragon Palace and Emperor Aoshan. With the two forces, the Transcendence continent would no longer belong to the Dragon Clan. This made many humans happy. After all, the rule of the Dragon Clan was extremely brutal. Just like the Dragonman Empire, no one would dare to say anything even if they slaughtered a city. In the future, the Dragonman Empire and the Dragon Clan wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The human race could be considered to have truly risen. Hoo-hoo! Roar! How could that Aoshan the Great be so powerful? To actually be able to suppress our Grand Supreme Elder. Grand Supreme Elder was killed, and after our dragon god came out of seclusion. Within the Sea of Dragons, a group of dragon race experts and the Dragon Emperor had escaped back, their expressions incomparably ugly as they lay on a sea peak. They looked at each other in shock. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. The first Supreme Elder was an expert on the same level as the Dragon God. Now that even the first Supreme Elder was suppressed, could the Dragon God be a match for the great Emperor Aoshan? Keep all the human blood that we have collected well. I hope that our Lord Dragon God can ignite the divine fire this time and become a god. An elder of the Dragon Clan looked at the Dragon Emperor and said to him, "Yes, Elder. The blood has been properly preserved." The Dragon Emperor replied respectfully, his face somewhat embarrassed. "Roar, First Supreme Elder. You must avenge our Water Dragon Clan." At this moment, a sorrowful and angry roar resounded throughout the entire Dragon Sea. The group of Dragon Clan experts were slightly stunned as they looked towards the south. Elder Blakeshire, one of the dragon race elders, was slightly stunned as he immediately shouted, "Where's the Grand Supreme Elder? Is he the Grand Supreme Elder?" When Blakeshire heard the voice, he immediately flew over. His expression was somewhat malevolent as he roared in a low voice, "Elder Blakeshire, what's wrong? What happened? Where are the other water dragon disciples? The experts of the Dragon Clan immediately asked when they saw the ferocious and even crazy Water Dragon Grand Elder. Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace destroyed all the disciples of our Water Dragon Clan. I'm the only one who escaped. I hate the Grand Elder. Let him take revenge for our Water Dragon Clan. Balakwi roared in pain. What? All the disciples of the Water Dragon Clan were killed. How is this possible? How could hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Water Dragon Clan and countless subordinates of the Extraordinary Sea be defeated by the Dragon Palace? All the powerful figures of the Dragon Clan were shocked. Only the first elder of the Water Dragon Clan managed to escape from the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Dragon Clan. This was almost one-third of the strength of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has at least the power of a level 9 longevity. They can also control the sea beasts and our disciples in a strange way. They are all wiped out, and the entire Water Dragon Clan is wiped out. Bulak Shue's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Where is the first elder? I want to see the first elder. The first elder was suppressed by Emperor Aoshan and fell. The experts of the dragon race said with extremely ugly expressions. The Water Dragon race had led billions of sea beasts, but they were all destroyed by the Dragon Palace. Was the dragon race really going to decline? What? How is this possible? Blackwater's body trembled and his eyes widened when he heard the news of the first Supreme Elder being killed. Hoo, we can only wait for Lord Dragon God to avenge our dragon race. An expert from the Dragon Clan roared in a low voice. The Water Dragon Clan had been exterminated and the first Supreme Elder had been suppressed. Their Dragon Clan's strength had suffered heavy losses. Now they could only wait for Lord Dragon God to come out of seclusion. The entire Dragon Clan's strength and reputation had sunk to the bottom. After the matter of the Extraordinary Sea was confirmed, the Dragon Clan's might plummeted. Everyone on the Extraordinary Continent believed that, in the future, the overlord of the continent would no longer be the Dragon Clan. In the next few months, all the members of the Dragon Clan gathered in the Dragon Sea. At this time, they could only wait for Lord Dragon God to come out of seclusion. Time slowly passed, and the Extraordinary Continent gradually returned to peace. The prestige of the Aoshan Empire and the Dragon Palace had reached its peak. The Draconid Empire lay dormant and kept a low profile. Walala! Crack! 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 The surroundings of the Dragon Sea had always been calm, and the sound of the waves had never been loud. In the middle of the Dragon Sea was the Dragon God Valley, the sacred land of the dragon race. On this day, the enormous Dragon God Valley suddenly collapsed, with cracks appearing one after another. 13 cracks spread out in an orderly manner as if they were going to split the entire Dragon God Valley. Hot ha, I've succeeded, I've finally succeeded. Dragon God Valley, Dragon Fire Lotus, I've finally succeeded. At this moment, an excited roar resounded throughout the entire Dragon Sea. When all the Dragon Clan members heard this voice, they immediately flew over and spread out in worship. What's going on in the Dragon God Valley? What kind of terrifying technique has our Lord Dragon God cultivated? The entire Dragon God Valley is slowly cracking. Heavens, what happened? The Dragon God's laughter rang out as all the members of the dragon race flew over to pay their respects to the Dragon God Valley. Upon seeing the neatly cracked Dragon God Valley, all the members of the Dragon God race revealed expressions of shock. This Dragon God Valley was transformed from the largest volcano on the Extraordinary Continent. It had been standing in the Dragon Sea for hundreds of thousands of years. It was the habitat of the strongest Dragon Clan. Similarly, it was also transformed and strengthened by countless peak experts of the Dragon Clan. Now, the entire Dragon God Valley was slowly cracking. Boom! 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 At this moment, a vibrating sound was suddenly heard. The entire Dragon God Valley started to crack. What is Lord Dragon God doing? All the members of the Dragon Clan saw that the Dragon God Valley was actually broken. Their eyes were wide open and filled with shock. Boom, boom, boom. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a loud bang and an excited roar came from the Dragon God Valley. Gulp! All the Dragon Clan experts swallowed their saliva and looked in front of them in shock. The entire Dragon God Valley slowly flew into the sky and pieces of rock began to fall from the cracks. Gradually, the entire Dragon God Valley began to emit a faint red flame. The flame slowly burned and the entire Dragon God Valley began to bloom. The appearance of a fire lotus appeared in the sight of all the dragon race members. In the middle of the fire lotus, the 30-meter-long god of the dragon race floated in the sky, his face full of excitement as he spread his wings. When the fire lotus of the dragon race blooms, my fire will raise this lotus of prosperity, using my body as the wick and human blood as the dye to ignite the godly fire. The fire lotus of the dragon race will turn the endless godly fire into my divine kingdom and become my divine position. Ha 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 ha. The god of the dragon race who was floating in the center of the fire lotus of the dragon race roared in excitement. Is our Lord Dragon God going to ignite the godly fire? God, our Lord Dragon God is going to become a god, the first true god of our dragon race. All the members of the dragon race were filled with excitement when they heard the dragon god's words. Congratulations, Lord Dragon God. You are about to become a god. You are about to become the only true god of the Transcendence continent. Congratulations, Lord Dragon God. You are about to become a god. You are about to become the only true god of the Transcendence continent. The members of the dragon race also shouted excitedly. Roar! The god of the dragon race flew around the dragon fire lotus. The dragon fire lotus, which was 50 kilometers in size, gave off a terrifying power of fire. Lai Luyen, the god of the dragon race, looked forward with a dignified gaze and shouted softly. Dragon God! When the members of the dragon race heard the name that the dragon god called out, their expressions became slightly ugly. One of the fire dragon elders immediately said, Lord Dragon God, you have to avenge the first supreme elder. He was killed by Emperor Aoshan. Lord Dragon God, you have to avenge our water dragon clan. All the members of our water dragon clan were killed by the dragon palace. You have to avenge us. As soon as the fire dragon elder finished speaking, the water dragon clan's first elder's sorrowful and indignant voice immediately sounded. The two dragon race elders' words caused the dragon race's god to be slightly stunned. His face slowly darkened. What exactly happened? He flapped his wings and asked everyone with a dignified expression. The first elder of the water race and the fire dragon elder immediately told the dragon race's god what had happened. Lord Dragon God, the prestige of our dragon race has been reduced to the extreme in the transcendental continent. Even some of the sea beasts in the transcendental sea have distanced themselves from us, disobeying our orders. In the end, the dragon elder roared angrily. How's the collection of human blood coming along? The dragon god asked them with a gloomy face. Reporting to Lord Dragon God, all the blood has been collected. The dragon's son immediately flew over and knelt in the air. The blood in containers flew towards the dragon god. Dragon Palace, Aoshan the Great Emperor. Good, very good. He actually killed our dragon race members. Then used their corpses as fuel to help me raise my divine kingdom high up. The god of the dragon race received a large amount of blood, his eyes flashing with violent killing intent. Very soon, all the creatures of the Transcendence continent will be prostrating at my feet, singing my divine splendor. Pa! As the god of the dragon race spoke, the vessel containing the blood directly shattered. Large amounts of blood poured onto the dragon fire lotus. Summon all creatures of the continent to the Aoshan Empire. I want the entire continent to see what a true god truly is. A majestic voice resounded throughout the entire extraordinary sea. The blood within the dragon fire lotus slowly flowed to the center according to the patterns. Roar, roar, roar! An earth-shattering sound rang out. All the members of the dragon race prostrated themselves in the void with excited faces, looking up at their god. The extraordinary continent had been peaceful for 4 months after the dragon race had completely retreated into the Dragon Sea. These 4 months were the 4 months that the various major powers on the continent were extremely excited. The disappearance of the dragon race's overlord position made everyone of the human race feel elated. However, just today, a voice from the Draconid Empire once again stirred up the waves of the entire extraordinary continent. The dragon race will enter the peak of the Ao Tian mountain of the Ao Shan Empire in 7 days. Please consult Emperor Ao Shan and order all living beings on the continent to head there. A piece of information caused everyone to reveal shocked expressions. The dragon race is heading to the peak of the Aotion mountain. What are they trying to do? Take revenge. What are the dragon race trying to do? Why are they gathering all the living beings on the continent? What do the dragon race want? With Emperor Aoshan's strength, he shouldn't be afraid of the strongest expert of the dragon race, right? What are they trying to do? The news of the Draconid Empire spread through the entire Transcendence continent at a terrifying speed. Countless factions and countless people were filled with shock and bewilderment. After witnessing Emperor Aoshan's strength, no one believed that the dragon race still had the same ruling power as before. With a divine weapon in his hand, unless the strongest person in the dragon race also had a divine weapon, he wouldn't be able to defeat Emperor Aoshan. Unfortunately, the only divine weapon in the entire continent was in the hands of Emperor Aoshan of the Aoshan Empire. Oh, the dragon race is coming to our Aotion mountain peak? Announce it. Then our Aoshan Empire will wait for the arrival of the dragon race. Also, see if you can contact the Dragon Palace and ask the Dragon King to come. After receiving the news, Emperor Aoshan frowned slightly and said with a wave of his hand. He wasn't really afraid of the dragon race. He was just afraid that the dragon race would take revenge on the Aoshan Empire after he died. The Aoshan Empire welcomes the dragon race. After Emperor Aoshan gave the order, the voice immediately spread to the entire Transcendence continent. Seeing how confident the Aoshan Empire was, everyone was secretly amazed. The current dragon race was really not as terrifying as before. The declaration of the dragon race determined that they would arrive at the Aoshan Empire in 7 days, once again stirring up a storm in the entire Transcendental continent. The Aoshan Empire welcomed the arrival of the dragon race directly, allowing all humans to see their confidence. Everyone on the Transcendental continent knew that in 7 days, something huge would definitely happen in the Aoshan Empire. And this time, the dragon race was still very domineering as they ordered all the living beings on the Transcendental continent to head to the Aoshan Empire. Some factions were curious, while others were wary of the dragon race's might. After all, a camel that died of emaciation was bigger than a horse. After receiving this news, all the major factions on the Transcendental continent rushed towards the Aoshan Empire. This included the Nine-God Empire and the Dragon Phoenix Empire. However, the Dragon Phoenix Empire's Empress Feng Luan was not in the Phoenix Palace. She did not follow them. All the factions on the continent headed towards the center of the Aoshan Empire, the Aoyan Mountain Peak. Time slowly passed. On the 3rd day, countless people from the Draconid Empire, led by the Dragon Emperor, also rushed towards the Aoshan Empire. Seeing that the Draconid Empire had sent out their last remaining experts, all the factions were very curious and surprised. Just as all the forces on the continent were gathering toward the Aoshan Empire, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky from the Dragon Palace in the Extraordinary Sea. Over the past 4 months, all the members of the Dragon Palace had gathered in the Dragon Transformation Pool to crazily increase their strength. It took the Dragon Palace a full 3 months to absorb all the dragon blood. The corpses and even the fresh blood around the Dragon Palace were also absorbed by the Dragon Transformation Pool and turned into dragon blood. After these resources were absorbed by the members of the Dragon Palace, the strength of the entire Dragon Palace had a terrifying increase. Now, the weakest person in the entire Dragon Palace had the cultivation of level 8 of the See-Through Void tier and could fight against level 9 of the See-Through Void tier. 70% of the members of the Dragon Palace had the combat strength of the Longevity Realm. Among these 70%, 30% of the members had reached the Longevity Realm. Among them, other than Wuxia, the strongest ones were Feng Luan, Xiaolan, Lan Qingwei, and the leaders of the Dragon Palace. Feng Luan's strength had directly risen to the 9th level of the Longevity Realm, which allowed her to fight against those at the half-step Divine Realm. Xiaolan's strength could fight against those at the 7th level of the Longevity Realm, Lan Qingwei, and the leaders at the 5th level of the Longevity Realm. This increase was enough to allow the Dragon Palace to have the strength of the Dragon Clan. One must know that it took the dragons hundreds of thousands of years to accumulate to their current state. 3 months of improvement had depleted all the resources, but Wuxia was still floating in the Dragon Transformation Pool. Now that the news from the Aoshan Empire has arrived, I wonder how long it will take for me to improve. I wonder if I can still make it there. Let's wait for me to wake up first. The improvement this time around might be a qualitative leap, which is why it will take so long. Around the dragon transformation pool, a group of girls looked at Wang Xian, who was enveloped by the seven-colored divine light. It had been a month. This time, Wang Xian's strength had yet to make a complete breakthrough. His 5,000-meter-long dragon body was continuously flowing with the seven-colored divine light. It was only until a month ago that the system notification of an upgrade rang out. However, the upgrade this time was different from the previous one. The upgrade this time allowed his strength to directly leap to the godly state. When he reached the 6th level of longevity, he had comprehended the domain. Divine Shadow Dragon Palace? The Divine Shadow Dragon Palace needed to absorb the power of the Dragon Palace to condense the Divine Shadow of the Dragon Palace. This process took a whole month. Just as the group of girls were waiting for Wang Xian to make a breakthrough, the entire Dragon Palace trembled. A virtual Dragon Palace slowly materialized in the sky above Wang Xian. The Dragon Palace was about 10,000 meters long and looked like a miniature model of the Dragon Palace. Is Xiaoxian about to wake up? When the group of girls saw this scene, they looked at the Divine Shadow Dragon Palace in astonishment. Ding! The great grinding of the 5 elements is the backbone, the extremes of yin and yang are the flesh and blood, and the ancestral tree is the blood. The Divine Shadow Dragon Palace has been formed. Wang Xian, who was immersed in the process of upgrading, suddenly heard the voice from the system. His body trembled slightly. His dragon eyes opened slowly, feeling the immense strength in his entire body. His face was filled with dignity. Wang Xian had a premonition that he would be able to destroy the entire Dragon Palace with just a slight movement. He felt that the supernatural continent had become insignificant in his heart. He could break through the restraints of the supernatural continent and enter the boundless starry sky. He could cross the void and survive in the starry sky. Is the Divine Shadow Dragon Palace the Divine Kingdom after becoming a god? Wang Xian raised his head slightly and looked at the virtual image of the Dragon Palace above him. The Divine Kingdom was the most important treasure of a god. It was also a manifestation of one's strength. To a god, the Divine Kingdom was like a root. As long as there was a drop of blood, it could be revived in the Divine Kingdom. It could be said that the Divine Kingdom was the source of the divine power. Even if it was a divine artifact, it was still inferior to a weak Divine Kingdom. He was only at level 6 of longevity. With the help of the Divine Shadow Dragon Palace, he could fight against a god. Name Wang Xian. Race: Yin-Yang 5 elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level 6 of longevity, 4th transformation of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Divine Crystal 35-421/500-000. Supernatural ability: Ruling the Water Tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method: Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural ability: Soul-absorbing, spirit-attaching, yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Aspect: 5 elements Great Mill, Dragon Kingdom in the palm, Dragon Head under the heavens, Dragon Body of 10,000 miles, yin-yang poles, yin-yang 5 elements Alms Bowl, Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Domain: Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Palace. Level 5. Members of Dragon Palace: 23,433. Wang Xian had a thought and his attributes appeared in his mind. Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom. He looked at his domain that had become Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom. He mumbled and raised his head slightly. I am the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. His body trembled. A strong suction force came from the Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom above him. Wang Xian did not resist. The lifelike central position of the Dragon Kingdom began to materialize. A dragon throne, which was equivalent to 1/5 of the Divine Shadow Dragon Kingdom, appeared in the center of the Divine Kingdom. Wang Xian's body was directly seated on the Divine Throne. He hid in the Divine Kingdom and sat on the Divine Throne, overlooking the world. An aura that surpassed all living things rushed out from Wang Xian's body. He was high up. Those below the god level were all ants. Let's try taking human form. Wang Xian had a thought. The body of the divine dragon immediately reverted to human form. This time he reverted to the human form, but there was no change in his body size. The human form was still 5,000 meters in size. He sat upright on the throne of God with an inviolable dignity. The group of girls did not even dare to look at Wang Xian directly. Haha, it's been 10 years. I've been on the Transcendence continent for 10 years. I can finally stand at the top of the continent. Feeling the powerful strength in his body, Wang Xian laughed out loud. Although he was not a true god yet, his strength was no weaker than that of a god. After today, he would truly stand at the top of the supernatural continent. It had been exactly 10 years since he had said that. Greetings, Dragon King. Congratulations on your great increase in strength. Feeling the strength of the Dragon King, all the members of the Dragon Palace flew over and shouted loudly, "Rise!" Hiding in the Divine Shadow Kingdom, Wang Xian waved his empty hand with a smile on his face. God was high and mighty. Those who did not enter the realm of God would eventually become ants. Those who did not enter the realm of God would forever be trapped in a world. Once one stepped into the mirror of God, he would be able to roam the starry sky and enter the domains of other planets. Although Wang Xian had not reached the realm of true God, his strength was comparable to a true God who ignited a wisp of divine fire. After reaching the level of a true God, the strength of a true God would not be divided by 1 or 2 levels. Instead, it would be divided by the number of divine fires. The divine palace represented the source of the strength, while the divine fire represented the medium to ignite the strength for one's own use. The strength of a true God and the number of divine fires ignited were related to the quality of the divine palace. There was no specific division of the quality of the divine palace. However, the deeper the foundation of the divine palace, the more powerful the divine fire would be. Wang Xian had yet to ignite the divine fire. Looking at his 5,000-meter-sized human form and the 5 elements great divine grinding device on his head, Wang Xian smiled faintly. His body moved and flew towards the group of girls. His body shrunk rapidly while the divine shadow kingdom entered his body directly. Xiao Xian, do you have the strength that is comparable to a god now? When the group of girls saw Wang Xian flying over, they felt like they were out of this world. They asked happily. Yes. Wang Xian nodded with a smile on his face. I am at level 6 of longevity. With my foundation, I can fight against or even kill a true god who has ignited a wisp of divine fire. That's great. It has been hundreds of thousands of years since a god appeared on the transcendental continent. With your strength, all the living beings on the transcendental continent have to submit to you. Our dragon palace will stand at the peak of the transcendence continent. The group of girls revealed excited expressions. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace and Wang Xian's combat strength at the true god level, they would be invincible on the Transcendence continent. Haha, how was it? I said that I want to stand at the peak of the continent within 10 years. Now I've done it. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and laughed out loud happily as well. Look at how smug you are. Feng Luan rolled her eyes at him. Oh right, there's news from the Aoshan Empire. They want us to lead the Dragon Palace experts to the Outyin mountain peak of the Aoshan Empire. Huh? What happened in the past few months? Wang Xian was slightly stunned and asked in puzzlement. While we were improving our strength, the great emperor of Aoshan made a move and killed the first supreme elder of the dragon race, a top-notch expert of the dragon race who was at the half-step godly state. Not long ago, the god of the dragon tribe announced that they were going to the Aoshan Empire. We don't know what exactly they are going to do. Now, all the forces and experts on the continent are heading to the Aoshan Empire. Should we rush over? Feng Wan continued. The dragon tribe is heading to the Aoshan Empire? All the forces on the continent are gathering. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows as his eyes sparkled. What is the dragon race trying to do? However, this time, we can't miss it. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. Since the entire continent had gathered, it was just the right time for him to announce his dominance. There are still 2 more days before the time the dragon race mentioned. If we head over now, I don't know if we can make it in time. Feng Luan said. It's fine as long as they haven't left. Wang Xian shook his head and swept his gaze across all the members of the Dragon Palace. We have to let all the living beings on the continent experience the strength of our Dragon Palace. Prepare to leave for the Ao Shan Empire. Wang Xian shouted softly and ordered the members of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. All the members of the Dragon Palace shouted excitedly. Soon, their Dragon Palace would be able to dominate the world and stand at the top of the supernatural continent. Roar! 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 The roars of the 9 flood dragons could be heard. They pulled their dragon chairs and flew over. Let's go! Wang Xian moved his body. Other than the members of the Dragon Palace who were holding back, the rest of the 20,000-strong warriors of the Dragon Palace followed behind him. A group of girls stood on Shaolan and flew into the sky proudly. They looked down at the sky. An era that would soon belong to the Dragon Palace was about to be born. Roar! 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 A carefree roar was emitted from the mouths of the members of the Dragon Palace. An extremely powerful aura filled the world. Every member of the Dragon Palace followed behind the Dragon King proudly as they flew towards the direction of the Ao Shan Empire. Just as Wang Xian was leading a group of disciples of the Dragon Palace towards the direction of the Ao Shan Empire. In the east of the central continent region, more than 300,000 Dragon Clan powerhouses were also flying towards the direction of the Ao Shan Empire. At the front of the Dragon Clan, the god of the Dragon Clan was floating on a gigantic dragon fire lotus. The dragon fire lotus, which had a circumference of 50 kilometers, was exuding a terrifying power. The dragon race's god, who was loftily floating above the fire lotus, had an intense excitement and disdain in his eyes. He spread his wings as if he was embracing the entire world. Along the way, all the citizens of the Draconid Empire saw this scene and hurriedly knelt on the ground to worship. Time slowly passed. 7 days passed very quickly. At this moment, at the lofty mountain peak of the lofty mountain empire, countless people were floating in the sky. The 11 lofty mountain peaks represented the highest mountain peak in the entire transcendental continent. The 7-day date was about to arrive. At least a few billion people had swarmed into the Ao Shan Empire. With the vastness of the lofty mountain peak, it was enough for a few 100 million people to gather around without appearing crowded. They came from the 4 great empires of the transcendental continent, the various major factions. There were countless humans and demon beasts. In the middle of the 2 peaks in the sky of the Outyan Mountain Peak, a group of experts from the Ao Shan Empire stood in an orderly formation. They were waiting for the arrival of the dragon race. The time is almost up. Why hasn't the dragon race arrived yet? I wonder what the dragon race is up to this time. Will there be a fight? It shouldn't be. You have to know that this is the base of the Ao Shan Empire with countless arrays. Even if the dragon race is here to start a war, they wouldn't be stupid enough to choose this place. Quick look. The dragon race's experts are here. Hiss, all the members of the dragon race are here. Oh my God. There are actually hundreds of thousands of them. In the surroundings, everyone was floating in the sky and talking softly. Right at this moment, a cry of surprise was heard, and everyone looked towards the east. A huge team of the dragon race appeared in everyone's line of sight. The dragon fire lotus that was 50 kilometers in radius. The powerful dragons that were flapping their dragon wings. That terrifying and violent aura caused everyone's faces to reveal shock. This was the first time everyone had witnessed all the power of the dragon race. The former overlord was indeed the former overlord. Welcome, dragon god, welcome, dragon race. At the easternmost position, tens of millions of people of the Draconid Empire knelt in the void under the leadership of the Dragon Emperor and shouted loudly. The arrival of the dragon race caused the area within a few thousand kilometers to instantly become quiet. Everyone looked towards the east, looking at the god of the dragon race who was floating above an incomparably huge fire lotus. They looked behind the god of the dragon race at the densely packed fire dragons and wind dragons that were flapping their enormous wings. In the past, every dragon expert that flapped their wings had the terrifying power to destroy an entire city. Now, there were over 300,000 of them gathered together, and they were extremely terrifying. This was especially so for the god of the dragon race who was floating above the gigantic fire lotus. In the past, the dragon race didn't have any so-called god of the dragon race, but with the appearance of this person, the dragon race also became known as the god of the dragon race. The strength of the dragon race, even if they are no longer the overlords, is still not something that others can provoke. This is the foundation. So terrifying. Eh? Doesn't the Dragon Clan have the Fire Dragon Clan, the Wind Dragon Clan, and the Water Dragon Clan? Why is there no Water Dragon Clan now? That's right, why isn't the Water Dragon Clan here? Oh right, it seems that the one who attacked the Dragon Palace back then was more than 100,000 experts of the Water Dragon Clan. Could it be that the entire Water Dragon Clan has been destroyed by the Dragon Palace? Hiss! Seeing that the Dragon Clan was getting closer and closer, the silent surroundings began to discuss. Roar, roar. At this moment, an earth-shaking roar suddenly sounded. The clouds in the sky that had gathered in the sky dissipated under this wild roar. Roar, roar, roar. After this dragon roar ended, an even more terrifying and orderly dragon roar sounded from behind. The roar of hundreds of thousands of dragon race experts almost caused the surrounding experts who were gathered in the sky to fall to the ground. Everyone's faces were slightly pale as they looked at all the dragon race experts in shock. Everyone from the dragon race knows that you're here. There's no need to shout anymore. After the voice ended, a faint voice sounded and entered everyone's ears. Aoshan, the great emperor, appeared at the front of the Aoshan Empire with the towering mountain divine weapon in his hand. He stared at the dragon god on the fire lotus from afar. Dragon god, we meet again. I wonder what you have to announce today with all the members of the dragon race. Aoshan, the great emperor, stared at him and said indifferently. Roar, roar. Aoshan, the great emperor. What do you think I'm here for? The dragon god flapped his wings and stared coldly at great emperor Aoshan. To gather all the factions and experts of the entire transcendent continent. How would I know what your dragon god is doing? Ha ha! Great Emperor Aoshan stretched his arm and laughed. Doing what? Haha, gathering all the experts of the continent is naturally to worship me, praise me, praise me. Haha. As the god of dragon race spoke, he started laughing maniacally. Oh? What? God of dragon race? What is he doing? When they saw the god of dragon race, who had a disdainful look on his face, and heard his words, the hundreds of millions of experts from the transcendent continent were slightly shocked. They looked at him in astonishment. He had gathered all the forces on the continent, yet he was still so overbearing and arrogant. What was the god of dragon race doing? God of the dragon race, you haven't changed at all. You're still as domineering as ever. Emperor Aoshan frowned and said coldly when he saw the god of the dragon race who was still as arrogant as ever. Roar. Emperor Aoshan, are you guilty of killing the first supreme elder of the dragon race? Suddenly, the dragon race's cold and furious voice sounded as soon as Emperor Aoshan finished his words. Killing the first supreme elder of the dragon race is a crime punishable by death. If you offend the dragon race, you shall be exterminated. The dragon king stood up, bowed, and replied loudly. Haha, good. Emperor Aoshan, I have brought the dragon race's experts here today to kill you. I have come to exterminate your Aoshan empire, ha ha. Today, I will use your blood and the blood of your Aoshan empire to dye my throne. The god of dragons laughed maniacally as he flapped his huge wings and flew beneath the fire lotus. He stared at Emperor Aoshan as if he was being judged. The god of dragons actually wants to destroy Emperor Aoshan. What's going on? What is the god of dragons thinking? He came here today to destroy Emperor Aoshan? Is that even possible? With Emperor Aoshan's strength and the fact that this place belongs to the Aotian mountain peak, it's impossible for him to destroy Emperor Aoshan. When the surrounding experts heard the dragon race's words, they were all stunned. God of the dragon race, you couldn't kill me 10,000 years ago. Do you think you can kill me now? When Emperor Aoshan heard his words, his face didn't change at all. He stared at him coldly. In my eyes, you are just an ant. An ant can compete with the dragon god. Die! The dragon god flapped his wings, and the dragon fire lotus above him slowly closed. Like a divine flower that was about to bloom, Boom. He waved his dragon claw and the closed dragon fire lotus slowly aimed at Ao Shan Emperor. A pillar of fire exploded and shot out. The pillar of fire within a 10-kilometer radius was like a supertech weapon that could destroy planets. Damn it! When Ao Shan Emperor saw the dragon god attack, he had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He didn't think that the dragon god would come here today to kill him. Ao Shan Emperor's figure moved, and he threw the towering mountain in his hand. The towering mountain quickly grew bigger, and the earthen yellow energy blocked the attack of the pillar of fire. His body moved, and he directly flew to a height of 100 kilometers in the sky. At this distance, he had almost reached the highest layer of the atmosphere. Roar, 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 the towering mountain's divine artifact. 10,000 years have passed, and you are still a level 9 longevity trash. Today will be your doomsday, and it will be the day my light shines on the continent. The god of the dragon race looked at the divine artifact that was 10 kilometers in size, and a mocking expression appeared in his eyes. Dragon Fire Lotus. Crack, crack, crack. He flapped his wings and flew to the bottom of the Dragon Fire Lotus. The fire lotuses opened one by one, and there were fire dragons roaring on them. Holding the Dragon Fire Lotus, he released endless dragon flames and directly attacked the sky. Hiss! When everyone saw the sudden outbreak of the battle between the god of the dragon race and the great Emperor Ao Shan, a look of shock appeared on their faces. The god of dragon race is here today to destroy Emperor Ao Shan. This is completely out of everyone's expectations. The god of dragon race and Emperor Ao Shan can be considered two of the strongest experts on the transcendent continent. Even the Dragon Palace Dragon King might be slightly weaker. The Dragon Palace Dragon King is no match for the god of dragon race and Emperor Ao Shan. They are fighting in the sky over 1,000,000 kilometers away. We can't see the actual battle at all. Seeing Emperor Ao Shan and the god of the dragon race charge into the sky over 1,000,000 kilometers away, all of them widened their eyes and discussed in shock. The actions of the dragon race were out of everyone's expectations. A bunch of ants. Those who obey the dragon race will prosper, and those who defy the dragon race will die. A fire dragon elder from the dragon race glanced at all the living beings around him and roared coldly. His words caused everyone to be filled with anger. What do you mean by going along with your dragon race and going against your dragon race? Do you really think that you can kill whoever you want? That's right, what are you being so arrogant for? We, the great Emperor of Ao Shan, have a divine weapon. It's impossible for the god of the dragon race to defeat us. The words of the dragon race's fire dragon elder. Those who go along with us will prosper, and those who go against us will die, caused everyone around, especially the people from the Ao Shan Empire, to be filled with anger as they retorted. If it was in the past, they would never have dared to be so arrogant towards the dragon race. However, now that the Ao Shan Emperor had forcefully suppressed the second strongest expert of the dragon race and the dragon palace had completely blocked the dragon race's attack, many people felt that the once invincible dragon race no longer had such a powerful ruling power. When the dragon race god wanted to kill the Ao Shan Emperor, the experts from the Ao Shan Empire were naturally incomparably furious. Roar, you bunch of ants. We will soon welcome your destruction. When the group of dragon race experts heard the words of the Ao Shan Empire's experts, anger appeared on their faces as they raised their heads and roared ferociously. Destruction? HMPH, arrogant things, what do you think you are if you say we are ants? Doesn't your dragon race have 3 races? Why are there experts of the water dragon race now? Have you been destroyed by the experts from the dragon palace? Haha. How dare you call others ants? A young elite from the Ao Shan Empire said mockingly. Shut up. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the last remaining water dragon clan elder glared at everyone from the Ao Shan Empire and roared with killing intent. Very soon, your Ao Shan Empire will crawl under our feet. Very soon, all the members of the Dragon Palace will suffer a fate worse than death. The first elder of the Water Dragon clan roared with a face full of malevolence and a body full of killing intent. Waves of explosive water currents jumped on his body as if he was about to lose control at any moment. Ao Baiming saw the ferocious look of the first elder of the Water Dragon clan and gestured to the experts behind him to stop talking. Even if the dragon tribe didn't have the same ruling power as before, the 300,000 dragon tribe experts were still no match for them without the great emperor of the Aoshan Empire. However, even though the experts of the Aoshan Empire stopped talking, everyone received a piece of information from the first elder of the water dragon tribe. Everyone was certain that the water dragon tribe, the entire 100,000 people of the water dragon tribe, had all been destroyed by the dragon palace. It was obvious that the dragon palace hadn't been destroyed. It seems that the dragon palace is stronger than we thought. To be able to destroy the entire water dragon clan and block the attacks of countless sea beasts, the dragon palace isn't simple. With the appearance of Emperor Aoshan and the dragon palace, the dragon clan is no longer as invincible as before. The crowd discussed in a low voice. All the members of the dragon race could hear their discussion clearly, and their faces were filled with fury. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon god didn't give the order, all the dragons would have charged at any ant that dared to look down on them. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a terrifying collision sound suddenly came from the sky. The sound caused some of the weaker people to quickly cover their ears and look up at the sky in shock. When they looked up, they saw that the entire sky was filled with flames. In the middle of the flames, a dragon's fire lotus was emitting a terrifying flame radiance. A mountain that seemed to have existed since ancient times was clashing with the dragon's fire lotus. Hiss! If this attack were to explode on the ground, it would probably affect everything within a 10,000 li radius. The clash between the two strongest experts of the transcendent continent, the divine weapon and the dragon race. Everyone was attracted by the battle in the sky and looked up in shock. In the face of that terrifying battle, even the longevity experts were trembling. Not to mention those at the transcendent realm. Unfortunately, they were too far away and could only see the dragon fire lotus colliding with the divine weapon. They didn't know who had the upper hand. 10,000 years ago, they had fought for 3 days and 3 nights. This time, it wouldn't be short either. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fierce collisions rang out again and again. At this moment, over 100 kilometers in the sky, Emperor Aoshan was floating on top of the divine weapon. He looked at the fire lotus in front of him with an extremely unsightly expression. He had used the towering mountain to collide 5 or 6 times in a row, but he was actually unable to completely shake the enormous fire lotus in front of him. This made him have a bad premonition. Roar, roar, roar. Aoshan the great emperor, I have reached the half-step divine realm in 1,000 years. 10,000 years ago, I was able to contend against you with the divine weapon in your hand. Now that 10,000 years have passed, how can I not be able to contend against your divine weapon? Furthermore, I have to thank you. Because of you, I was able to create the dragon fire lotus, preparing me to hold my divine kingdom high up. Ha ha ha. The god of the dragon race hovered on the dragon fire lotus. His eyes filled with excitement as he stared at Emperor Aoshan. Waves of flames danced around him. After 10,000 years, the talented god of the dragon race had not only created the dragon fire lotus and found the method to become a god, but he had also comprehended the control of flames to a terrifying level. 10,000 years was a long time for a genius who had dominated the dragon race for hundreds of thousands of years. It was enough for him to reach another peak even if he had not become a god yet. Raising the divine kingdom high up? Emperor Aoshan was slightly shocked when he heard the god of the dragon race's words. Lighting the divine fire, condensing the divine spark, and raising the divine kingdom. The first and last steps were the most crucial. After stepping over, one would become a true god. Divine kingdom? Today, I will use the divine weapon to shatter your divine kingdom. Emperor Aoshan raised his hands with a solemn expression, and waves of earthy yellow energy poured into the divine weapon. Towering mountain, suppress, suppress. The towering mountain gave off an extremely heavy aura. The earthy yellow light locked onto the dragon fire lotus, and a powerful suction force came from the towering mountain. Boom, boom, boom. On the towering mountain, 2 big words slowly appeared. Suppression. A useless 9th level Wancho using a divine weapon. What a waste. The god of the dragon race stared at the divine weapon charging at him with fiery eyes, and said in a cold voice, Dragon Fire Lotus, transform, Dragon Fire Spear? With a wild roar, the fire lotus of the array formation began to close, like a missile that was emitting flames. Roar! You're not strong enough to control a divine weapon. Without a divine weapon, you're nothing but an ant. Go to hell! The sky-high mountain charged at the dragon fire lotus. The god of the dragon race flapped his dragon wings and slashed toward Aoshan Emperor. Aoshan Emperor held his breath and controlled the sky-high mountain with all his strength. He ignored the attack of the god of the dragon race. He believed in the defensive power of the divine artifact. Crack! 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 However, when the dragon fire lotus collided with the towering mountain, the flames and the yellow energy started to die. Oh no! Not good. When the towering mountain and the dragon fire lotus collided, when Aoshan the Great saw the earth-yellow energy around the towering mountain and the flames on the dragon fire lotus begin to extinguish at the same time, his expression changed drastically. More than 10,000 years ago, he and the dragon race god were able to battle for 3 days and 3 nights because he relied on the defense of the divine artifact to make it completely unbreakable. In this situation where he couldn't break through the defense, Emperor Aoshan was in an undefeatable position. But now, the towering mountain's defense was broken by the fire lotus. Although the flames around the fire lotus had also dissipated, it wasn't fatal to the god of dragons. But at this moment, he was fatal. Looking at the god of dragons pouncing at him, Emperor Aoshan's eyes revealed fear. His body moved, and he hurriedly dodged to the bottom of the towering mountain. You, a level 9 longevity trash, also want to dodge my pursuit. The god of the dragon race's eyes were filled with disdain. He flapped his dragon wings and aimed his dragon claws. Roar, roar, roar. With a roar, the dragon's shadow flickered. You haven't reached the deity realm yet. How can you create such a terrifying weapon? This is impossible. Aoshan Emperor roared in horror. Haha, the godly state and the godly weapon are very different. You wouldn't understand even if I told you a piece of trash like you. Furthermore, how much power can a piece of trash like you unleash with the godly weapon? Today, I will use your last drop of blood as a dye to ignite my godly fire. Roar, roar. A furious voice sounded from behind. Aoshan Emperor could feel the dragon god getting closer and closer. A look of shock and despair appeared on his face. Pooh. At this moment, a dragon claw suddenly appeared on his left and right. A blazing power and an indestructible dragon claw clawed at Aoshan Emperor's body. The expression of the Aoshan Emperor froze. His eyes were filled with despair. Trash. You still want to challenge me? The dragon claw grabbed onto the Aoshan Emperor, causing his body to tremble violently. The powerful flames and power caused him to be heavily injured. The towering mountain also trembled in the air and slowly shrank. After losing his control, the light of the divine weapon also gradually disappeared. The dragon claw suffocated him so much that he didn't even have the chance to scream. Cough, cough, cough. Emperor Aoshan spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Emperor Aoshan with despair. You, how did you? Trash, cut the crap. Next, you'll have the honor of using your blood to ignite my divine fire. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon god's dragon claw grabbed Emperor Aoshan. With a wave of his dragon wings, the shrunken mountain flew to his other claw. Aoshan Emperor's eyes widened when he heard the dragon god's words. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ignite the divine fire? Dragon fire lotus, bloom. At that moment, the dragon god raised his head and roared. The closed fire lotus began to open. The dragon god stared at the spot below. He spread his wings and descended. His wings carried the dragon fire lotus. Next, he was going to accomplish a feat that no living creature in the entire Transcendence continent had accomplished in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Ignite the divine fire. The collision above has ended. What's going on? How did it end so quickly? There aren't any screams. Are we not going to fight anymore? Emperor Aoshan has a divine weapon, so it's very difficult to defeat him. The god of the dragon race is very powerful, so it's impossible for him to be defeated so quickly. It seems like we're not going to fight anymore. After the collision in the sky ended, there was no sound for more than 10 seconds. Some people said in astonishment, "Roar, roar, roar." At this moment, a dragon's roar filled with majesty resounded through the entire sky. A powerful aura came charging towards them from all directions. Not good. What a terrifying aura. Oh my god, look quickly, look at the sky. The god of the dragon race, the god of the dragon race. When the terrifying aura descended, countless people hurriedly flew down. Facing this kind of pressure, they couldn't hold on at all. However, at this moment, a series of shocked voices rang out. Some people tried their best to resist the pressure and looked up. When they saw the god of the dragon race carrying the huge fire lotus and descending, their faces were filled with shock. The dragon god has Emperor Aoshan in his dragon claw. Oh my god! Emperor Aoshan has been defeated. No, how is this possible? Our emperor has a divine weapon. How can he be defeated? Disbelieving and terrified voices sounded one after another. Everyone looked at the dragon god, Emperor Aoshan, under his dragon claw, and their bodies trembled. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon god is invincible. The dragon god is invincible in the extraordinary continent. In the dragon race and the dragon empire, all the experts of the dragon race and the dragon race bowed respectfully in the sky and roared loudly. Oh no! It's over. How is this possible? All the experts of the Aoshan Empire were filled with despair. The dragon god lifted the fire lotus, and under the illumination of the huge fire lotus, he looked like a dragon god that had descended from the sky. The dragon claw held the Aoshan Emperor. This invincible posture filled everyone's eyes with respect and shock. All living beings, kneel down for me. The god of the dragon race slowly stopped about 10 kilometers in the sky. His majestic voice resounded in everyone's mind. Let go of my grandfather. Obeiming looked at the extremely miserable Aoshan Emperor, who even found it difficult to breathe, and roared with blood-red eyes. Ant! The dragon god lightly tapped his dragon claw and a ball of flames appeared around Obeiming. Ah! A miserable scream instantly came out of Obeiming's mouth. He struggled violently to escape from the flames. However, it was useless. Boom! An explosion sounded from Obeiming's body. The miserable scream stopped abruptly, and his body fell down. My god! How terrifying! Aoshan monarch. Everyone trembled in shock. Some of them quickly fell to the ground, kneeling in fear. Everyone. No one had expected the dragon god to be so powerful. The Aoshan monarch who had a divine weapon had been killed in such a short period of time. Aoshan Emperor Lord was lightly tapped and set on fire. How terrifying! Just as the dragon race had shouted, the transcendent continent was invincible. Kneel. The god of the dragon race saw the humiliated expressions of some of the experts of the Aoshan Empire and shouted again. Boom! Boom! The dragon fire lotus that was lifted seemed to release fireworks, as an extremely terrifying flame landed in the center of the experts of the Aoshan Empire. Ah! Screams of pain rang out as over 10,000 experts from the Aoshan Empire died. Kneel down. Kneel down. When everyone around saw the scene, they fell to the ground in fear, kneeling down and prostrating themselves. Many people's bodies were trembling. The dragon race was still that invincible dragon race. Roar, roar, roar. Next, welcome the birth of the true god. The number one in the continent. The dragon god. Roar, roar, roar. Next, welcome the birth of the true god. The continent's number one, dragon god. On the lofty mountain peak of the Aoshan Empire, countless people knelt on the ground. When the voice of the dragon race's god resounded throughout the sky, everyone was slightly shocked. Countless people's pupils constricted, their faces filled with astonishment. The birth of the true god? Some people quietly raised their heads and glanced at the sky. There hadn't been a god born in the entire transcendental continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Although the god of the dragon race was called the dragon god, he only called himself that, not a true god. Now, the god of the dragon race suddenly said that he wanted them to witness the birth of a true god. Everyone's hearts were shaken. Roar, 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 everyone raised their heads, pray, praise, sing praises, and welcome the birth of our dragon race's true god. At that moment, a roar from the dragon race sounded. All the people kneeling on the ground immediately raised their heads in shock. Could it be that the god of the dragon race is really going to become a true god? This isn't the divine path of the transcendence continent already broken? The god of the dragon race is really going to ignite the divine fire. This can't be true, right? The dragon race has ruled for hundreds of thousands of years, and the god of the dragon race is even able to kill Emperor Aoshan, who has a divine weapon. Perhaps the dragon race is really going to have a true god. Hundreds of millions of people raised their heads in a daze, looking up at the figure in the sky. In the sky beside them, everyone from the dragon race and the Draconid Empire was kneeling in the air, watching with excitement. Roar, roar, roar! With my dragon blood I will water the divine kingdom. At this moment, the god of the dragon race, who had a crazed and excited expression, floated below the dragon fire lotus. He roared wildly, and blood began to flow on his body. Drops of dragon blood were directly poured into the root of the dragon fire lotus. Seeing this scene of the dragon god, everyone was shocked. He forced out his own blood and poured it on the fire lotus. This kind of behavior was either a genius or a madman. Hua hua hua! The dragon god's blood flowed into the fire lotus and the huge fire lotus closed again. Wash my body with the blood of humans. Another roar sounded. The god of the dragon race slowly looked at Emperor Aoshan, who was in his dragon claw, and a burning expression appeared on his face. Use the blood of humans at the peak of the transcendent continent to help me ignite the divine fire. Roar! As he spoke, he waved his dragon claw and Emperor Aoshan's body flew to the tip of the closed dragon fire lotus. Ah! Emperor Aoshan screamed as the sharp tip pierced through his body. His blood flowed into the dragon fire lotus. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone below sucked in a cold breath. The citizens of the Aoshan Empire were all red-faced and trembling. Emperor Aoshan had fallen. Let it bloom, dragon fire lotus. The god of dragon's blood quickly flowed into the dragon fire lotus. His face and even his entire body turned pale. His body seemed to have lost a lot of weight. His entire body was shaking. Walala! As his voice fell, the dragon fire lotus slowly bloomed. At the bottom of the lotus, streams of blood flowed towards the god of dragon's body. The pure blood landed on the god of the dragon race. He raised his head and slowly closed his eyes. Faint flames appeared on his body. Seeing this unbelievable scene, everyone was shocked. The dragon fire lotus slowly bloomed. At the center of the fire lotus, there was a stream of blood. The blood was over 1,000 meters long and looked like the wick of the dragon fire lotus. At the very top, there was the fresh blood of the great Emperor Aoshan. Today, the god of the dragon race has ignited the divine fire, causing the light of God to illuminate the entire transcendence continent. The god of the dragon race, who had absorbed the blood of countless humans, slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the dragon fire lotus in the sky. His voice was filled with authority, and the strands of flames on his body suddenly exploded. Boom! A stream of flames shot straight towards the dragon fire lotus. The flames followed the patterns and quickly spread towards the center of the dragon fire lotus. Buzz! At this moment, everyone felt the surrounding space tremble. The sky within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers turned red, and countless flames danced within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Heaven and earth phenomenon. The heaven and earth phenomenon appeared and everyone's faces were filled with shock when they saw this scene. Heaven and earth phenomenon. The sign of becoming a god. Ha ha ha. Everyone from the dragon race and the Draconid Empire muttered with excitement on their faces. Their eyes were filled with fervor and piety. Buzz! At the center of the dragon fire lotus, a strand of blood that was 1,000 meters long slowly began to burn. From the bottom, it gradually spread to the highest point. Wang wang wang! At this moment, the dragon fire lotus released a dazzling light, and the flames within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers quickly flew in this direction as if they were worshipping. Countless fire spirits followed the burning wick and entered the dragon fire lotus. Immediately after, the countless flames passed through the dragon fire lotus root and entered the body of the god of dragons. Roar! 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 A violent roar filled with excitement sounded from his mouth. His body began to transform. Large scales fell from his body, and new dragon scales quickly formed. The new dragon scales were like rubies, flowing with a brilliant divine light. He began to transform. He began to shed his mortal body and form a god's body. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly rang out. A streak of flame seemed to fly from the sky and directly flew into the dragon fire lotus. When it came out from below, it had already turned into a flame crystal core. The crystal core contained vast power. The flame crystal core directly entered the body of the dragon god. Boom! In an instant, the aura of the dragon god increased by dozens of times. Roar, roar, roar. Ignite the divine fire and condense the divine spark. A minute later, the dragon god suddenly opened his eyes. Divine light flashed in his eyes, majestic and inviolable. He roared excitedly and loudly. Even his body trembled violently. I will raise my divine kingdom high up and illuminate the transcendental continent. I will become the only true god of the transcendental continent. Rumble! His furious roar sounded, and the surrounding sky was filled with thunderous sounds. It was as if the sky was responding to him. Voila! The god of the dragon race spread his wings, and his transformed body had already reached the size of 1,000 meters. His 2 dragon wings spread, reaching a terrifying height of about 3,000 meters. He floated below the dragon fire lotus, raising his divine kingdom high up. Oh my god! The god of the dragon race has really become a true god. At this moment, everyone below, including the entire central continent, felt the world change. The throbbing of flames, the boundless sound of the heavens. Everyone had the urge to prostrate on the ground and worship. This boundless power belonged to a god. Ha ha ha! I am a true god of the transcendent continent, and all beings of the transcendent continent worship me. All beings of the transcendental continent worship me. A vast majesty came out of the mouth of the god of the dragon race. He was the true god of the dragon race, the true god of the dragon race. He said, all beings worship me. It was filled with boundless power. Below, all the shocked people couldn't help but kneel on the ground and worship the dragon god. It was as if the voice of the dragon god was filled with irresistible power. Roar! The dragon god raised his divine kingdom, and when he saw this scene, his face revealed an excited roar. At this moment, a trace of joy rose in everyone's hearts, as if they were happy for the dragon god. Every move and action affected everyone's soul. This caused some experts to feel their souls and bodies change involuntarily, and their faces were filled with shock. God was high and mighty. God was unstoppable. We pay our respects to the dragon god. We will spread the image of Lord Dragon God across the entire transcendental continent for billions of living beings to worship. At the Dragon Race and the Draconid Empire, a group of experts shouted excitedly. From now on, the Dragon Race will become a race of gods on the transcendental continent. The Dragon God looked at the Dragon Race and directly announced, one of the gods. All the members of the Dragon Race were excited. The one and only race with a true god on the continent. The Dragonman Empire, you are my people and I will protect you. The entire continent will be ruled by you, and you will be the nobles of the extraordinary continent. The Dragon God looked in the direction of the Dragonman Empire. Thank you, Dragon God. Thank you, Dragon God. The son of the dragon and all the experts of the Draconid Empire revealed extremely excited expressions. Apart from the ocean being ruled by them, they would also become the nobles of the entire continent. People above people. All creatures of the Aoshan Empire will be reduced to slaves. Creatures of other factions will become ordinary civilians. The Dragon God continued to announce. He was high and mighty, and he set the rules of the entire Transcendence continent. This demoted all of us from the Aoshan Empire to slaves. The original citizens of the Dragonman Empire are nobles. The citizens of the Aoshan Empire are slaves, and we are commoners. The Dragon God actually set the rules. Slaves? When everyone heard the Dragon God's words, their bodies trembled violently. Especially the people of the Aoshan Empire. All of their faces were extremely pale. They had been demoted to slaves, becoming the slaves of the entire continent. This was simply an incomparable humiliation. But what could they do? Oh God! The one who set the rules was the only true God of the Transcendence continent. What could they use to resist God? Quickly thank the Dragon God for his grace. An elder of the Dragon clan looked at the silent people and shouted loudly. A powerful aura pressed down, making the faces of the people kneeling on the ground extremely ugly. The Dragon clan was the God clan, and the Draconids of the Draconid Empire were the nobles. The rest of the people would be just like slaves. In the future, the Dragon clan and the Draconid Empire would rule the world, and no one in the world would dare to resist them. They could imagine that, in the next 100,000 years at least, they would crawl and survive. Roar! Roar! At this moment, 9 roars came from afar. The sudden roar made everyone slightly stunned. Even the dragon race and the dragon god looked towards the source of the sound. Crash! The dragon god flapped his wings and flew to the top of the dragon fire lotus. His pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through the world. When he saw the figures described by his subordinates, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked down at the arrival of the forces in front of him from above. Little Xian, just now there was a phenomenon of the heaven and earth within a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers. There was also a vast sound. What on earth happened? At this moment, at a spot 100 kilometers away from the peak of the Outyin Mountain, Wang Xian and the members of the Dragon Palace rushed over. Just now, they had also witnessed the extremely powerful heaven and earth metamorphosis. The group of girls were filled with shock. I don't know. It must be related to the peak of the Outyin Mountain. Wang Xian was deep in thought. When he recalled the heaven and earth phenomenon and the rumbling thunder just now, his eyes sparkled. Such a vast power could affect an area of more than 100,000 kilometers. It was definitely not something that an ordinary powerhouse could do, unless it was a god. However, the divine path of the transcendental continent had been severed, and there were no more gods appearing in the hundreds of thousands. Is it a powerful divine artifact, or? He muttered as he watched the distance between him and the peak of the Aotian mountain get closer and closer. He opened his yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Wang! In an instant, everything within the Aotian mountain appeared before his eyes. Oh! When he saw the situation over there, he was slightly stunned, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Finally, his gaze landed on the dragon god who was on the gigantic dragon fire lotus. Has he become a god? He mumbled. At this moment, the scene at the peak of the Outyin Mountain appeared clearly in the sight of everyone in the Dragon Palace. At the peak of the Outyin Mountain, the people from the Dragon race, the Draconid Empire, and all the other forces also saw the arrival of Wang Xian and the rest. A few terrifying creatures that were more than 1,000 meters in size were pulling a dragon chair. They were so huge that they could even be described as gigantic beasts. They were powerful creatures riding on powerful flaming mounts. Everyone immediately recognized the arrival of the powerhouses from the Dragon Palace. 9 longevity-level creatures were pulling a dragon chair. In the entire continent, no other faction could match up to them. After the Dragon Palace managed to fend off the attacks of the Dragon Clan, they were even at their peak. They were known as one of the strongest existences on the continent. The Dragon King was also known as the 3rd most powerful expert on the continent. However, when they saw the sudden arrival of the Dragon Palace, they were slightly stunned and showed some sympathy at the same time. The Dragon Palace had come at the wrong time. They were probably doomed. Everyone thought to themselves. They knelt on the ground and raised their heads to look at all the members of the Dragon Palace. They felt that the strength of the Dragon Palace seemed to have improved a lot. Unfortunately, the Dragon Palace is going to be destroyed in front of God. I'm afraid the Dragon Clan is going to fall too. Some people said sympathetically. The Dragon Palace is the Dragon King and all the members of the Dragon Palace. Ha ha ha. You don't want to go to heaven, but you want to break into hell. When all the members of the Dragon Palace came to a position 50 kilometers away, a violent voice sounded from the Dragon Clan's position. The first elder of the Water Dragon Clan stood up with a ferocious expression and roared at the members of the Dragon Palace. Lord Dragon God, you must take revenge for our water dragon clan. As he spoke, he knelt down and said to the dragon god. Everyone looked at the members of the dragon palace in unison. All the ants of the dragon palace, come and receive the judgment of the dragon clan. The dragon god looked down from above and shouted arrogantly at all the members of the dragon palace. His voice resounded in the ears of every member of the dragon clan, and all the members of the dragon palace couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, cheer up immediately. The dragon god's majestic voice didn't have much effect on the experts of the dragon clan. Feng Luan swept her gaze over and was extremely surprised. However, she shouted at all the experts of the Dragon Phoenix Empire without any fear. That is, Empress, it's over. The Empress still doesn't know that the god of the dragon race has become a true god. She's finished. She's so close to the dragon palace. The Empress is also finished. I wonder if she will implicate the Dragon Phoenix Empire. When everyone saw Feng Luan completely ignore the dragon god's words and shout at all the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, everyone below was shocked. The soldiers and important ministers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire who came this time nearly wet their pants when they heard their empress's words. They were facing a true god, the first true god of the extraordinary continent in hundreds of thousands of years. In front of a god, all the empire's forces were nothing but rubble. With a slight movement of the dragon god, an empire that had been around for hundreds of thousands of years could collapse instantly. To provoke the dragon god now was undoubtedly courting death. Empress, the god of the dragon race has become a true god. You. A soldier with a face full of cold sweat hurriedly reminded Feng Luan. Oh? A true god? Feng Luan was slightly stunned. Following that, her pupils contracted slightly as she looked at the dragon god who was standing high above on the dragon fire lotus. All the members of the dragon palace and Wang Xian's gaze also landed on the dragon god. Kneel down and wait for the judgment of the dragon god. Otherwise, we will make you beg for death. The first elder of the water tribe shouted with a ferocious and excited face. Sigh! All the generals, ministers, and other experts of the Dragon Phoenix Empire heaved a heavy sigh. Their Lord Wang and even the Empress were in danger. Dragon God? Didn't the divine path of the Transcendence continent already end? Wang Xian glanced at the ferocious water dragon and looked at the dragon god as though he was asking a question or mumbling to himself. A bunch of ants. How dare you kill our dragon disciples? I will send all of you into my divine kingdom and let you enjoy the pain of being burned by the fire for 10,000 years. The dragon god saw everyone in the dragon palace standing there motionlessly. He spoke without any change in his expression. As he spoke, his dragon wings flapped gently. An incomparably huge flame cage flew out from the dragon fire lotus and covered all the members of the dragon palace. Wang Xian looked at the dragon god who was standing high up in the sky. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. He smiled gently. A god? It's a pity that I'm not afraid of a god. Wang Xian stood up slowly. He looked at the flames enveloping them and said faintly, You don't know death. You are the first and last person who dares to speak to me like that. Today, I will let you bunch of ignorant ants experience the power of a true god. When the dragon god heard Wang Xian's words, his face turned cold instantly. Boom! The flaming cage that flew out from the dragon fire lotus suddenly emitted towering flames. The flames condensed into the shape of a fire dragon. There were more than 1,000 of them roaring in the cage. An invincible power came from above. The flames engulfed all the living beings in the dragon palace. Hiss, is this the power of a god? Who can resist it? Oh my god, with a wave of his hand, a flame cage appeared and thousands of fire dragons rolled in it. This is too terrifying and it is not something that humans can resist. Is this the power of a god? In front of this flame cage that covers an area of hundreds of kilometers, we are nothing but ants. When the flames engulfed the cage of flames and the fire dragon condensed and began to roar, everyone below trembled. An unrivaled power. This was an unrivaled power. The Dragon King and all the members of the Dragon Palace might regret it now. They are done for. Some of them thought to themselves. Hee hee. Wang Xian looked at the cage of flames that was attacking them. A cold smile appeared on his face. His body moved and he flew out from the dragon chair. He clawed at the cage in the air. Crack, crack, crack. A dragon claw suddenly appeared in the sky. The area of the flame cage was more than 100 kilometers. However, this gray dragon claw was also hundreds of kilometers long. The gigantic dragon claw of destruction clawed at the flame cage. In an instant, the entire cage collapsed and slowly dissipated. The dragon claw, carrying endless destruction, attacked the dragon god. What? Everyone was stunned when they saw the Dragon King floating in the sky, stretching out his arm and destroying the flaming cage with a gigantic dragon claw. Even the dragon god was shocked. His attack was actually broken by the Dragon King. He was the dragon god, the only true god on the continent. Wang! Seeing the dragon claw continue to attack him, the dragon god's pupils slightly shrank. Break! He also raised his dragon claw, and a huge flaming dragon claw directly met the gray dragon claw. Boom! A terrifying collision sounded again. The grayish dragon claw slowly dissipated. At the same time, the dragon god's flaming dragon claw also dissipated. This is impossible. An unbelievable voice came from the dragon god's mouth. He began to flap his wings and stared at Wang Xian with a pair of ice-cold dragon eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Oh my god, how can the Dragon King's attack break the two attacks of the Dragon God? This isn't the Dragon King at most at level 9 of longevity. What the hell is going on? When everyone saw that the Dragon God's attack was cancelled out once again and heard the Dragon God's shocked voice, everyone around was stunned. This was especially so for the Dragon race and the Draconid Empire. This was their god who had just ignited the divine fire. How could the Dragon King block the attack? How could a puny Dragon King be on par with their dragon god? As for the rest of them, they were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Impossible? What's impossible? Dragon race, speaking of which, all of you only have a trace of the bloodline of the divine dragon race. You are just a sub-dragon, yet you still want to compete with the divine dragon. Wang Xian looked at the dragon god and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. His body trembled slightly as a 7-colored divine dragon condensed around him. I'm the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace of the Divine Dragon Clan. Do you really think that you can stand high above me and judge me just because you've reached the godly state? Haha! You've only ignited a trace of divine fire. It's just right. My strength has just broken through. I'll use the blood and soul of your dragon god to test my full strength. Roar! 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 After Wang Xian finished speaking, a dragon roar sounded from his mouth. Around him, the condensed 7-colored divine dragon instantly solidified. Its icy-cold 7-colored dragon eyes stared at the dragon god. Roar! No, I am the only true god on the continent. I am the #1 dragon god in the world. You have not even ignited the divine fire and you still want to fight against me. Today, I will let you witness the full strength of a true god. I will make you grovel and tremble under my body. The god of dragons felt the terrifying pressure coming from Wang Xian. His eyes shot out endless flames as he roared. He stared at Wang Xian with murderous intent. Dragon King versus Dragon God. In the sky above the lofty sky mountain peak, the Dragon God, who was standing on the Dragon Fire Lotus Country, spread out his huge dragon wings and stared at the Dragon King with murderous intent. On the opposite side, the 7-colored divine dragon was circling around with his hands behind his back. Wang Xian, who was standing proudly in the sky, looked at the dragon god calmly. Facing the first true god of the extraordinary continent in hundreds of thousands of years, he was not afraid at all. Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they saw this scene. Not long ago, the Dragon King was known as the 3rd strongest person on the continent. There was a huge gap between him and the god of the dragon race and Emperor Ao Shan. However, the god of the dragon race was able to destroy Emperor Ao Shan before he ignited the divine fire. Now that the divine fire had been ignited, the divine spark had been condensed. The divine kingdom had also been raised up high by him, the only true god in the Transcendence continent. Now, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was actually able to stand up to him without losing the slightest bit of ground. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. The Dragon King is able to stand up to the Dragon God. Gulp. This is the Dragon King also a god? The Dragon King calls himself the Divine Dragon Race. His rise to power is quite terrifying. Could it be that he has the inheritance of the Divine Dragon Race? Everyone kneeling on the ground saw the scene, and their eyes were filled with shock. The Dragon King's strength and the rise of the Dragon King surprised all of them. The Divine Dragon clan that the Dragon King spoke of, was it the inheritance of a powerful creature? On the extraordinary continent, people only knew of the Dragon clan, and did not know of the existence of the so-called Divine Dragon clan. However, to dare to use the name of a god, coupled with the current strength of the Dragon King, this creature must be extraordinary. It's delusional to think of fighting against our Lord Dragon God. Our Dragon God is a true god. He has ignited the divine fire and owns the divine kingdom. All the powerhouses from the Dragon Race and the Draconid Empire clenched their dragon claws and arms tightly. Their eyes were fixed on the sky. Divine fire, burn. The Dragon God looked at Wang Xian's silent provocation. He opened his mouth and a glistening flame attacked. Pa! 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 Wherever the divine fire went, even the air started to burn. In the sky, one could clearly see a trace. 5 elements, extinguish into a river. Wang Xian looked at the divine fire that was attacking him and waved his arm. Buzz. A long river appeared behind him and swept forward in an instant. The entire sky looked as though the long river that was destroyed by the 5 elements had left a gray mark. Boom! The divine fire and the extinguish turned into a river as they collided. The power of the extinguish of the 5 elements began to erode the divine fire rapidly. From below, it was obvious that the divine fire was melting rapidly. The long river of extinguish was spreading towards the Dragon God. The Dragon King has gained the upper hand once again. Oh my God! Every attack of the Dragon King and the Dragon God left a clear mark in the sky. This kind of attack was less violent but more terrifying. The flames seemed to burn everything in the world in an instant. The destructive power of the 5 elements seemed to wipe out everything. Even if it was a collision, there weren't any terrifying explosions. When everyone saw that the Dragon King's attack had gained the upper hand once again, everyone took a deep breath. Roar! 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 With my body, I will trample on your humble body. When the Dragon God saw that his attack was at a disadvantage again, he spread his dragon wings. The dragon wings trembled slightly. With a terrifying speed, he drew a fire scar and appeared in front of Wang Xian. You can't do it with the strength of your physical body. Wang Xian felt the strength of the Dragon God. His eyes were filled with coldness as he extended his arm. Crack, crack. The dragon claws appeared. Following that, his entire body turned into the body of a divine dragon. The 5,000-meter-long body of a divine dragon and the incomparably sharp dragon claws went straight for the Dragon God. Roar! Roar! My body has been tempered by the divine fire. It is the body of a divine being. If you want to fight against me, you who didn't ignite the divine fire are not qualified to do so. The Dragon God roared furiously. When he saw Wang Xian's dragon claws, he didn't flinch at all. He was a god, a true god who had ignited the divine fire. After being tempered by the divine fire, his body had completely turned into the body of a god. The dragon race had a strong physical body to begin with. Furthermore, they had been cleansed by the divine fire. Bang! It was a completely physical confrontation. When the Dragon God's dragon claws collided with Wang Xian's dragon claws, a terrifying collision sound was heard. It was like a muffled sound of a meteorite falling on the supernatural continent. The surrounding air rushed towards the back rapidly. When the collision happened, the Dragon God's body stiffened. His dragon claws began to transform slowly. Following that, an extremely terrifying force was transmitted towards his body. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from his mouth. The Dragon God stared at Wang Xian with a horrified expression. Finally, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Bang! Following that, his dragon body flew backward at a terrifying speed. Roar! He let out a painful scream. Roar! Wang Xian also let out a soft roar. His body moved and swept his dragon tail horizontally. With a terrifying speed, he struck the dragon god once again. When the dragon god saw the seven-colored dragon tail and felt the strength of the stars, his expression changed drastically again. He retracted his dragon wings to protect his body. Crack! 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 When the dragon tail swept across the dragon wings, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The dragon god's body flew backward once again. You actually hurt me. The dragon god roared in shock and anger. At the back, the dragon fire lotus released streams of flames to protect him. Hee. Wang Xian laughed in disdain. Do you really think you are invincible just because you have become a god? Who dares to claim to be invincible? Who is undefeated in front of me? So what if you are the dragon god? He roared loudly. The crown turned into the 5 elements millstone and floated above him. Buzz. Following that, a taiji pattern appeared below his body and rotated slowly. The 5 elements were grinding on top of his head while he was standing on the yin and yang poles. Wang Xian was not afraid of the dragon god in terms of defense and attack. With the combination of the 7 elements, he was able to kill the true god who had ignited a wisp of divine fire. At this moment, everyone below was completely stunned when they saw the dragon god being injured. Roar! 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 Good. What a good dragon king. To think that he was able to injure me. I don't know why you have such powerful strength. However, you are definitely no match for me in front of the divine kingdom. The recovery ability and endless energy of a god are definitely not something that an ordinary person like you can compare to. Those below the true god are all ants. The dragon god glared at Wang Xian with his eyes that were about to split open as he roared again. He could not believe that he, a true god, was not a match for a creature below the divine realm. He could not believe it. Floating above the dragon's fire lotus divine kingdom, his injuries were recovering rapidly. An endless stream of energy surged into his body, causing him to go completely berserk. With the support of the divine kingdom, the power of a god could be greatly enhanced. A powerful divine kingdom was more important to a god than a powerful divine artifact. The divine kingdom could absorb the energy between heaven and earth at any time and pour it directly into one's body. Could increase one's recovery power by hundreds of times. It could allow the god to possess an inexhaustible amount of energy. The berserk god of dragons was floating on his divine kingdom's dragon fire lotus. He didn't believe that with the support of the divine kingdom he wasn't a match for a puny dragon king. Divine kingdom, fire dragon roar. The dragon god stood in the center of the dragon fire lotus and opened his mouth. Flames from afar entered his body. Boom. A terrifying flame that could destroy 3 to 4 cities charged directly at Wang Xian. The flames condensed into thousands of fire dragons that were 1,000 meters in size. Thousands of dragon heads were roaring ferociously in front of him. Thousands of dragons were burning. Don't give up. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. His body shook and the yin and yang dual polarity diagram below him rotated and stood upright in front of him. The yin-yang dual polarity diagram spun, and in the middle, the divine dragons of light and darkness raised their heads and roared. The entire yin-yang taiji diagram was extremely mystical. Buzz. The terrifying thousands of fire dragons landed on the yin-yang taiji diagram and were completely blocked. Fire dragon wing slash. The dragon god stared at Wang Xian with his blood-red eyes. His dragon wings trembled again. Within the fire lotus of dragons, countless divine flames were added to the attack. Streams of dragon wings that were as bright as lava continued to attack Wang Xian. Clang! 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 The dragon wings landed on the yin-yang dual polarity diagram, producing an extremely violent sound of collision. The yin-yang taiji trembled for a moment, but it was still able to withstand the attack of the dragon god. The dragon god doesn't seem to be a match for the dragon king at all. Be it the collision of energy or the collision of physical bodies, he is at a disadvantage. This dragon king is simply too strong. No wonder all the members of the dragon palace are so fearless. Below, everyone who saw that the dragon god had been suppressed all this while had stunned expressions on their faces. The only true god in the Transcendence continent was actually at a disadvantage under the attack of the Dragon King. The expressions of some people changed. The soldiers and experts of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire hesitated for a moment before standing up and no longer kneeling on the ground. Judging from the situation, the Dragon God might not be a match for the Dragon King. It's my turn. When Wang Xian saw that the Dragon God's own attacks were being blocked consecutively, he was stunned. He raised his dragon head slightly and roared, "Roar!" With a soft roar, the 5 elements millstone spun. The 5 divine dragons on it let out a roar. The 5 types of energy, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, condensed into 5 divine dragons respectively and attacked the dragon god directly. What? 5 types of attributes? Is this a divine weapon? Seeing the 5 elements divine dragons attacking him, the dragon god's expression changed slightly again. His attack was easily blocked, and the Dragon King's weapon was extremely mystical, which made him clench his teeth tightly. Divine fire, ignite! He roared with an extremely ugly expression, and a wisp of flame slowly emerged from his head. Divine fire blessing. Divine kingdom. He gritted his teeth and let out another loud roar. Wang! The dragon fire lotus beneath him began to spin rapidly. Attack! The divine kingdom revolved as flames that looked like lotus petals shot towards the 5 divine dragons of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth under the rotation of the dragon fire lotus. Boom, boom, boom. The fire petals seemed to be endless, each of them 5 to 6,000 meters in size. The 5 divine dragons were instantly destroyed by the flaming petals. Are we going to use the divine kingdom to attack? Wang Xian revealed a serious expression. After all, a god was a god. Even though Wang Xian's energy and physical body had suppressed the dragon god still possessed the divine kingdom. The divine kingdom could destroy a weak star. Let's test the power of the divine kingdom. 5 elements millstone, attack. Wang Xian shouted loudly. The 5 elements millstone, which was rotating for a radius of tens of kilometers, brought with it a grayish destructive force as it smashed directly toward the dragon fire lotus. On the 5 elements millstone, the 5 divine dragons roared. At the edge of the millstone, pieces of extremely powerful dragon scales slowly condensed. The rotating 5 elements millstone was like a chainsaw that reaped everything in front of it. Roar! Then I'll let you experience the power of my divine kingdom. The dragon god roared with a ferocious expression. He flapped his dragon wings, and the 12 petals of the dragon fire lotus slowly closed. Break! The closed fire lotus was like a bullet, and it directly collided with the 5 elements millstone. It was like 2 holy objects colliding. Everyone looked up from below. Buzz! The moment the dragon fire lotus collided with the 5 elements grinding mill, the 5 elements grinding mill trembled and flew backward at a terrifying speed. The dragon god has the upper hand this time. The divine kingdom is the source of the power of a god. It's already extremely powerful. Moreover, the item that the dragon god used to create the divine kingdom is also a supreme treasure between heaven and earth. That's why it's so powerful. Some of the powerhouses whispered when they saw this scene. All the members of the Draconid Empire and the dragon race heaved a heavy sigh of relief. What a powerful divine kingdom! Wang Xian was also slightly shocked. The strength of each divine kingdom was different. A powerful divine kingdom could completely suppress the same level. It could even cause a god to fight against a higher level. The divine kingdom of the dragon god was obviously extraordinary. Roar! 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 The dragon fire lotus is the largest volcano in the Transcendence continent. It contains countless fire spirit pearls and countless precious materials. Today I will let you experience it. As a god, it is the most powerful means. Attack from the divine kingdom. The dragon god roared excitedly. He sat on the closed dragon fire lotus and charged directly at Wang Xian. Wang Xian's expression did not change. He stared at the yin-yang polar diagram in front of him and shouted, Tai Chi! Defend! Buzz! The yin-yang polar diagram rotated slowly and charged towards the dragon fire lotus. Crack! 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 When the dragon fire lotus collided with the yin-yang polar diagram, the momentum of the collision obviously stopped. However, the spinning Tai Chi slowly stopped and started to crumble. Roar! The light and darkness dragons revealed their terrified figures and flew towards Wuxia. Roar! 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 The power of the divine kingdom is not something a mortal like you can match up to. Upon seeing this scene, the dragon god's ferocious face revealed an excited expression as he roared loudly. Below, when everyone saw the dragon god who had the upper hand, their hearts tightened slightly. Kill the dragon king. Kill that bastard. Kill him. Anyone who stands in our way must die. The experts of the dragon race and the Dragonman Empire roared with murderous intent. However, when they finished their roars, many cold gazes were fixed on them. In the direction of the Dragon Palace, all the members of the Dragon Palace glanced at the members of the dragon race and the Dragonman Empire with murderous intent. A bunch of animals. After the dragon god kills your dragon king, all of you will enjoy the pain of being burned for 10,000 years. Ha ha! A fire dragon elder of the dragon clan roared angrily. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace, get ready. However, as soon as the fire dragon elder finished his words, Prime Minister Gui's cold voice sounded.